Another bright and beautiful day in paradise. And speaking of bright, I need to learn how to fucking color. Oh crap, what's the word? Oh, I was just thinking this in my fucking mind. Well, what I was about to say is I got to learn how to use S-Log3, if that means anything to you. But if you're more inclined to get some lifting related chatting, then let's get into it. So, plan for chest today, as normal. As normal. Heavy pressing combined with maybe some more concentric kind of squeezing pressing, and then fly base movements, usually in that order, though sometimes they change it around. And that formula kind of just adds up to a fucking nasty chest pump every time. Now that I'm thinking about it, I should probably try to change up my chest days a little bit more. So maybe I'll, who knows, maybe I'll do something a little different, get kind of froggy today. But it's kind of a way that's worked so far. But considering the amount of tricep gains I've gotten so far, or at least as of late, given that I've kind of adjusted the training and combined that adjusted training with a very, very reasonable calorie surplus, yeah, of course you can see some tricep growth. Still, maybe I'll add something fancy in here today. But in the context of should you do incline barbell or incline dumbbell, or should you do Smith machine only, or should you only do machine press and you're a complete fool for using free weights? What do I think? What do I think? And this is not a groundbreaking statement here, but it's kind of whatever. Half of it's going to be whatever you even have access to. I mean, this gym does not have dumbbells heavy enough for me to do like really good working sets, at least not when I'm fresh in the beginning of the workout. Maybe later on, the 110s will be enough for a regular set. Yeah, at the end of a workout, but typically I wouldn't really want it. I mean, at least I haven't so far, but if I'm thinking about the reasoning, I probably wouldn't want to finish a chest day with dumbbell bench, just because I'm going to be so fatigued that'd be kind of wobbly. So my chest days usually look like some kind of heavy incline pressing, and then I lean towards more machines, just for the reason of having more stability during those pressing movements, so I can really just focus on my chest. I've had a couple of chest days where I did one set of two sets of incline Smith, two sets of hammer strength press, two sets of pec deck, and then I wanted to oh, goodness, still waiting for the caffeine to hit me. And then I wanted to move on and do a couple of sets of incline barbell bench, just for whatever reason, change it up. And my shoulders, my triceps, and everything else, not that they were completely demolished like my chest was, but my whole kind of stability system had been so fatigued, it was like I could barely even do solid ass reps. And if I were to lighten the weight, do like a plate and a half or something, I just feel like it wouldn't be enough weight to really be able to squeeze and get at least a kind of marginally heavy stretch in my chest. So it's always kind of a balancing act of using enough weight where you get reasonable activation, but not so much that you start working every other muscle group. So I think that's a good little baseline of how this workout's going to go. So let's stop talking about it and just make it happen. Chest complete, topped off with a nice current events discussion with one of the guys at the gym. I tell you what, Jesus, just make an educated decision come this voting season. Chest pumps are not on the ballot, so nothing too insane there, but still, use your best judgment for anybody who's of voting age. But plan now is to go home and fucking pound some kind of food, pound some kind of meal. 90% chance half pound of ground beef and either 2 packs of instant rice or some ramen. And I mean, dude, fucking, I'll, how about I look it up? I'll look it up before I eat it, and let's see if I'm really thrashing my insides by eating 2 packs of ramen. But I mean, from my perspective right now, at least, I'm looking at 100 grams of carbs, 28 grams of fats, and a pretty fucking solid amount of electrolytes from the sodium. I mean, it's definitely salty with the packets. But if you drink enough water, dude, don't be afraid of the saltiness, man. The whole process of fucking moving fluids around your entire body is not just how many bottles of Dasani you get down your system, and it's also about how many electrolytes are dissolved into that fucking water, which are going to help with all your fucking bodily processes. And in a lifting context, it's going to help with the pump, it's going to help with your strength, it's going to help with your subjective feeling of like, just how good you feel. If you're dehydrated, which I'm sure we've all been dehydrated before, guess what? It's no fun. You just feel fucking, you're just off. I mean, come on. You've got the option to not be dehydrated. Food is, water is not so scarce. I'm depending on where you are, I guess, but at least for what I presume to be most of the viewers, you've got access to more water than you could drink in a single day. So don't slack. Don't slack on the fluid intake. But man, this bulk is going very well. Now I don't want to toot my own horn before I get to the end of it, but this is a very nice progression of weight. Now, I have bulked many times at this point. I think maybe 5 or 6 times. Gone through like a bulking, cutting. Maybe probably 6, maybe 5. I think 6 though. But my logic with the first few, my younger lifter mind came up with the idea. Okay, I'm bulking up. I should eat as much food as I can. Let's pick a calorie number and stick to it the whole time. So I don't know how many calories I was eating the first time I bulked up. I think it's probably around 4,000. And I made some weight gain. I think it went from like 200 to like 230, and then back down to like 215 ish or so when I dieted off and tried to trim some of the fat tissue down. But I did it the same way for I think 4 more times. And the problem that I would run into is, yeah, my appetite was fucking huge right in the beginning, because I just came off of like 2 or 3 months of being in a calorie deficit, which if you've ever done a legitimate deficit for longer than a few weeks, you know that your appetite's going to start ramping up. You're going to get fucking hungry. I mean, that's the whole difficulty of dieting and fat loss in general. So what I would do is right after I was done with the dieting phase, floodgates are open. Floodgates are fucking open. I mean, I've had a couple 10,000 calorie days. Now that's not something I can like maintain consistently. I can never do 10,000 calories a day for, oh my God, I don't even know if I could do that for like 3 days straight. But in a refeed context, if I'm dieted and I'm depleted, I've got extra room to spare in a sense. So, my body's kind of in a sense, kind of a starvation mode. So it's saying, okay, anytime you get some food into your system, send that shit to your fucking storage cells immediately. So a little bit easier to eat a crazy amount of food in that context. But what I would do is like floodgates open, start chowing down, pick 5,000 calories every day for indefinite until I can't gain any weight. And what would happen is, sorry. But what would happen would be, first 2 months, first 2.5, 3 months, blow up. 40, no, not 40 pounds. Like 30 pounds in like 3 months, like 10 pounds a month straight. And then what would happen is like I was eating so much food, more than was actually necessary to gain any weight. I kind of like totally crashed my whole kind of, consumption system. Like I'm sure my gut biome was going wild. My insulin sensitivity was going wild. And then just my overall kind of combination of everything else that made up my appetite. It's like I just couldn't eat anymore. And if you ever run into that situation, You know what that means? It means that the scale is no longer changing upward. You're no longer gaining weight. So even though I've made legitimate gains, I was not bulking as optimally as I could have. Which now I think I'm so sorry. Now I'm thinking I think I'm starting to get the grasp of it. So, with a steady ramping up of the calories over the course of months of the bulking phase, steady weight gain has basically become no problem. It's still a chore to get all the food down. Like, I'm not saying it's easy, but it's much more consistent for me. And I've got my last bulk to back that up with, as well as the first third of this one. The first month, what I would end up doing is just, eat when I'm hungry, but don't go crazy. I'd be dieting at like 2,500, 3,000 some days-ish, kind of bouncing around those two numbers. So first month of bulking up, maybe stick to 3,500-ish. Maybe a little heavier, more like 4,000 on occasion, but like it would kind of average out to like 3,500 or so. And do that for a couple weeks, month. Gain fucking 10 pounds immediately from just an extra 500, maybe 700 calories above what I was dieting at. So not above maintenance, but just above the deficit that I was in. So I couldn't tell you exactly how many calories of a surplus it was, but nothing major. And then after that, once that becomes pretty easy, increase it, 500 calorie jump or so. So last month I was really kind of bouncing around like 4,500 calories or so. Yeah, I'd have some big days, but pretty much about 4.5. So now I've been kind of sticking to about 5-ish. 4.5 is probably still within reason, but I would not want to do 4.5, day after day. I feel like that's going to kind of begin to crash me weight-wise, or at least plateau me. So we're getting close to pretty much hitting the 5,000 calorie mark. I think I said I was doing 5 like a month ago or so. I don't know what I was fucking saying. I've got all the numbers tracked and everything. I was doing like 4. So getting to a point where weight is still increasing steadily. I feel full as a house. And I just have to do my best to not let anything interfere with this system of gains for the next 4 months, which I am I'm in a very, very ideal situation to do so. So I can lock it in. If FanDuel was tracking this bulking phase, there would not be a massive payout if you could bet on whether or not I was going to hit 280 or not. Right? It would. That's a lock. That's a lock right there. So if you're considering beginning a winter bulk, I mean, it's still going to be pretty warm for a while, but you got to remember, time is running out. It's about to start cooling down. You're about to start wearing longer sleeves. So for anybody who's a little bit more sensitive about some body fat gain, which I don't really believe you should be too sensitive about it, but I mean, it's a hard pill to swallow, losing your abs if you've got them, especially if it took you a long time to work for them. But it's going to start cooling down soon. Not a bad time. Not a bad time to start a little surplus, man. Not the worst fucking time to get some calories in your system and try to pack on some contractile tissue, so that come next summer, if that's your time frame, people are gonna say, "Whoa, what happened to Logan, man? I remember he was, he was just a normal dude before, but now he's jacked. Whoa, damn, crazy." Now, for a few of you, that could be a legitimately potential future if all those variables lined up. YouTube shows me a lot of analytics, but it doesn't show me the most common name. Though actually, I bet I could figure it out if I plugged all the subscriber usernames into a. I'm not gonna do that. I don't even know what I'm saying that, but I could. So I think that's the end of it. I think that's all I gotta say. So I'm sorry I've been being so yeah. I'm sorry he's being so repetitive as of late. You got a full day of eating inbound. I can go over some recipes as well. I've got I've got a couple of bulking tips up my sleeve. I got no reason to keep them to myself. Really, I'm just being a fucking chump for not recording them for you. But keep it in mind, if you got the ringer on and you see the most perfectly cooked steak ever, that'll be a little change of pace. But I think that's all I got, man. Chest done. I'm ready to eat. Let's get out of here. See you tomorrow. All right, a little bit different kind of setup than normal. No car talk on this one. I didn't have my little suction cup kind of thing. I had to get the Camry looked at. But so this is actually the day after. But let's just pretend I have no idea how this hamstring workout's going to go. I don't know. I wonder what kind of movements I'm going to do. But one thing I kind of wanted to get into is like, I've seen, a million is kind of over exaggerating, but I've seen a crazy amount of fucking clips where it's just like, I mean, it's just people kind of dogging on anybody putting themselves in a fucking uncomfortable situation. It's like a classic, and if you're like a main gainer, if you're a diehard main gainer, you think everybody should be main gaining, that's the way to gain muscle over a long period of time, then yeah, I mean, this kind of goes against your fucking, entire mentality. But when it comes to like guys that are trying to trim down or seriously bulk up, I mean, in the process, it's fucking uncomfortable. This is not my natural state of being by any fucking means. And trying to get up to like, I mean, now at 265, I'm sure a month and a half, 270, a little further, 275. I'm getting pretty confident that the 280 mark is going to be broken pre-Christmas time, before Mr. Claus comes over. But yeah, it's fucking uncomfortable, man. Being crazy, crazy full of food all the time. If I stand out in the sun, especially now that it's, dude, I'm gonna be drenched in 10 minutes just from that extra kind of heat. But that's not for no reason. That's for the kind of overarching, like, I mean, it is kind of a payment in a way, right? You're paying with this time of uncomfortability now, but going through that is for kind of a greater goal at the end. So I'll see guys like make reaction kind of videos dogging on somebody where they're trying to really diet down, and get just kind of leaner because they want to. And in the process, they're like, yeah, I'm in the phase of dieting where it's just kind of sucks. If you know anything about dieting, there's kind of an initial week, 2 week phase before you've really lost any muscle. But what happens is if you stop eating like a crazy amount of calories, especially carbs, you're kind of going to deflate in a way. A lot of your kind of intramuscular fluids and glycogen and sarcoplasm and everything else is going to kind of, simmer down because you're not just, completely fed like like somebody bulking. So there's like a 2 week period where you have now shrunk down. You're not as big muscularly, but you've got extra body fat on you. So if anything, you actually kind of look worse. The beginning period of dieting for that sort of first 2 weeks, you really just gradually look slightly worse before you get into the real thick of it in terms of the fat loss side, and you actually kind of start to see more results of the gains or I guess more the goal in that situation that you're actually aiming for. But in the process, somebody might say to themselves, it's like, oh, geez, this kind of fucking sucks. I'm in the, what should we call it? What's the opposite of a grace period? I'm in the disgrace period of dieting. But I mean, it's not a bad way to put it. Yeah, it's a situation where fuck, man, I look slightly worse, just objectively. If your whole grading hierarchy scheme of things is like big and lean, but that's for the end goal of being leaner later on. So you've got to be comfortable knowing, okay, I'm not exactly where I want to be right now, but I am on track to get where I want to be later on. Right? If you know somebody who has, let's just say they have an issue with increasing the number on the scale, let's say they don't want to start that bulk. What's the reason? Some guys, I mean, it depends. If you're just a regular kind of high school, like college level athlete dude, and you're doing like a performance sport, yeah, maybe don't try to do a fucking nasty bodybuilder bulk and like gain an extra 40 pounds and then have to deal with that later on. Totally different scenario. But I think there's a reasonably large percentage of lifters out there where their whole reason for not wanting to start bulking up, it's purely because they're like, oh, I don't want to get fat, man. I don't want to lose my abs. I just got my first shoulder striation. Come on, I can't get rid of that. But it's kind of a situation where it's like, if you can't let it go, it's not worth holding on to. Because here's my kind of thought process on the matter. It's like, look, I main gained for 3 years. When I started working out, up until 3 years, when I quit doing college sports and I actually took the bodybuilding side seriously, I was never going to do a crazy bulk. I'd get my protein in, but that was the end of it. And I gained, I wouldn't say not 40 pounds of muscle, but I went from like 160 to like 200 and maybe a similar kind of body fat percentage in that 3 year time frame. Look, I'm not anti main gaining, but you're going to reach a point where it looks like this. If you're main gaining, sure, gains. Oh, what's going on here? It's slowing down. Whoa. And then I feel like it's going to slow down to a point where you got to change something. So if you want to break away from this exponential where you're gradually just making smaller and smaller, or smaller and smaller returns year after year, or even just by month basis, then that's where changing it up with a bulking phase might do you some good, man. Maybe bulk up, try to put on 25 pounds, diet down reasonably so you actually kind of get to hold on to some of the muscle that you built. And then at the end of it, oh shit, I'm 5 pounds heavier and I was just as lean as I was in the beginning. Whoa. So if what's holding you back from doing something like that is you're afraid of like not enjoying that sort of interstitial time period between you and where that goal is, then I mean, this isn't rhetorical, that's up for you to decide. But there's no reason to dog on somebody for going through uncomfortability on purpose because they want what's on the end of it. And if somebody isn't willing to do that in the process, I mean, anybody can say whatever, but what really gives them the right to criticize them? It's like, what are you going to make fun of someone for doing an ice bath if you can never even put your foot in? Which maybe I'm losing track of sight there, but I kept seeing a bunch of little clips like that, which were kind of annoying me. But back to the normal car talk as usual. Tomorrow, I'm getting the itch. I keep watching not on purpose. I'm just scrolling my phone, but I keep seeing all the Minecraft speed runs. What do you think? 20 minutes? I did it in an hour once, so maybe that's on the horizon for you. But I'll see you in the anytime. All right, I've got a little topic of discussion before we actually get into the ins and outs of the arm training that's going to go down today. But dude, you need something. You need something cool, some kind of hobby, some kind of activity, just some kind of something long term that you can really dive yourself into. And I'm not saying you have to find that right now. I'm not saying you need that this exact moment, but it's just fucking fun, man. I mean, just think about it. I mean, if you I was just talking to a guy a couple days ago where he was telling me he's got a full shop, like his whole family's kind of into into race cars, so they've got drill presses and like machines. Like his wife was mad at him because the garage spot that's supposed to be for her car has like an old Corvette in it and everything else. And the guy's been doing this for years. And you can just kind of tell when somebody has something that they're into like that, which isn't like it doesn't even have to be directly monetary. Like everybody's got kind of side hustles and whatnot, but if you can have something that, well, I guess if you could combine them, that'd be the best case scenario. But you need something which you can fucking kind of pour some energy into, I mean, it's just fucking fun, right? Idle hands are the devil's playthings. So if all you do all day is, whatever your job ends up being, or school, or whatever, and then afterwards, the rest of your time is just kind of spent chilling, I mean, it's just not that fun, Like, there's definitely a certain satisfaction of life that you're going to get with having something that you really lock into. We've all been down the rabbit hole, right? Who hasn't watched a 3-hour stream of Moist Critical looking at Forged in Fire episodes? Just random stuff like that, man. That's the fun part. And I'm a bit spoiled because that happens to be working out, which I don't think working out has to be your main thing. I do say that everybody should work out, but it doesn't have to be like your fucking primary outlet of your free time. But if it is, then good on you. You're probably gonna get some damn good gains. But yeah, I'm not joking. You need something like that. And if you don't have it, then that's doesn't mean you're screwed. It just means start looking around, see what you like. There's a certain there's a sweet spot when it comes to things that you well, I guess there's all sorts of ways to look at it. But if you can find something, actually, well, this would be the fucking golden rule. If you can find something that you like doing, that you're good at, and that, which is now getting much easier, that you can potentially make some bread off, then that is the best fucking bet you can get into. You know, and right now I was talking to the same guy. I'm like, dude, because I was talking about all the social media stuff and the videos. Anybody that's really deep into anything, like if you know somebody who's a diehard fucking like loves making miniatures or whatever else, I can't really think of any like slightly more niche hobbies than just like fucking golf or something. But if you know somebody that's really into something, dude, see if you can get them to start posting about it. You know, you don't have to make a Casey. You don't have to make a Casey Neistat 10 million view video off the rip. But that's probably one of the best parts about social media now is if you have something which you are reasonably into, there's an audience for it. So apart from working out, which I think there is kind of a reasonable percentage of dudes where they're just total fucking freaks, like high level bodybuilder guys, even more just kind of athletic, like what's the word? Oh, like hybrid athlete kind of guys. I mean, there's all sorts of dudes who are pretty fucking. I was gonna say who excel in their fields, but it's kind of tricky. I mean, it's definitely if you've never done it, guess there's a little bit of what's the word I'm thinking of here? I don't want to say fear factor, but it's a little bit tricky to just start posting some shit about yourself. But don't forget, how many times have you spent hours diving down a rabbit hole of like the randomest shit ever? I've probably watched I don't know if a couple hundred, but at least like 30 or 40 hours of like the same dude where he's like an engineer, like machinist, and he's just making all sorts of random like vices and other everything else. So I'm kind of rerouting my my pre-lift speech here, but the main point I was trying to say: find something you like that has a very large and long-term kind of progression to it, and as long as you're having fun doing it, then I think you're going to reap some rewards beyond just what's directly related to that. I mean, getting really good at working out and like doing it for a long time and like making gains based on like locking into your diet and everything else, you don't only get like a fucking muscular build. It's honestly, the benefits are kind of fucking innumerable, right? But I don't need to be a salesman for working out. If you're already here, I think we're on the same wavelength. But yeah, plan for today with arms, triceps, biceps, and really nothing else. Let's keep it simple. Triceps first, and really, my triceps are what I want to bring up. Like when it comes to my actual kind of arms, let's just say distribution of size, it doesn't actually add a crazy amount if your biceps get a little bit bigger. Like of course it will, and of course it's gonna have a bigger peak when you're doing like a double bi shot and everything else. But for me at least, my triceps have always been lagging a little bit, so that's where I'm most concerned with trying to pack on size. And likewise, that's kind of why with triceps I've been the most, I don't want to say interested, but kind of versatile in the way that I've been trying to hit them. Because I mean, I've gone through, now I think I'm doing something right. I'm beginning to notice potentially some extra tricep gains, doing some lighter squeezing stuff. But I've done for like long periods of time tricep training in every different fucking way imaginable. When I was a beginner, I was doing a lot more kind of fluff work-ish, higher volume. Maybe not every set was to complete muscular failure, but it was just kind of a big overload of fatigue. I've done kind of lower volume, like crazy heavy push downs, like full stack with 3 plates on the side of it. And I'm like, yeah, my triceps were definitely fatigued afterward, but was it even necessary? Right? That's not it's something to actually be considered. So for the last like 2 months or so, I've really been trying to change it up in a way, because if you're doing something and it's not really working, what does that mean? Oh, does that mean like, oh, my tricep genetics are just they just suck, so I'm never gonna have big triceps? I wouldn't say so. You know, more likely than not, the situation is whatever training you're doing and whatever style that you're doing, it's just not, hitting it in the right fucking way. Every time you come up against a new boss, you got to aim for its weak spot. The same your same build isn't going to work from. Well, I don't know. I didn't play Elden Ring, but I was about to make it. That would have been perfect. Nice little Elden Ring reference there. But so for something like, well, I don't really know. For something like chest, I might hit it in a different way in terms of like set styles than biceps or shoulders or rear delts or calves or adductors. It's like each muscle group, and especially each muscle group for your build specifically in your genetics, is going to require its own set of different styles and techniques in your workouts to actually like properly stimulate it to the utmost degree that you're capable of. Now, I don't think I'll ever find the exact perfect answer. If we maybe as the future unfolds and like DNA encoding and fucking genetic information gets crazy accurate enough, maybe we'll be able to understand like, oh, you really need to do 5-second extensions with this fancy new T1000 rope extension. But by the time we're there, I mean, I'm sure we'll be having some fucking Terminator fear scenarios. But all I'm trying to say is, something that might work for someone isn't going to do the trick for somebody else. So for me with triceps, to kind of boil down what I've been saying, heavier, just like brutish kind of sets, I don't think they're doing as much stimulation for me as much as these lighter squeezing ones are. And if you kind of think about it, this is a really good way to at least get a grasp of where you stand on certain positions of things, is take things to the extreme. So what is going to build the most muscle? Absolutely zero weight on a set, or the most weight you can even possibly fucking handle. Now, of course, both of those are wrong, but odds are it's going to be somewhere in the middle. So there's not necessarily a need to push every muscle to its absolute fucking force exertion kind of limit. And if that were the case, then every power lifter would be Mr. Olympia. So size does not directly relate to strength in that way. And then, if you think about the, let's just say, even in a more kind of overarching kind of way, the exertion during your sets, same shit, right? Should you push yourself to absolute comfortability and then say, oh, that's enough? My triceps were a little bit fatigued, no more. Or, as hard as you can go. So in my mind, that's where I still want to take each set as hard as I can go, but the necessity for the absolute maximum amount of weight I can use just doesn't make any fucking sense. But in no ways that's a dog on doing a heavy set. Really, it's just to hype up, maybe just grab the rope with half the stack, really squeeze, burn out, be extra thoughtful with your reps. And that's been doing the trick for me. I'm starting to see some better long head development, especially. Now, part of that may not even be the fact that, oh, lighter weight is just somehow magical now. What I really think the biggest change is I'm getting a really serious fucking powerful contraction at the bottom of these reps, rather than, if I'm doing a crazy amount of weight, sure, I'm going to be moving it around, but I don't get that same squeeze at the bottom. So who's to say I'm even really activating all my fucking triceps, fibers, if I don't get that kind of full contraction at the end? So I've actually kind of been taking that approach with a lot of muscle groups. My chest days are getting a little bit different. Hamstrings especially, no more. I mean, I've done hamstring days where it was just 10 sets of like the full stack, maybe a plate added to the side, just as much as I could do for like really quick, like brutish hamstring curls. Which, I mean, it worked, but might not have been the best method, and definitely a higher likelihood of let's just say hamstring tearing, which I've had a reasonable and unfortunately large experience with. I mean, I fucking pulled my hamstrings like maybe 3 or 4 times. Never like anything too crazy. Like I was only ever like limping once. That was when I really pulled the right one. I was doing same shit. Hamstring curls way too fucking heavy. So all that to say, the training is gradually evolving, and whether or not it's the absolute perfect correction, it's still resulting in fucking pretty good progress for me. Like I didn't weigh myself this morning, but yesterday I was at nice and bulky 264. So the heaviest I've ever fucking been, which is very good for me. So I can only expect some more pounds to be gained over these next 4 months or so, and then I think we'll have something to show off after the next dieting phase. But enough talking. This is a nice long one. But let's get in there and get started. All right. So I think I need to say this a little bit, and not just to dog on anybody specifically or anything, but this is kind of a point I like bringing up when it comes to different motivators and your mindsets during your working out, and if you really want to lock in during like the extent of this of your lifting journey, as many are going to put it, being big does not automatically just like spike the quality of your life tenfold or anything like that. You're not automatically like the shit because you're extra lean, and if that's what you're aiming for, then I think you're a little bit misled in a way. Now look, in no way am I going to say I don't like being big, but don't expect anything magical to happen overnight. The real kind of cool part about working out is the fact that it's kind of a long-term endeavor. So to have gone through the process of getting whatever the gains are that you may be aiming for, odds are you're going to be a bit more kind of disciplined and consistent. And if you're just lifting casually, it's not so like crazy, but something that it's pretty interesting that happens when you really get into something and you have like a priority during your day, which isn't, it's not like for anybody else's sake. If you've got to go to work every morning, or when you're going to school every morning, or if you have to like do whatever because you have to, then you don't get the same kind of like kind of pride and excitement for it, right? It's like whatever, it's like a chore. But when you have something like that you want to do on the regular, then what happens is not only do you kind of get a cool little level of discipline and consistency with it, but it also is going to make you reevaluate the way that you spend your time. Because if every day, and I'm not saying you have to be like a fucking there's no benefit to working out beyond like the 2 hour a day mark, and that includes like a half hour of cardio. Leg day is a little bit of an exemption. My leg days are pretty long, but it's not because I'm doing a million sets. It's just because I have to rest a bit longer in between each set, because like a really good set of leg extensions, or no, a really good set of like leg press or like RDLs, I mean, it's very taxing on your whole system. So my leg days will occasionally reach like the 2 hour mark just because of longer rest times, but there's really no need to be doing it for much longer than that on a regular basis. So just knowing that you have that certain amount of time where you want to spend it doing something that you like doing, it's going to make you a little bit more careful. You're not going to be so kind of, I don't know, aimless with the way that you spend your days, in a sense. And another thing, it's going to kind of make you reevaluate your time outside of the gym itself. Because if I know I want to have a good workout, then odds are I'm going to say, well, I probably shouldn't stay up till 3 a.m. playing Fall Guys right now. I should probably go to bed so I can wake up and be well rested, get better gains, of course, and have a better start to my next day. Wake up, eat my meals, or don't eat a breakfast if I'm trying to diet down. Usually I save my meals for a little bit later in the day. Make sure I'm extra hydrated. The lifting part of things is cool because everything that you can do to improve your gains, apart from like extra supplementation, that's its own thing, but all the basics, fucking taking all your vitamins, eating a reasonably balanced diet of your proteins and carbs and fats, and taking all your taking your fish oil and getting a good night's rest and staying well hydrated, everything that's going to improve your gains is also just going to improve your day-to-day like enjoyment. But it's not exactly like it makes you feel like crazy awesome. It just makes you feel like comfortable. If I'm well rested, if I'm well fed and well hydrated, everything's in order in terms of running this whole system, then I'm gonna wake up pretty naturally. I'm gonna oh, this feels good. You know, I'm not gonna wake up groggy. Like what's gonna happen is you're not gonna suddenly feel like Superman if you got your 8 hours of sleep, but you're not gonna feel like shit. And it's, I think, an unfortunate fucking situation that, I mean, what percentage of dudes, let's just say in the States, to keep this simple, are walking around chronically underslept, dehydrated, underfed, just fucking, I mean, dude, literally in a catabolic state indefinitely. And then you stack on fucking, you know, vapes, zins, whatever else on top of that. I mean, dude, not awesome, you know? So that's just some extra bonus points for me to try to get anybody to, you know, get into working out. Is the more that you put in gains wise, it kind of relates to your whole fucking day to day moving around. And if you're part of the older audience, or if you've got let's say you're pretty close with your grandparents, or maybe you live with them, anything like that, dude, bring their ass to the gym with you. You know, I'm not gonna say tell your grandpa to squat 5 plates, but the older you get, man, and I've seen it, you know, guys. Not to be mean or anything, but there's we've all seen the Instagram post of like the 80-year-old jacked dude, or like the, you know, like the however old like marathon or like cyclist, like old lady who's still in good shape moving around. Like just in your fucking life, you got to move some weight. I've where I really see it the most is on like on flights. You know, people need help moving their luggage. And what happens if you fucking, you know, get stuck somewhere, you fall over? If your quads are too frail, I mean, fuck, that could be life-threatening. Lack of gains could literally be life-threatening down the line. So make sure you bring your older folks to the gym with you, or somehow try to get them interested. That's a piece of advice I can really stand behind. But apart from trying to indoctrinate every man, woman, and child in the world into pumping iron and working out, just make sure you are, right? Be the change you want to see in the world. So plan now, post-workout meal. Actually, I gotta turn left. Oops. But some kind of combination of protein, carbs, and fats, which I'm not totally sure where I'm gonna get it from. I've got some steaks, but I want to do those in the sous vide, so they're extra tender and they're a little bit easier to cook. Because whenever I make a steak sous vide style, where like you put it in the hot water in the Ziploc and it, you know, it gets fully medium rare pretty much, and then you sear the ends of it, it's not a guess. Because I mean, I've wrecked some steaks in my day. Don't forget it. Fucking pull it out, cut it in half, completely raw in the middle, put it back on the pan. 2 minutes later, totally overdone. And I know what you're gonna say, Sam, just use a thermometer. You might be right, but in either case, we're gaining weight, we're getting pumped up, we're staying hydrated, having fun with it. This is fucking perfect. We're in the good times right now. We are in the good times. And the more amount of the more time that you can have under your belt like that, gains wise at least, the better. And you know, even not gains wise, like I was saying in the beginning of the fucking lift, or when I was driving to the gym, you know, talking about having something that you're good at, it's just nice, man. You get a certain sense of satisfaction. You know, it's just kind of hardwired into your brain. So try to do something worthwhile, even if it's not working out. Though, I would say start working out. But that's the end of it. Tomorrow's a leg day. Let's make sure to make it nasty. So I'll see you then. Gets tricky. It gets fucking tricky to make sure that the white balance is right. You know, we're not recording this back day in auto, right? We're talking manual. We're talking manual ISO. We're talking manual Kelvin. But enough behind the scenes chat. What's the plan? The plan is back. The plan is back. Shit, man, back is back. Gosh dang it. got somebody challenged me to not say the F-bomb in one of the comments. I'm gonna see if I can oblige that character. I hope I didn't already say it in like the one sentence I said before that. But either way, plan for back, pull downs, rows, pullovers, and every combination of the 3. Because there really is a fucking, oh Jesus. Oh, whatever. There really is a lot of ways to hit back. You know, there's no reason to just do straight bar pull down and like barbell row. We've all seen the Dorian Yates clips. Yeah, it's fucking badass. But I mean, as long as you're kind of getting a reasonable stretch with your shoulder blades, and you can feel your traps opening up and your lats really open up, and then you squeeze down and try to get every fucking, okay, well, I already failed, I can't do it, and get every fiber of your, like all the way down to the bottom of your lower back, just like firing, which half is just experience from getting a little bit better of a mind muscle connection and everything else. But as long as you're pulling some shit, you're getting a pump, I think that's all you need to worry about. So change it up, don't do the same stuff over and over again. But back is a very, and I'm saying this in from the context of back is a strong point for me. Like I never have to what's the word I'm thinking of here? Like I've never had to think, okay, I gotta change my back training up. What I'm doing is not working. Like for me, back has always been a reasonable strong point. To the point where even when I was not a beginner, but like over the course of the last few bulks that I've been doing, I think over the last like 3 years, I've gone like 3-4 month periods of time where I did no back training. And the point was, I mean, my back was just too big. The lat spread has always been a strong point for me, even when I was a complete beginner. And half of that is just sports related. When I did gymnastics, we did a lot of like pull-ups and kind of calisthenics-y work, like lats really came into play. I didn't get that high level or anything, but if you look at somebody who's a real real legit D1 college level gymnast, or like the Olympics, the Olympian kind of guys, their build is very specific, right? Their lats are huge, the biceps are pretty big. And those are kind of the predominantly like pronounced muscles of the gymnast, which makes sense. You're swinging around, you're holding your whole body up by your hands, so your lats need to be kind of strong to accommodate for that, right? It would just make sense, to the point where if somebody were to do some rock climbing training, I would imagine the same thing would happen. Your ability to pull with your upper body is the primary vector of your force that you're doing for what your sport is. But all that to say, my back has never been a weak point, but that does not mean I want to make it one. So don't whoops, I accidentally had a green light on the left turn. But what I'm saying there is I think I've had enough time off. Back needs to get its stimulation again. And since I haven't done a back day for the last, I don't know, like fucking, well, I've done a couple. All right, I guess that's not totally true for me to say, because I have done a couple for these last 2 months, but maybe a third as many as everything else. Like I definitely haven't done back in the last like 2 weeks or a week or so. So since I haven't done it for a little bit and I had to give it a little bit of a break, I can tell that my strength may be a limiting factor potentially, because if you're not exposed to high loads, then your body's basically saying, oh shit, I don't need to be able to move these loads anymore. But I don't expect I'll be moving like 100 pounds on a pull down as like my max or anything, but it's just something to be aware of. If you had to take some time off chest because you like wrecked your shoulder or something, and you come back after like a month, your bench isn't going to be where it was. Now it's going to come back like nothing, but just maybe don't load 3 plates if you haven't done it for a month, is the point I'm getting at. And then apart from any potential like strength disparity, I'm going to be sore tomorrow, I think. And even just during the sets today, they're probably going to burn extra bad, just because I haven't really worked my lats and my traps to like total muscular fucking failure. So I'm in for a little bit of a treat there. But like I was about to say a second ago, pull downs, rows, and pullovers, and that is pretty much going to be it. So I think no more chatting. Let's just get through it. Well, get through the process of it, I guess, and go home and eat something. So let's just get started. There we go. All right.
Says do it again. I will record it.
Whoops. I had to stop and refuel. You know, just like you, man. If you're running low, if your calories are a little bit on the underside, guess what? Your performance is going to begin to diminish. You're going to start sputtering out, and before you know it, you're going to call AAA, like, "Can I get some chicken and rice, please?" No, you get the gist and getting that. But plan for today, forearms, and I mean I don't know if I'd say a divisive topic, but it's certainly not the most popular muscle group to go to the gym for, which I'm not going to blame somebody for. It's definitely not the craziest thing in the world, but if you want bigger forearms, I can't think of any better way to do it than to actually fucking hit them. Now, honestly, what I probably should do is just buy a well, I don't know. I'd have to buy like an 80-pound dumbbell if I wanted to do wrist curls at the house, and then another like 20. I think it'll just be better to actually go to the gym for it. But for real, if you want bigger forearms, I think you're missing out on potential gains if your logic is just, okay, well, I want my forearms to grow. I keep hearing a lot of guys say just do back without straps, you know, just raw dog the pull down and all these fucking hammer strength row machines and stuff, and that's going to be enough forearm stimulation to give you some meaty grippers, which in some cases, yeah, I mean, there's fucking big ass dogs where they've never done a forearm wrist curl in their life, and just the like inadvertent activation from doing dumbbell curls or rows or like whatever else ends up being enough to, you know, give them pretty cool forearms. So I mean, if that's you, then yeah, you're sick, man. Don't save yourself the trouble. Just spend that energy on some extra leg work. And maybe sure, you don't need a forearm day, but at least don't skip your leg day. I mean, come on, let's be real. But I think that's all I got for our little preamble. So forearm pump followed by something. There'll be a little something after this forearm pump, but I guess we'll both find out what that is then. Now, isn't this just the weirdest thing? So I come home to find my little water jug with with a couple little holes in them. I wonder how often that happens. I don't think you would do that, little Rio. You're the nice kitty. You're the nice one. Now, your little brother, on the other hand, not so convinced. You got anything to say for yourself? Yeah. Nicest cat, you cuddles, purrs, everything else. You get 3 Chipotle soft tacos in this guy's mouth, you'd think you're dealing with a fucking tiger, I swear. In terms of a little fridge update, let's see what we're working with here. A variety of vegetables. Look, I don't understand the fucking allure. Like, I get dogged on so bad. Like, Sam, I just watched your second full day of eating. You didn't have one salad. I mean, look, I get what you're saying, but take it. I mean, I feel like if you're slamming your vitamins and getting enough red meat, you're kind of hitting most of your micronutrient needs. But either way, about 2 pounds of cooked potatoes, every sort of condiment under the sun, half of them being the low-calorie option, especially the mayonnaise. I'm trying to chill out on my fat intake. I'm running a little bit low on eggs. These will probably be gone by the end of the night. No idea how that got there. And then every time I go to Chipotle, I get extra little fucking soft tacos just to kind of save them for later. Totally trash in terms of cost efficiency, but you know, it's like 600 calories in 3, and they disappear like nothing. The only issue is, right there, it's a goddamn battle scar. A certain somebody who we don't need to name almost got a hold of all these and scurried off. A little bit of a quicker a little bit of a quicker upload this time. But yeah, so no more forearms. That'll be the last forearm day for a little bit, because I'm starting to tell, like, every time I finish forearms, that I do a little forearm pump check, where you're trying to emulate that, like that Lee Priest shot. It's like the forearm bulge here, it's overpowering my tricep. So what that tells me is I want my triceps to get some more stimulation. I can chill out on forearms. So back is going to be the lift tomorrow, but you're not going to see that until tomorrow. So let's grab these guys. There we go. Smile. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, they're fun. So a little update. These two didn't get them as kittens. They were rescues from the shelter, which honestly kind of saves you some fucking time. I mean, Oliver at my parents' house, the other cat we have, we got him as a kitten, but then it's fun having a fucking kitten running around. But honestly, the cats are kind of self-sufficient. I mean, once they're full grown, they kind of know what to do. So take it just a little thought for you. Honestly, having a cat running around just makes your house feel like a home. But what I was going to say, to actually reference something other than just the fridge and having two cats running around, is when it comes to locking in, I think there's a little bit of a romanticization, or you know what I'm saying, where it's like, okay, yeah, once I lock in, then I'm going to be having fun. And it's not seriously the case yet. I mean, not immediately, but I think what you're really trying to aim for is reaching a point of, I don't want to say stability, but kind of, what's the word? Equilibrium, where you can actually have a routine day by day, which you can stick to, and which isn't too challenging for, what you can handle, and will get you results. So that's kind of a fucking trifecta of how I want my bulking phases, dieting phases, my training in general to be. I want it to be easy enough that I can do it, which does not mean make it easy. It just means kind of be tough to handle it. Make it, be consistent with it and actually get results. So for the beginner, and this is why I kind of like the nature of lifting itself, because it's very beginner friendly, because you don't have to be you don't have to do a set of squats until your nose bleeds to get quad stimulation as a beginner, right? The strength, not even strength curve, the fucking, the difficulty curve of working out, it's the same as anything. It's like a fucking, it's maybe not an exponential, maybe more like a logarithmic or something, or like a root sort of function. Easy in the beginning, you can do I mean, dude, you could put somebody on don't even tell them anything. Just say, do some leg extensions pretty hard. Nothing else could change. Their quads are going to grow a little bit, and they're barely doing, let's say they just go to failure a couple times, like twice a week. Yeah, they're going to get some quad stimulation as a beginner, because you're most susceptible to gains right when you've started working out and you're not used to it yet. But over time, you're going to get used to that stimulus, and to counteract that acclimation, you got to go harder. So that's, that seems kind of tricky. It's like, oh, the longer I work out, the harder I have to work out. Oh, dude, that just sounds like I'm never going to make fucking progress. It's like every lift I have to go harder than the last one. But if you push yourself, then every lift you're going to be a better lifter than you were before. And a better lifter doesn't necessarily mean oh, I have the best form, I have the best workout split. I'm locked in. I just bought the FST RP strength program and everything else. Not to dog at anybody's specific program. I mean, these guys know what they're doing. But when I think of somebody as being a more advanced and experienced lifter, you want to be reasonably informed about every sort of style and set approach that you can do, rest, pause stuff, tempo, everything else, really squeeze, actually be able to flex your pecs on a chest press, and not just push the weight on a Smith press or anything else. But when I think of a more experienced lifter, I'm thinking of somebody who's just fucking intense. They're comfortable with what they're doing and they love it. So yeah, I mean, take some time, think about trying new shit. Every time you see somebody at the gym, at least that is reasonably approachable, maybe just fucking talk some smack to them. Every time I see somebody doing a machine I don't like, or maybe not every time, but sometimes I'll ask them, it's like, you like that? not to make it sound like weird, but it's like, do you like that machine? You know, it doesn't really do it for me. It's like, what it's, you know, because everybody's fucking got different limb lengths and different, you know, joint angles. Sometimes even asymmetrically. Like for me, sometimes I'm a little bit picky about like preacher curls, especially like a machine preacher with both arms at once, because my right arm, like, it's kind of got a little curve to the right, like just barely, nothing that you'd like jump out like, whoa, what the fuck's wrong with that guy? But just a little different. And the left one's a bit straighter. Like this feels like pretty straight down for me. This one's a little off axis. So what that means is like if I try to do a like a double-sided movement, I might feel more on the left side and less on the right. I mean, it's just, so getting back to what I was saying, like the guy who's really getting into it, in a way, he kind of just isn't necessarily seeking satisfaction from the results. He's more so getting a daily kind of feeling of accomplishment just by knowing that he's doing what it takes to get the results that he wants. And if you can get yourself in that mindset, then dude, there's no fucking limit. If you can be like if somebody was trying to walk a, I don't even know, 100 miles, super marathon, or what do they call it? Either way, you know, the point isn't necessarily, oh, I'm so uncomfortable until I get to the end. Oh, now I'm happy. It's like, in a way, you kind of have to be satisfied each step, each mile, each everything else. Because if you're not, then you're kind of just banking on like, okay, once I finish this, then I'll be satisfied and I get to be happy about myself. And it's just like such a rough approach, you know? And I think a lot of people kind of get that because when you think about your goals, it's very easy to say like, okay, I'm not good enough until I can reach, I'm not good enough until I get this, or until I can say this or be this or anything else. And I mean, just not that I've like done something like that where I've thought, okay, I'm going to be happy once I can bench 315 and I'm not happy until I get it. I've never really kind of played into that thought process, but even just from looking at other people, every time anybody talks about the results that they've gotten, if they've ever done something seriously fucking cool, they never say it's like, I had to treat myself like total dog shit until I got it, and then I get to be happy. It's like, no, they fucking started to love the process, right? So get happy having some food in your fridge, right? Every time you run in the kitchen, I mean, act like these cats, man. Every time we shake the food bowl, dude, they're fiending for it. So honestly, I mean, fuck, man. It's I'm sure if you had a plate of chicken, rice, and some kind of barbecue sauce or whatever else, like a full-on meal, and your dog got a hold of it, guess what? That meal is going to disappear in 2 seconds. Why couldn't you do that? You know, but back to the regular training split: chest, back, arms, legs, repeat. I see a lot of comments that I don't, well, it's just kind of from a point of being misinformed. You know, when people think of a workout split, they always think, okay, the weekly split. And it's just the way we think about it. We say push-pull legs, we say Arnold, like it's all based on like a 1 week time frame. So when people will talk about my split in like comment sections, they'll say like, oh, you know, he does every muscle group once a week. It's like, not exactly. Not exactly. I end up hitting everything twice every 8 days. So nearly twice a week. I probably would not recommend a once a week muscle training style workout plan. Twice a week is about right. So twice every 8 days. That's only a little different, but they're tussling a little. But yeah, back to normal. So I'll see you tomorrow for a back day. There we go. It's not too late. It's not too late to call this a reasonably timed workout. A nice 8:30 chest day. So here's what I need. And unfortunately, I can't go just anywhere to get it. I want Smith machine. I want cables. I want a pec deck, I think. And I want some adjustable benches so I can, jerry rig some setups in between. Now, a couple of the gyms that I would usually go to are closed or are about to close, less unfortunately. So that leaves me with a classic. That leaves me with a classic purple and yellow. But there's all sorts of gym around here. I mean, in Ohio, there's all sorts of fucking crazy shit. There's if you've ever been to the Arnold, you would know about the the Pros Gym, really kind of actually deep in town. American Barbell, love it. Maybe I should make a little bit of a point to kind of travel around, hit each one of those a little bit more than well, the going rate right now is fucking like barely ever. But it really is good to change it up, and not that I think it's totally necessary, because honestly, like, you know the scene where the guy in Whiplash, like, the movie's over, he's having lunch with the bald dude, and he's like, "Aren't you afraid you're gonna discourage the next Jesse Parker or whatever his name was?" And the guy's like, "The next Jesse Parker would never be discouraged, man." And that's just making me think, like, if you're down, if you're in it and you want to fucking go hard, you don't need a fancy gym. You don't need a crazy amount of specialized equipment. You can get your gains regardless of whether you're lifting in your in your LA Fitness, your YMCA with your parents' family membership, or even with just some fucking weights and a like pull-up bar in your basement. The initial phase of working out, also, like going from 160, like just kind of skinny sort of character, to 180, that can be done pretty much however the hell you want. Like if you put somebody in wrestling and had them fucking seriously grapple around with dudes, as long as you can handle, well, let's just say keep your mats clean. But even just doing real physical activities combined with eating enough food to recover from those, you're going to start growing. Just being athletic at baseline, you're not going to be too frail. Now after that, it gets a little more specialized. I mean, you're not gonna get massive quads purely from doing what's the drill called? Football. You get the like fake football player pads that you're like pushing into. Like, you're gonna get so big from just being generally athletic. But what I'm trying to say is, if you're serious, you don't need anything too fancy. But it's still gonna be worth some time and worth potentially a little bit of effort to go to a specific gym over, just some random scrappy commercial gym. And that's not for me to tell you exactly which one to go to, because the perfect fit is different for everybody. I mean, fuck, I'm not too picky, but you'll see today. This is kind of like one of these gyms is pretty much available to anybody at any time. But if you've ever been to a real fancy gym, and you have to have lifted for long enough to actually have the value of this, like, really like resonate with you, it's if somebody was an Olympic swimmer, they're not going to be impressed by like a YMCA 25-yard pool. But if they rolled up to a real fucking crazy ass facility, it's got energy to it, So if once you've lifted for long enough, and like you're on vacation or somewhere, or like maybe you want to make a little trip or something, finding a real kind of hardcore, kind of old school gym, one that's been around for a while, that's fun. That is really fucking fun, because those are like hubs of characters. If you've ever been to we only got to go once when we were so last year with the Hostile crew, we all went down to California. We had a day where we went to Gold's. Dude, I mean, we were only there for one day too, and it wasn't like crazy packed in that gym. But if you're spoiled enough to live next to somewhere like that, and it doesn't have to be that gym specifically, but anything with that kind of like energy and equipment and fucking kind of age to it. I mean, when I went to when we were in Connecticut last week, and I stopped at the New Haven Powerhouse, dude. I guess I talked to the owners a little bit. This gym has been around, so it's just fucking crazy to feed off that energy. But if you don't have access, make do, and don't even feel like you're making do. Honestly, fucking act like you got a chip on your shoulder. Oh, these fucking chumps get to work out at Gold's Gym with Arnold. I'm in my fucking my college weight room dungeon gym where all the weights are fucking rusty. Get some big Lenny motivation going on there. But plan for today, like I said, I'm thinking incline Smith, followed by some cable stuff, and then maybe a couple little things in between. But that's going to be the most of it, because, I mean, what do you do for chest? heavy pressing, right? Squeezing shit, and then flies. So I can do that with just a Smith machine and 2 cable stacks reasonably far apart. I can get some heavy pressing done on the Smith. I can do some cable pressing on the cables, and I can do some flies on the cables too, man. Don't be afraid that your workout is too simple. Be afraid that your workout is not intense. That's what you should really be trying to avoid. But I think nothing else to freaking yap about. Let's just jump in there. Nearly a freaking crucial blunder there. Get an unfortunate habit of forgetting to turn the mic back on back when I get in the car. But it's actually been it's actually been a little bit since I actually finished the workout. I hadn't been back to this gym for a little while, so there's a couple characters I had to catch up with. We were having a whole fucking discussion. So this guy's I don't know his position exactly, but medical field. So we're getting into all sorts of dieting, everything in seed oils, and long story short, I've got one thing I've got one new grocery item. That's beef tallow. Beef tallow. No more cooking with these scrappy oils. Gonna screw up my digestion. I think you carnivore guys, you've been right all along, but maybe not necessarily due to knowing the exact details, but just kind of following your primal instincts. So, long story short, not to say that again, but get your red meat intake in. I've kind of gone through a lot of periods where I've eaten in different ways. More sweets, less sweets, everything else. But one noticeable change that I actually felt different from was when I really started prioritizing my red meat intake. Because I had a pretty big tendency to lean towards protein powders for my protein intake for a while, which I don't think is going to totally screw you, but for some, it's definitely going to mess with your belly. But also, it's kind of a no-brainer. What would you rather eat? And not in a subjective kind of sense. I'm talking gains-wise, right? Fucking some actual meat, some legitimate proteins, or protein powder. So don't hate yourself too bad if you got a shake planned every now and again. But as I've gotten a little bit more knowledgeable, I'm gonna lean towards the actual tangible food rather than the shake alternative. But I could definitely tell that my energy levels kind of throughout the day, and I don't necessarily want to say strength, but actually no, I do want to say strength. I just felt much more consistent. I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain, but that's where. I guess you've got your own ethical dilemmas. I get enough comments, not a ton, but from some vegan diehards. It's somebody's got to die for these gains. But come on, it's just kind of the way of the world at this point. So, all that is to say, the red meat intake is not going anywhere for me. Make sure you get a reasonable amount of oh my god, a reasonable amount of cholesterol in your system. Right? Eat your egg yolks. Don't be caught eating these fake egg soy kind of conglomerations of of crazy fucking chemicals. But so enough of that. So chest is feeling reasonably fucking fatigued. Oh man, even just sitting here flexing, I can definitely tell there's there has been some damage done, some substantial damage done. So, what's my primary directive at this point? Let's go home and fucking eat. I'm so sorry. I can't stop myself from yawning. It's we were talking for like an hour. No, more like 30 minutes, just having having some chatting. And I am not saying that like I'm fucking complaining, dude. It's fun to have a social hour like that. I'm all for really hyping up the benefits that you're going to get from your training, regardless of what it may be. But if you're watching this, we're going to be talking about kind of bodybuilding, general muscle gaining, weight training. That's what we're doing. But doing anything like that where it's a little bit of you're going to like a hub, kind of a gathering of like-minded individuals. It's fun. How often do you really get to do that, apart from like wherever you work? Now, if you work somewhere cool, then I guess that's cool. But if you work somewhere where you're not like totally really having too much fun, then that's not social hour. That just feels like you're, like back in high school, you're just hanging around people you don't really want to. But we were talking about all sorts of stuff, and what came up, because we're all in this little crew, we all know what we're doing for the most part. Like gains wise, the picture is clear, but one kind of distinction that we were making is like, and I say this a lot too, you don't have to fucking be a freak. In no way imaginable am I gonna sit here and say like, if you don't, I said this exact sentence, I'm just replaying the conversation. I'm like, if you don't squat till your fucking nose bleeds all over the gym, you're spitting on the mirror, then guess what? You're not working out. No, man, come on. That's fucking silly. But what we were kind of getting at was, not everybody has to like really dive in and like go all into this sort of shit. But if you know that you do, right? If you have a little bit of maybe not an expectation, but if you have a little bit of a desire, if you've got a small flame in the back of your mind telling you like, yeah, I think I want to start taking this fitness shit kind of seriously. If you know you've got an itch to really kind of get into that, but you don't follow through, and you don't really get into a routine, and you don't start checking out your diet and like tracking your macros and like kind of learning to understand, yeah, in a pretty serious way, you're kind of starting to learn to understand the human animal by really getting into your training and diet, because you're kind of hitting yourself in both ways in terms of getting a better grasp. For one thing, your motivators, your demotivators, what you can stick to, how consistent are you going to be. It's like, if you start really working out, if you start really doing anything at I don't even want to say a high level, but at least with a high level of like dedication, and you're all into whatever that one thing may be, you're going to start to begin to have a bit of a tighter understanding of things that you may not have been so sensitive about. If I wake up in a bad mood for whatever reason, oh man, I didn't get enough sleep. Man, I definitely did not get hydrated enough. Fuck, yeah, that's my problem. And then you jump on track with it. And then also, dieting wise, compared to what I knew before I started working out and getting into all this working out shit and macros and like bulking, dieting, training, everything, I may as well be a fucking nutritionist. Now, not that may be funny for some of you to hear, because I'm sitting out here like drinking a ton of chocolate milk and everything else. But you gotta remember, that is for a specific purpose. That's not just a generalized recommendation, right? But if you once you kind of start to understand like actual calories and micronutrient densities of some sort of things, then you can actually begin to sort of taper and leverage your diet towards whatever your goals may be. So I'm not going to sit here and say like you guys need to listen to the way I do things, like this is the absolute best way. Like, that's not what I'm trying to say. In no way do I think I'm the greatest source of all sort of information training diet wise, but the fact that I'm making steady progress means, at least for me in my own situation, what I'm doing is working. So that's where I'm not so concerned with telling anyone to follow like my exact protocol with anything. I'm more concerned with saying like, dude, if you're not making the gains that you want, then the issue is you. If someone's not making the gains that they want, then the issue is that they're not doing the things that it takes to get them. And if you can kind of get a bit more of a deeper grasp of the full picture, then that's where you're going to be able to see where you're, missing out on some of your variables. Like, okay, I've been training really hard. Like I've been training pretty good, man. Well, I take a lot of, I had an off week last week. I have a Gatorade protein bar every couple hours, or like a couple a day. I mean, if you so that's where the mystery of working out, it's very easily solvable. It's very easily solvable, but the issue is the answer that people are looking for isn't. It's not a secret. It's not a trick. Like, this isn't magic where it's like, oh well, you see this cup has a magnet in it, so the ball actually sticks to it. That's why you can. The secret working out gains wise and making progress, it's just do what it fucking takes. Eat your macros, actually eat enough food to support the training that you're doing, get enough rest. Don't try to speed run Minecraft for the 50th time and die in the first cave that you jump into. Maybe don't only drink monsters as your primary source of hydration. These things are pretty glaring once you get a good grasp of it. So it's really just, what it really comes down to is who wants to do it. And where I become a little bit more open to like preaching about working out and like getting your diet in order and making sure you get enough protein, and when you drink not only drink enough water, but drink water that actually has enough electrolytes in it so that it can really, like, I kind of want to say, satisfy your hydration needs and make sure you're fully saturated with every kind of electrolyte that's actually gonna decide how well you feel and how well you're fucking operating. Like, the reason why I can say that so openly, like, this is really worth it to start kind of looking into, is because it's really going to have a massive fucking impact on your day-to-day just fucking moving around. I mean, I know it's countless. It's got to be more often than not that people are suffering from just basic dehydration. Like, anybody that gets chronic headaches, 9 times out of 10, I would say if they just slam some fucking electrolyte packets right in the morning when they wake up and actually got like 2 liters of water in per day instead of just a Starbucks, a Gatorade, and like a Coke Zero before bed. A lot of these random kind of discomforts can be alleviated just by making sure the baseline is correct. It's like, oh man, we built this fucking house, but it's fallen over. There's no foundation. So that's where I can say everybody should be working out with a reasonable amount of intensity and be mindful of their diet in the sense of at least making sure they're getting their basic requirements of like proteins, reasonably healthy fats, and enough carbs to either stay the same weight, get bigger if you're trying to grow, or lean down so you're actually burning fat. It's there's only a couple pieces to that puzzle, but the biggest and trickiest one is the fact that you just have to do it. So anybody who's actually in the thick of it or is about to get into it, they don't need me to tell them, because if you want it, you'll get it, right? We've all heard the fucking analogy: if a crackhead doesn't have any crack, that doesn't mean no crack that day, right? That means they're gonna figure out a way. So if you want something, man, go after it. And if you don't really want it, you don't have to tell me. We can tell. We know. The guys who don't want it don't have it. And the guys who really do want it, they do have it. So it's all about kind of your internal motivators, man. But that is not rhetorical. That is definitely not rhetorical. The question of like, okay, when I'm dogging on everybody for fucking, staying out late or waking up hungover, not as much now, but especially when I was back in school, going to the college rec center. Oh my gosh, fucking always like, oh dude, fuck, I drank too much, bro. And I'm like, yeah, what the fuck, no wonder you're having a shit lift today. As much as I'm going to dog on people about that, that's coming from my perspective of like gains above all, like pretty much. But that's not rhetorical. That's up to you to kind of decide, like, where's your balance. Like, we all know it. You probably shouldn't be drinking too much. But, I'm not going to tell you not to have any kind of fun. It's really just like, know the ups and downs of all the things that you're doing, and then you can actually kind of lead a life that you're in control of. You know, if you're just kind of going through the motion of being like insanely influenced by any, you know, any kind of person you look up to, or just like any kind of uncomfortability in your day, you want to just go, oh, I want to avoid. You just, you know, you're kind of going through the motions. So, and then we're really getting into a ramble here, but final point, it's like, it's really gonna do you good. And I'm not saying you specifically. I'm even talking about me, man. Like, I feel, I don't know a really awesome way to put it, just a couple of words, but there's a certain satisfaction in getting proficient at something, and it's kind of intangible, you know. It just gives you a kind of overall confidence all around. You don't yeah, I mean, anybody who's getting good at anything, and it doesn't have to be working out. I think everybody should be good at working out, but that doesn't have to be your primary thing. You know, anybody who's doing that, I think they just get a certain amount of kind of inner satisfaction that you can't get from just, you know, doing things for any other kind of reason than that you actually want to do it. But no more rambling. I can tell I'm fucking low on. I was about to say low on run, running low on carbs. You got to refuel and go to bed before whatever tomorrow's lifts end up being. So I'll see you then. I'm sure that there's a large percentage of you, and maybe not you if you're watching this video, but just lifters in general across the way, you know, over every sea and under each valley. We all want the answer. You know, we want the next update to you know, we want Gym 2.0 to come with an update. The legs have now been buffed. Their hypertrophic response is now double what it used to be. Leg days are no longer something to dread. Your legs are you're gonna get 30-inch legs, or however. Yeah, 30-inch legs are fucking huge. You're gonna get 34-inch legs just by walking down the driveway to get your mail. But until then, until that happens, which I you know, I don't want to burst your bubble. I hate to dog in any kind of conspiracy or sort of hope that you may have built up, but that's not going to happen. You know, we're not going to see that anytime soon, if ever. So until then, I think we've still got a couple of reasonable tricks in our sleeve that'll actually let us work within our means to build up our legs. Now, one of those, probably the most important part, is to fucking, you know, not be a total chump and hit legs at all. No skipping, no nothing. Which apparently is a pretty big piece of the puzzle, since I'd say out of all muscles, you know, calves, adductors, you know, maybe excluding neck training, legs get the least love. They get the least love, man, and I understand why. I mean, this is going to be hard. I'm going to be fucking, like, drenched in sweat, kind of fucking out of breath. My hamstrings are going to be burning. My quads are going to be on fire on the leg extensions if I do some squeezing shit and whatever else. I mean, yeah, you know, it's a little uncomfortable, but that's the fun part, man. That's what makes it cool. If you can't handle that, then you don't really deserve the fucking benefits afterward. And that's not even just, like, it's not like that's an accurate statement per se. I mean, deserving whatever else, it's kind of it's all very ambiguous there. But it's like any fucking great story ever, you know. You don't just throw the ring into the fire of Mordor without having a pretty strenuous and lengthy journey until you get there. So that's where I say get comfortable. You know, get fucking comfortable on the leg extension. Get comfortable under a leg press. Squats, I'm not saying don't squat, of course. I mean, I've done, I don't know how many sets of like 500, nearly. I've never touched 600 pounds on a barbell squat. I've done, the heaviest one was like 585 for 8. That's I don't have it fancily recorded on like the real camera. That was just like on my phone a little while ago. But, you know, I've squatted for a while. But at least for now, I've been starting to like a lot of Smith machine squats instead. Just much more stable. You know, I don't have to worry about fucking balancing everything else, and it doesn't fatigue my whole system. It really just thrashes my quads, so I can sit there, recover a little faster, and do more volume. But regardless, as long as whatever you're doing is fucking wrecking your quadricep, your, what are the names? Your medial head, your inner head, and your outer head. Whatever. I don't know. I'm not that kind of lifter. I'm not the guy who's going to comment like, how do I work my vastus lateralis? Yet I can see them. Outer quad, teardrop, inner quad, or medial, whatever. Close enough. But I'm not joking. Just by doing it, you're going to notice fucking gains. I mean, I can tell even just after the last like month or so of doing consistent forearm work, like my forearms are a little bit fucking bigger. Like nothing crazy, of course, but the amount that I can actually see with the naked eye, I mean, that's pretty fucking cool. So if you're interested, as I'm sure we all are, to have bigger legs, then you have to do a leg day. I was I just I don't know where I saw it, but it was the sentence. It's like, how do I look like somebody who works out every day? The answer to that question is already, I mean, you just answered it. Work out every day. It's there's no getting around it. The only kind of I feel like the real trial is just being able to say like, okay, this is what I have to do. And maybe not even that. I'd say this is what you get to do. This is the fucking fun part. So I'm gonna put my headphones in, get crazy, fucking hyped up, and hamstrings will be first. Hamstrings will be first, followed by quads, followed by maybe a little bit of adductors at the end. So let's just stop talking about it and actually get started. And with that, legs is done. Legs is fucking done. And I'm gonna feel that tomorrow. Definitely in the quads, but in the hamstrings as well. And the reason why I can say that and be pretty confident in it is I haven't done, or maybe haven't, but I didn't do heavy hamstring work for the last couple hamstring days. So doing something real fucking heavy today, like those opening sets on the leg curl, that hit me hard. That hit me hard and in a good fucking way. So that's keep it interesting, man. Don't always just try to curl as heavy as you can for 10. Maybe next time do a light squeezing set of incline cable curls, or maybe do a long form like stretch holding set of hamstring curls instead of your normal kind of bouncing around style shit. I mean, don't get too stale with your training, right? That's all I'm trying to say there. But now I get to go home and refuel. I can tell that I'm definitely running a little bit lower in terms of my my blood sugar, to the point where I kind of wish I brought like my little blood sugar monitor, just because I'm kind of curious, because after a full leg day, you got to remember your body's primary source of energy, at least that it can actually tap into quickly, it's your glycogen. It's your intramuscular carbs, your intramuscular fucking water and sugar. That may as well be high octane fucking jet fuel as far as I'm concerned, or as far as your body is concerned, rather. So, post workout, what does that mean? You should replenish your fuel. If you're gonna have sweets anytime during the day, I say post workout is the best, because giving yourself a little insulin spike from slamming something very easily digestible, and maybe not easily is the right word, but quickly. Like some sweets, like some crumble if you're of the crumble affinity, or some fruit snacks if you're like myself, or some Ben and Jerry's cookies and cream. All reasonable options, because post workout you have a very direct and pretty strong need for some carbs, man. You should replenish your system. You just stressed out. I mean, I definitely just stressed out my quads and hamstrings in a good way, and that costs money. Not money, but it costs fuel. Every time you do a burnout in your Tesla, guess what? Your battery just lost 10% power from doing that. 10%, and that's every set of whatever you're doing. So hook yourself up to the charger and slam something. I'm not one to say like if you don't eat within 30 minutes, you're now killing your gains, but that is the best case scenario. And a good way to think about that, and really a good way to think about a lot of things, not that you should take every argument to the extreme, but doing so is kind of a little bit of a good practice to, at least for me, kind of see where you stand on certain kind of situations. So on one extreme, one might say, okay, I need to eat immediately after my last set, have a shake ready, 50 grams of protein, 10 of fat, 150 of carbs of whatever variety, however you want to do that. And then on the other extreme, it's like, I'll eat like 3 hours later. I want to let my body kind of like relax after training, or, I never hear anybody say that, but let's say that was the situation. Which guy do you think's gonna recover better? I'm inclined to say the guy who like wants to slam the calories as soon as fucking possible. Now, again, I'm not joking. It's not life or death. But if you can add up more and more little factors throughout your day relative to your workouts, which are going to improve them, guess what? Guess what? In the long run, those little details are going to start to add up. Sure, two cars can have the same horsepower, but the one that's a little bit more aerodynamic, even though right off the jump they're going to be going the same way, if it has just a 1% edge over time, before you know it, you're gapping everybody around you. So try to keep that in mind. Every time you might be doing something that may interfere with your gains, at least make a conscious effort to think like, okay, is this worth the compromise or not? Because it's not like everybody has to orient their entire life around their workouts and make them completely perfect. That is definitely not the move for fucking all folks. But if you want better gains, then the more you can kind of copy somebody who is doing everything that they have to try to improve their fucking muscle building performance, then odds are, you're going to be a little bit better off yourself. So get your sleep, slam your food, drink your fluids and electrolytes, and go hard. And honestly, the going hard part, that's probably half of it, at least in terms of getting jacked. So let's keep this short and sweet. Because I'm fucking tired. So if you'll notice, the water jug today was an empty half-gallon of strawberry milk. Now, did I drink that entire thing a couple hours before this workout? There's no proof of it, but let's just say I somehow got 64 grams of protein, 20 of fat, and 226 or 216. I think about 216 grams of carbs into my system as well. So the calories, let's just say there's no shortage of them for me. But I think that's all I got. Go home, go to sleep, eat your food, whichever one of those tips fits your situation right now. Act on it and get ready to go hard tomorrow. So I'll fucking see you. I'll see you for the next chest pump, which I'm. I feel like it's fucking stupid to even say it. I'm always excited for every lift. It's like, well, I'm not really excited for tomorrow's chest day. Yeah, right. That's a fucking alternate universe. But I'll see you then. There we go. I am just about finished with my recovery. Now, what's so out of whack that I need to recover? My fucking sleep schedule. Jesus, that last forearm and calf workout, that little accessory day. Oh man, let's just say that was not a late night, but more like an very early morning lift. Definitely not conducive with a reasonable wake-up schedule. You get a little bit crazy when you fucking are thinking about getting blackout blinds because you don't want to be woken up by the sun coming in from your window. That's apart from that, all is well. So 9:17 currently. So plan now is fucking thrash arms. So when it comes to the arm training specifically, it's kind of because all muscle is at its kind of basic core component. It's all the same sort of muscle fibers and whatnot. So sometimes I feel like it's a little silly to think like, oh, well, your abs are going to be worked best by doing like hot, crazy high volume crunching and, like burning sets, like planks. And then, something like your calves are going to be better with like more frequent because they're like, but I definitely do like to hit certain muscles certain ways. Now, I think the majority of the reason why I like doing specific kind of styles of sets on like chest versus back or versus hamstrings versus calves or whatever else kind of just comes down to do with like, what fucking feels the best. So if I'm sitting here and I'm about to do triceps today, I've kind of begun to prioritize some lighter squeezing sets where the difficult part isn't necessarily moving the weight itself in the beginning. It's just that holding, squeezing, fucking kind of burning sensation at the bottom. And then going through the motion of the full stretch kind of feels like it opens it up. It's just a completely different set, So for me to do a set of like rope extensions, literally less than half the stack, very moderate weight, slow, controlled squeezing, that's gonna feel fucking sick. And I can go as hard as I can in a set like that based on those constraints. Now, if somebody were to give me like the full stack, like 2 plates slapped on the side with like a straight bar, I'd be able to do the same thing. I'd still be able to go as hard as I could on that set, but it would just be a completely different style because then I'm just sort of prioritizing the amount of tension that I have in my triceps and not kind of the sort of burning, squeezing sensation. Which I see a lot of comments where guys are like, there's actually no proof that, and these are not, I'm not saying a lot of comments, but a couple. Sam, there's no proof that the contraction actually correlates to any gains. It's all about the deep stretch. It's all about partial rep. It's all about weighted partials. Dude, are you guys fucking serious? I haven't lifted for that long. In the grand scheme of things, in the grand scheme of like, characters who have been around 5 years, actually no, 6 years, it's, that's not like fucking masterclass level experience. But even in just that short time frame, I've seen so many kind of different fads of training styles and everything else. It's, it's fucking laughable the way that the kind of like approach to the gym changes based on person to person, and then also based on like this year to next year and the year before that and after. It's kind of a shit show of technique in a way. So don't fucking and what really sucks is there's dudes out there who are gonna talk to their buddies, not just say this to anybody they see in the gym, but if one of these guys' friends is like doing a set of like pec deck flies or whatever else, cable, anything, and he's like holding the squeeze for an extra second, the kid's gonna say, you shouldn't actually really hold that squeeze at all. Come on. There's a few equalizers in, maybe not equalizer may not be the right word, but there's a few kind of pillars of, or tenets of hard ass fucking training which supersede any style and any technique and any rep scheme and anything else. Now, one of those is progressive overload, right? Using weights for reasonable amount of reps. I'm not talking one rep maxes here. I'm talking like doing a set of 8 on like bench, where 8 is legitimately as many as you can do. And personally, I think you're better yet having somebody spot you and then going for that 9th rep and failing and have somebody help you. I think that rep is going to give you an extra little bit of oomph compared to just saying like, okay, no way, I get one more racket, So I think gradually getting stronger as you get bigger, which gets a little bit funky because that's not like, that doesn't extend to infinity. But for the most part, from like 150 pounder or below up to like 200, maybe, 210, reasonably lean kind of guy, like a big ass sort of football sort of character, if you can imagine. As you get bigger, you're going to get stronger. So you'll need more weights to continue to stimulate growth. It plays into each other like that. Now, once you get into like the bodybuilder side of things, the actual weights start to diminish in their effectiveness. My chest will not be twice as big if I try to bench twice as heavy. It's just, there's kind of a diminishing return there. But your progressive overload, no matter what kind of style somebody's doing, if you're doing bicep curls or fucking squats and hamstring curls or RDLs or whatever, and you're getting stronger over time, thus you're lifting more weight. I mean, it's been said a million fucking times. Simply by having more muscle in one given spot, or having one muscle be larger, it's going to be able to move more weight, and thus more weight is going to be necessary to actually stimulate it in a way that's actually going to fucking cause gains. So getting bigger and stronger over time should be a pretty solid fucking what am I thinking there? Well, that should be something you're aiming for, especially within the first like 3-4 years of working out. Secondly, which I think is probably even more important, is just your fucking intensity on a set-by-set basis. Nobody is going to get any bigger or any smaller if they decide, like, okay, I've just watched every Athlete X video that he ever posted, as well as every Jeff Nippert video, plus all of the bodybuilding.com encyclopedia, how to chest day workouts. I've learned everything. And I've come to the conclusion I should do this kind of workout. Dude, whatever. That's not special. You know, it's not the method you necessarily pick. It's the amount of fucking like intensity you can bring regardless of whatever the style is. So I like that personally because for one, it just makes a lot of sense, but also it makes a pretty solid buffer for you if something ever feels out of whack. If today my tricep was like extra tender, I'm kind of spoiled. My triceps are never really that bad. Like some guys, fucking even any tricep push down like burns their fucking tricep. But for me, that's usually fine. I can still do heavy shit, whatever. But on occasion, let's say I did some kind of incline, or let's say I did some skull crushers one day, my elbows were fucking still sore from the last workout. Then all that tells me is, all right, let's make today a little lighter. Don't overload myself because I'm gonna fucking hurt my elbow more. Let's stick to lighter squeezing stuff and still fucking bring it. The bringing it part at the end of whatever set or style or anything that you decide to do, that's what's going to give it its value. If you if somebody tells me, dude, I got a quad day, 3 sets of barbell squats, 3 sets of machine leg press, 3 sets of lunges down and back, 100 meters or however, oh shit, no, 100 meters would be pretty long. I don't know how long. Maybe like 20 lunges, 3 sets of 20 lunges either leg, something along those lines, whatever. Then I can say like, yeah, I mean, that sounds like a pretty solid workout, cool. But if the guy does it and then he just kind of like goes through the motions, scraps around, it doesn't really push it, then whatever. That workout now ceases to result in anything. So all I'm trying to say there is don't fall for any video where you see someone say like, if you're still doing alternating dumbbell curls in 2024, you must be living in a box. You must have been living in a bunker, because that's out. We're all into this kind of curl now. This is what we're doing now. Come on, don't be fooled, and especially don't be fooled if it's got a product link underneath the video. It's like, so you learned from you learned from the old head at your gym, you should do heavy barbell curls for 10 reps and really try to push it, control it a little bit. Don't swing too much. Maybe a little bit's not too bad. Okay. Well, that might build your biceps all right, but if you buy our new bicep trainer, guess what? Your biceps are going to blow up tenfold. Link in the description. Code Fugazi. You know what I'm saying? So just be wary. Just be wary of the misinformation. This will be the last thing I say before we get started, but it's awesome. I think the whole being able to kind of come up during right now, I'd say today's the fucking technological age of the world. Fucking everybody's interconnected on the internet, which has its ups and downs, but the ability to see so much fucking intel. I mean, guys who were getting into bodybuilding in the 80s and the 90s, apart from like if their gym was like a bodybuilder gym and they could actually talk to guys who were already in the thick of it and get like real advice there. Dude, these guys were fucking having to like read books and like go to actual forums. Not forums, what am I saying? Like, what's the word there? Well, let's just say the information was a lot harder to come across. So now you can become a pretty reasonably knowledgeable lifter in just like a couple of weeks if you're watching enough fucking videos on it. But downside is there's just so much fucking bullshit, man. I mean, you tell me, what percentage of, and not just the internet, let's just stick it to working out, but what percentage of workout videos are like, anything where it's basically trying to give advice in a sense, say what's good, what's bad. What percent is even like remotely right? Or would even remotely result in legit gains? Less than half. Less than half for sure. But I think that's enough of my rant. As long as you go hard and you get a pump, just stick to it. But let's get started. There we go. Almost a pretty damn fucking big blunder right there, but I just gave myself a freaking heart attack. When I went to look at the fucking pose down clip, I could have sworn it wouldn't actually play like I fucking deleted it. Whew. And with a pump like that, work, man. I'm not gonna say that its value is purely in having it recorded to be shown off, but I would not want to lose that, especially that fucking side chest too. I mean, that's look, that's Instagram. That's an Instagram post right there in and of itself. But oh, meow, meow, get-oo. There's nobody in the parking lot. Give me a second. Ooh. Meow. Kitty, 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 kitty. Meow. Ow. Fuck. Nah, he ran off. You're not living unless you stop to pet a little cat every now and again. But no, for real. So that side chest pose, damn. And the part that's the craziest, it's not my shoulders, it's not my chest for sure. It's the fact that my right tricep was fucking like blown out of proportion on the side. Dude, triceps are coming up. I think, I really do think that the squeezing is fucking making a pretty serious change, which I'm all for it. My triceps are a little bit lagging. Not even a little bit, they are lagging relative to, especially relative to my biceps. So noticeable tricep gains for me. I'm a happy lifter. I'm most certainly a happy fucking lifter. So when it comes to, I think, let's turn this into one of these chats. When it comes to your motivation, workout-wise, I see a lot of Instagram reels, a lot of TikTok posts, very, very negative. Very negative sources of fucking, action in a way. Right, it's like fucking, you know what? I haven't seen any breakup posts. I've barely seen any TikToks or anything where it's like, oh man, you better like get jacked to get back at her. I guess we're headed in the right direction there, because that's apart from the fact that it's a good starter for somebody to actually start working out. Anything that gets somebody in the gym is fucking legit. But if that's what you're thinking about day in, day out, I mean, during your lifts, everything else, I mean, I don't think you're going to have that much fun. I'm not going to say it won't work, but I've heard, at the craziest, I remember hearing a kid tell me, like, in person, like, he wasn't joking. He's like, yeah, and every set, I try to convince myself that if I don't go to failure, I'm a piece of shit. And I heard that, and I go, yeesh. Damn, man, I mean, fuck. Like, I'm sitting over here, I just finished a chest day. And in my mind, I'm thinking, man, that was fucking fun. That was a good one. I went hard. Nice. So it's like the complete antithesis of like an inner monologue mid-lift. But, I mean, I'm not going to say there's no place for using the gym as like a emotional outlet. I mean, it certainly does the trick if you're ever fucking dealing with anything. But I really do think in the long term, just try to be excited, man. Fake it till you make it. Try to get yourself amped up. When it comes to actual like thoughts, I don't have anything too crazy. I don't have like a mental image of like some guy telling me he's gonna fucking like kill my whole family if I don't go to failure on this set of tricep pushdowns, or it's like the world is gonna end if I don't really squeeze as hard as I can on this set of curls. Nothing like that. Really, I just fucking, I mean, I don't even know if I'm the right guy to ask when it comes to motivation. because the part that I enjoy the most is the process. You know, I mean, I haven't like I haven't like competed at a bodybuilding show and like gotten the full like excitement that comes with all that, which I know is definitely gonna. I mean, as long as you roll up and you're in good shape and you're conditioned and you show yourself off well, even if you don't win a bodybuilding show, that's gonna feel fucking badass. All sorts of poses, got a whole crowd cheering. I mean, that's definitely a fucking. That's gonna be a top tier kind of moment in your mind. But you know, I don't have something like that where I'm like, I want that feeling again. Come on, let's do it. You know, like I'll hear a lot of clips of, not so much lately, but a ton of clips of like Tom Platz talking about, like, you know, I would trade whatever for that one night, like the energy, the stage, the crowd, like it's incredible. Like I don't, you know, I don't have that. I haven't done it before, so I don't. It's it's like that clip. I've never tried Kentucky Fried Chicken, so I know I'll never crave it. You know, so the part that, you know, gets me going is like, for one thing, just walking around big. That does it for me. I really like that. So maybe that's a little bit of the process too. But even just coming to the fucking gym and training, like I'm excited for it. That's one of the, not even one of, I mean, that's one of the fucking, if not highlight of a lot of my fucking days. It's like, all right, I got a fucking arm day. Come on. And even if, I mean, even if it may not look like I enjoy it on some days, like, that's the fun part. You know, that's the fucking cool part. It's not just like being big, it's going through the process of getting big. You know, I'll talk to I've got some old coaches where they tell me, and I'm so back when I did gymnastics, I've had a couple of the coaches were like really fucking high level gymnasts. So that, I mean, that's hours upon hours of work, college, everything, like national competitions. And I remember him saying to me, it's like, I don't remember any of them. I don't remember the actual like competing part. You know, that's just a drop in the bucket. What you really remember is kind of the training and everything else that kind of went into it. So if that's 99 fucking percent of it, and if you never compete or anything, I mean, if you're just like lifting because you want to be a bit bigger, that's 100% of it, then yeah, try to fucking enjoy it, you know? And I don't think there's not a shortage of things to enjoy. Fucking having a whole little crew of guys that you like, talking to them, just spitting random shit. Don't you know, don't think I don't know. It gets pretty lonely out in the world, especially if you're if you're on the busier end of things. You know, you got whatever day of school, whatever day of work. You know, you come home, all your friends have now moved away because you're not in high school anymore. You know, there's not a crazy amount of social hour that everybody gets on the regular. So going to a place where there's a reasonably large crowd of guys who are doing the same sort of thing as you, it's just nice, man. Parallel play is fucking cool. Now, that's not gonna fucking dissuade me from doing a lift when the gym is empty, crazy late at night, but it's a benefit. It's definitely a benefit. Doing the same stuff as everybody else around you, kind of feeding off their energy back and forth. That's the way to do it. But so what I was getting at is a lot of motivation for working out, or maybe it's just like I'm just judging this off of, you know, fucking Instagram posts. It may not be a real representation of reality, but a lot of it is so it's like, oh, I'm gonna kill the old me. He's gone. This is what remains. I mean, I think I'm just being. I think I'm just judging. I don't think anybody actually seriously thinks like that. But you know, if your primary kind of, you know, function, like, okay, I got to do this, is purely like, okay, I gotta show them, you know, I need to prove that I'm worth something. I need to. Then I think the flaw is not necessarily in the motivation per se. It's in the mentality that you're using to get it. You know, it's like, who gives a fuck what anybody else thinks, man? Right? If you do everything that you do in your whole day just for anybody else's approval, then you're not living your own life. You're just living it for, you know, for the goal of conforming to everybody else. So I think there's a certain awakening that you come to, and a lot of the times I feel like it's I mean, I'm not going to say like a rock bottom situation, but kind of, and the sooner you get this, the better. Some people never go through it, and then they end up just growing up to being a total asshole. It's unfortunately a larger percentage than I'm sure we would all like, but everybody's got to come to or I think everybody should come to a realization, like the quality and kind of the fucking like just your ability to enjoy what you do day by day by day by day by day. That's on you. That's nobody else's responsibility, and it's so easy to just blame anything else. It's like, oh, dude, I would have gone to the league if it wasn't for fucking LaRusso. Or dude, I would have been in the Olympics for fucking Taekwondo if it wasn't for LaRusso hitting me with that knee kick. Or the, the guy from fucking, the guy from Napoleon Dynamite throwing the football at the camera. And it's like, oh man, I could have gone pro. It's like, what really stopped you? Was it you were like on track to be the next Tiger Woods, but suddenly you got like hit by a bus and your swing never came back? I mean, how many situations are really like that? I think it's more so you get a little bit of everybody suffers from it, a little bit of delusion of like, oh, I could do that. I could have been really cool I could have got really good at this. I just, this happened, and then it's like, it's like my fucking asshole parents, bro. It's just not a good excuse, and we know it. We're trying to fool ourselves there. If you're, if you ever kind of fuck something up seriously, it is very easy and comfortable for the human mind to say, well, it was because of them. It wasn't because of me. It was because of them. And then you're just like, oh, you're kind of binding yourself up in your mind. It's like, oh, it's a little bit of a better approach to say, okay, maybe I've been going about this the wrong way. Maybe I'm the fucking asshole here. That is a thought that maybe crosses what percentage of people? I don't mean kids. I don't mean I'm talking fully grown adults out in the world. How many of them actually think to themselves and mean it, and then kind of act upon it and say, okay, I think I'm the fucking asshole here. I gotta change something. Dude, maybe 10 fucking percent. And it's not just about how you act in the world. It's gonna fucking reflect in the things that you do. If you're anybody that's particularly spiteful or just very gossipy and he said, she said, whatever, they I never see them kill it. I never see them killing it. So maybe that's just my observation, but I think I'm reasonably unbiased in thinking that. So all that is to say, try to get a little more concerned with the things that you can control in your own day-by-day basis. And don't forget that you're going to be living your life based on what you're doing right now in 10 years, in 20 years, in however many years, even in just a few weeks. So if you're not where you want to be, the issue isn't necessarily oh, well, this happened, and I couldn't get around. You're where you are right now because of everything that you've done for the past however long, really just your whole fucking life. So that's where you've almost got you've got two selves, you've got you right now, and then you've got you in the future. So if you can sacrifice a little bit of your comfort in your present self later on down the line, which is going to happen like the blink of an eye. Right now I can fucking remember when I was a kid swinging on the swing, yelling at my mom to see how high I was going up. I feel like it was fucking yesterday, man, when I was yay big. This time is going to pass regardless. So if you can handle a little bit of discomfort, a little bit of fucking okay, really putting in some effort, break a sweat. If you can handle that now, you will enjoy it later. And that'll just kind of continue to progress. Not to infinity, of course. We're not going to be floating around that long. But that's the right move, I think. You can do whatever you want. I'm not your dad. But in the context of at least being jacked and trying to go after something which you think you could be good at, and you got a little bit of you got a reasonable amount of potential in, and then I say you got to pull the trigger and lock in. Because if you don't, it is gonna suck to have to think, oh man, I wish I would have fucking started doing that. Damn. Because then you got no choice but to cope. So I'd rather go all out now than regret not even trying later on. That's my thought process there. That's my finishing statement. So now I want to go home and slam some kind of something. Probably because I made some earlier, right? Yellow, like not fingerling, but yellow, like small potatoes, the little ones. Like I eat one in one bite. 3 pounds, spread it around a fucking tray. Olive oil, salt, pepper, salt, pepper, paprika, cayenne. I think that's all. Give it a good mix. 45 minutes at 450. Or was it 370? I can't remember what it did. Either way, I got 3 pounds of cooked potatoes in the fridge, so I need to look up how many grams is going to be equivalent to 150 grams of carbs. Match that with a half pound of ground beef. Take my fish oil, take my vitamins, brush my teeth, shower off, and hit the sack. And get ready for legs tomorrow. So I'll see you then. All right, here we go. Here we go with another late one. Another late outer extremity day, which I'll repeat probably only 100 or 200 more times. But this is in replacement of my back days. I want my lats to chill. Well, actually, not exactly my lats per se, but in the overarching balancing act of this build specifically, the back is up there. The back is leading the pack, paired with shoulders. So I want legs, chest, and arms to fucking catch up. I want legs, chest, and arms to really get into the fucking battlefield of contenders for the top dog. Forearms as well. Forearms and calves as well. Frankly, they don't get enough love. And really, I mean, calves, you can just wear a pair of pants. If you put on a pair of fucking pants, your calves are completely hidden. Out of sight, out of mind. You don't even have to fucking worry about it. That could be the end of it. So I can understand the logic for some where that's their, that's their method of calf training. More like calf concealing. Same thing with legs, whatever. But I'd say the fucking muscle group that gets shown the most, I mean, fucking regardless of temperature, climate, your altitude or your distance from the fucking ocean, your forearms are pretty much always out and about. Unless you're a die-hard like fucking 2000s kind of screamo sort of guy, always doing like the black and white sleeve shirt with the regular t-shirt on top, then odds are your forearms are going to be out for the fucking world to see. So when I was a little bit younger and less versed as a lifter, not to dogging myself there, but in my first couple of years I was doing forearms really fucking consistently. With every arm day I had forearms. I was very kind of adamant, and I mean, not like I was trying to tell anybody else to do it the same way I was, but I would always do it the same way. Every arm day would look like triceps. Well, actually, no, that was kind of later on. Well, every arm day had triceps, biceps, and forearms, including reversed wrist curls. That was the makeup of my arm days. In my mind, I was like, oh, all right, well, if I'm gonna hit my arms, I want to hit my entire arm, not just my fucking upper arm. I was also doing tib raises, the front of your shin, that sort of thing. You can kind of, if you lean up against a wall, put your feet out maybe a foot in front of you, and then just raise your toes off the ground, like at least 10, 15 reps or so, you're going to realize, holy crap, the front of my shins are getting worked. And I think that may be worth throwing in again. I hear a lot of like knee health kind of physician sort of guys, or what's the word there? Not personal trainer. Like physical therapy kind of guys. Like they're all kind of hyping up, working like strengthening your tibia for your knee health. So maybe I should throw those back in. But forearms and calves are up there, and I really I really get a little bit off-put with the comments where guys are like, why would I work my forearms directly when my forearms get worked on my back days? You know, why would I give myself an extra day? I'll just do my back day with straps or without straps, and then my forearms are going to get enough work that way. I mean, and then they name drop like Kevin Levrone never worked his forearms. You know, Dorian Yates never worked his forearms. Like all these random characters. Which, let me ask you something. Are you doing everything that these guys are doing? That is a very important question to be able to ask yourself, like, honestly, to be able to, let's just say, save yourself from mental trouble, from any kind of mental quarrels you may end up having by comparing yourself to these top dog kind of characters and everything else that goes along with it. But even when I was younger, I never really, like, I don't just have that impression for no reason. It's like even when I was still 170 pounder, I wanted to fucking work my forearms because I want beefier fucking forearms. It's it's just fucking nice. And then I've said this before, and I usually say this every time I reference the forearm training, but I think it has legitimate benefits. Apart from the fact that you're going to get bigger forearms, which you're going to make your arm look fucking cooler. And in the scope of this kind of vector of training that I'm into with the bodybuilding side of things, I mean, yeah, being big and strong, like being strong and moving around a lot of weight is very cool. You know, I'm not taking it to the degree where I want to like totally maximize my strength output for every set, but being like fucking capable of curling 80s and whatever else, like that has its own benefit on its own. But just the added kind of stability that your wrist is going to have from being able to exert a lot of force this way and this way, I think it's going to make you a more versatile lifter because you're not going to have so much trouble on your pressing. So I'm sorry to be honest, but let's say you're if you're a beginner especially, I mean, I've seen countless fucking videos of guys where they throw up like the 50s or 60s whatever for incline dumbbell press or shoulder press or whatever else, and dude, fucking I'm seeing them like they're fucking wobbling all up in here. You know, it is a pretty important factor in your chain of command for that sort of dumbbell pressing, even barbell. I mean, we've all seen the videos where somebody like they're pushing, they let the bar slip out and fucking land on them. This shit's dangerous. So having your direct connection to the weight that you're using be extra strong, it's gonna have some fucking improvements. I need to put some AAAs in it. I bought like this fancy like fully metal like neural grip dynamometer. You know, that's I think that's the name for the like the grip strength readers. It's like just your force reader. So I need damn it, I should have brought that tonight. I keep forgetting. But I'm gonna, and this is kind of just for my own sake, but I kind of want to see if I notice any strength progressions. The last time I kind of messed with it, but I had the reading wrong. I was kind of swinging it a little bit. But about a year and a half ago or so, one of my friends, oh my gosh, what's his name? Fuck. Give me like 5 more seconds, I think. One of my friends, David, from my fucking school I went to. This guy was straight out of the movie Avatar. You know, the blue guys? Oh, fucking 6 foot whatever, arm wrestler. Dude, no chance. No chance I'd ever want to fucking, what do they call it? What do they call it when they, I don't know. Well, either way, guy's fucking strong. He always had one, so he let me use his one day. Or he was like, we were all kind of checking it out. I got about 210 on both hands. 210 on both hands. So that's my baseline from, I think, 2 bulking phases ago, where I was not doing any direct forearm work. Oh yeah. Waiting for the caffeine to hit me. But about 210 pounds or so, which is a lot of those. Like if you go into your if you went to like your PT or school or whatever else, like your doctor's office, they're only going to go up to 200. I think the average strength of an adult or an adult guy is like only like 100 something pounds. You know, so we're getting there. But I want to see that. I want to see that number go up, and that's just for shits and giggles for me. But you know, somebody like oh my god, I don't even know what his would be. I keep up with all sorts of lifting. I don't know if you know about Andrei Smaev, the fucking Russian. Jesus, I've seen all those clips, but I'm sure if he squeezed one of those things, or like Levon, or you know, everybody else, they're getting up in the 300s. Fuck, I mean, probably even, I don't know if 400's feasible. Maybe you got to put it in the hands of like Brian Shaw or something. But that's just kind of fun, you know. So if you're and there are, every time I see the comments, why would you go to the gym to do a forearm workout? Just forearms? What are you, crazy? You might have answered that question yourself just by asking them. Maybe I am fucking crazy. But I know that I want bigger and stronger forearms, and I also like going to the gym and working out. So this is a pretty fucking perfect situation for me, you know. So there's I think there's a certain like amount of romanticizing that people do about anything, any kind of fucking endeavor, you know, even as, I don't want to say rudimentary, but even just like certain jobs, you know, like being a banker in New York. For any kind of guy who loves American Psycho, he's like, oh, that'd be crazy, bro. I'm gonna fucking get my Giorgio Armani suit on and fucking slick my hair back. Like just all sorts of stuff gets very like, you know, we've got all sorts of like fictional relations to it. Everything is, there's a movie about everything now, which I think is good. You know, it gets people excited about all sorts of different stuff, you know. I mean, I'm sure there's fucking Olympic characters right now who just got the gold, or the only reason that they were excited about that specific sport was because they saw it on TV when they were younger. You know, or just little things along those lines. So, like when guys first watched Pumping Iron, you know, let's say back when it was like new, like this was Pumping Iron ever in theaters? Now I'm kind of curious. But like when people first started watching Pumping Iron, they were probably not thinking, oh wow, I would love to do 3 sets of incline barbell bench, and then 6 sets of incline flat, and then 2 sets of cable flies, followed by 1 set of machine press drop set. Oh, I would love to do like this little, oh, I would love to track all my protein and do my cardio, and like, you know, we're not getting excited about the actual details of the thing. We're getting excited about the thing itself, its overarching kind of like meaning and essence. So, you know, a guy watches Pumping Iron for the first time, he's like, damn, fuck man, I want to get big like that shit, you know. So the details come afterward, and I think it's a little bit of a drawback for some people, because they like the idea of like, oh yes, I want to be jacked, I want to be fit and in shape. Yeah, that'd be sweet. Like the idea of it is hitting all the right fucking signals in their brain. They're like, yeah, I want to fucking do that. But when it comes down to the actual like detailed day by day, even just like minute by minute in case of the workout, sort of repetitive action that's actually necessary to do it, you know, it takes away from the allure for some people, I think, right? It's like you don't want to see the sausage get made. So that's where I think if you're interested in this sort of stuff, if you want to get jacked, if you want to, I mean, fuck, if you want to get good at anything, you know, let's say you want to learn fucking Spanish. You just finished watching Narcos or something, right? You got to try to maintain that excitement through your daily Duolingo, like quizzes and prompts and shit, you know? So in case of just the lifting stuff, look, everybody wants to be jacked, man. And I know you'd be excited if you knew you were going to wake up tomorrow like Tobey Maguire from Spider-Man 1. I make that reference a couple times. And there's a reason why I make that reference instead of a certain more recent film. Personally, I'm a little bit biased for the original. But, you know, if you knew you're going to be jacked tomorrow and you're going to wake up fucking, oh, with an extra 30 pounds of muscle, you probably couldn't wait to go to sleep like it was Christmas fucking morning. But, you know, change this time scale for 2 years, 1 year. You can make pretty crazy changes to your build in 1 year. If you're just a reasonably lean, like, you know, not crazy, and I'm not dogging anybody who is, but like if you're just kind of a skinnier dude, not a crazy amount of body fat on you, you just look at regular fucking Joe, you can get jacked in 1 year. That is a perfectly reasonable amount of time, especially kind of including your sort of beginner gains. If you got everything locked in from year one or from day one for a whole year, you're going to be unrecognizable. And I mean that with I mean that. So, let's say somebody told you, all right, fucking genie pops out of the shaker bottle, you're going to be absolutely jacked in 1 year, or you're gonna be muscular in 1 year. Not even like bodybuild, just like you're gonna have a crazy build in 1 year. You're probably like, holy crap, I hit the fucking jackpot. Nice. You're just biding your time. You're like, all right, when's it gonna happen? When's it gonna, like, even that would be fucking perfect. Nobody would turn down that deal. Now, when you actually add the details, all right, bro, you could be jacked in 1 year. All you got to do is, and then list out fucking, right, diet, calorie tracking, make sure to get your sleep, not drinking too much, staying on track, keeping a reasonably clear head so you can actually train hard. Because if your fucking mind's wandering, how the fuck are you going to do a set of curls like as hard as you really can if you're not even focused on it? Right, cardio, oh, that's a really big one for people. Just doing it over and over again without really getting much immediate gratification in terms of your end goal. Guess what? You know how many people take that deal? We're living in that scenario right now. That's life, right? Genie fucking jacked overnight. That's a fantasy world. But getting jacked from working out, that's us right now. You can take that deal whenever you want. So that's where if you've got a little bit of if you want to have a little bit of a chip on your shoulder and say, oh, fuck, man, I'm in a room with, I mean, what do you think? How many people out of 100 actually work out and go hard consistently? Not just like for 1 week stint right before summer starts or right when school starts or New Year's. Like, how many of us are actually like locking it in indefinitely out of 100? Let's say, let's keep it simple, just 100 dudes. 18 to 25, the primary demographic of fitness, I believe. So, how many out of 100? Like, guess, think about it. I'm trying to come up with a guess that I think is right. I think 10's too much. I think 10 is too fucking much. Maybe 5? Maybe 4? And I'm excluding anybody that just lifts in a little more casual sense. Not that I'm saying that they're wrong for that, but if you really want to kind of take it to a certain degree where you're actually getting as many gains as you can specifically, right? You're trying to push your fucking progress as hard as you can. That's kind of the bar that I'm imagining here. How many people out of 100 do that? I think, let's just say 5. So that's where I think the guys who actually make it happen, there's all sorts of different motivations. We know the trope, girlfriend left the guy for the jock. That's a pretty strong one. Not so prevalent now. I don't I mean, I'm not like in crazy touch. Most of my info on the youth just comes from TikTok memes and Instagram reels and shit. But I'm like, dude, do people in high school even fucking care about the jock kind of character now? I feel like we're getting a little bit of we're in a weirder time. But either way, left for the bigger dude. Maybe a little bit out of shape when you were younger. You want to fucking change shit around. You just like working out for whatever reason. Something got you into it. Sports. It's a pretty wholesome one. Or, I guess smaller percentage. I see the comments. Some kind of traumatic event where your strength was the limiting factor. I mean, fuck. I don't know if this is a TikTok comment. He may have been lying. But the TikTok post is like, what motivates you to start lifting? And this guy comments, when I was 14 years old, like, my dad had a heart attack and I couldn't drag him out of the truck to the house to save him. So if that was true, yeah, fuck. That guy probably would not want to skimp out on his strength. There's all sorts of fucking reasons, but I think there's a little bit of an equalizer factor where everybody that gets it done, in a way, and I'm not trying to dog on anybody, but there definitely is a sort of satisfaction in knowing you're doing something that makes you uncomfortable when those other 95 people are just sitting at home chilling, right? There is a fucking certain sense of like, yeah, fucking, I'm in this shit, man. Nobody's doing this right now. If you've ever gotten into a really good routine where you were doing cardio early in the fucking day, and I definitely get into this, like when I actually lock into my sleep schedule and alarm goes off at 6 and I'm like awake before it even goes off, already doing cardio before the sun's up, that gives you a fucking kind of just coolness factor, you know? So that's where you gotta, what I was trying to get at there is it's gonna help you to have a little bit of a chip on your shoulder and think, fuck, all right, I know the numbers. 95% of people aren't gonna do this. I will. You know, and even just that is a badass fucking thought. And I mean, that's kind of the whole point, right? You want to feel cool doing whatever you're doing. But I think that's enough chit chat there. Enough rambling. Let's cut to the first set of reverse forearm curls. And I'm talking light. You know, we're not getting into heavyweight here. This is a very stimulating set, not annihilating, which I'll explain in a moment. All right, maybe I'm just subject to propaganda, but given the historical events in the last couple of years, all this monkeypox fucking talk on it's getting me a little worried. It's getting me a little worried. I would prefer that did not happen. So anybody with a home gym is fucking anybody with a home gym is sitting high and dry right now. And oh shit, I'm sure there's a pretty large fucking percentage of guys who, when COVID smacked them and all their gyms closed, they set themselves up with a pretty decent home gym. So, do I think you need a $30,000 Rogue power rack with a couple of hammer strength machines as well as dumbbells up to 150? Gonna go ahead and say no to that one. I'm gonna go ahead and say probably not. You know, but I think you should have a couple things at the house, man. I mean, you never know. You know, if for whatever reason I had to just be limited to, well, I guess as little equipment as fucking, you know, possible for like a at-home arm day, dude, I could get a fucking solid arm workout with 2 pairs of dumbbells, probably 50s, and you give me a 50s, you give me 2 50s and 2 25s, I can have a pretty solid arm day for sure. Now, it would not be like ideal in perpetuity, but you know, don't underestimate the power of just some dumbbells. You can do all sorts of shit. I mean, every sort of different dumbbell curl under the sun, double arm, 1 arm at a time, slow, bend over concentrating. You know, so you can like point your arms way out to the side and kind of do them like that. Triceps are a little more limited. You know, you get some kickbacks overhead, kind of dumbbell skull crushers on the ground, but still, that's enough. So if you know somebody who's a little potentially on the cusp about it, or maybe you want to do some incepting and like plant the seed of working out into somebody's mind, fuck man, get your brother a pair of dumbbells as his birthday gift, or you know, whatever else. I've said this a couple times, but I'll say it again. I mean, fuck, when I started working out, I didn't just go straight to the gym. And I was watching a couple workout videos. I was, you know, looking up to some guys, all sorts of oh man, what was I watching? Dude, I was watching all sorts of shit. Who's the Asian guy, tattooed up the wazoo, baller at calisthenics, like all sorts of body weight workouts, like doing planges and fucking handstand push-ups and shit like that. I was watching a ton of him. I was watching all sorts of Callum workouts, all sorts of Athlete X kind of tutorials, a couple other characters to get like a basic sort of workout split in, and then pretty much every like old school Tom Platz, Dorian Yates, Kevin, Jay, Ronnie, pretty much all the top dog like retro kind of clips. That was sort of my my, what's the word there, introduction per se. But I didn't just watch those and say, all right, I'm hitting the gym, man, let's do it. Fuck man. My dad had some dumbbells, or not some dumbbells from like 5s to 50s in the basement. So I think it was like, yeah, when I switched from middle school to high school, me and Mark shared a fucking room. We had bunk beds for a while, but it's getting to the point where that's not really gonna work out. I was in a twin on top, so that doesn't really work. So I moved down to the basement, and in the basement I had yay amount of room. It used to be the office, full of trash. So I spent like a couple days clearing all that stuff out. Made myself a fucking big ass loft bed. So my high school setup was pretty cool. It got to the point where I couldn't fit in it because I fucking outgrew it. But the room was split right down the middle. One side I made the gym, dumbbells right in front of the mirror, power rack, adjustable bench, a couple bands and stuff. I jerry-rigged a cable. It took us a while to actually find like the right pulleys, because a regular pulley from fucking Home Depot, it's not going to work. It's like really rough. We eventually found some kind of fancy ones. So pretty much as much as you need for working out. I was doing home workouts for a long time, especially during fucking pandemic hours. But so that was one half of the room. The other half was the bed, which I put like 3-4 feet up, and then underneath was the desk. I had a lawn chair that was real low to the ground. That was my fucking desk. So I was always exposed to the weight room at all times, which was extra fucking lucky for me. The only problem was sometimes I'd lift really late because I'd let my sleep schedule get out of whack, and my parents were right above me, so I'd be fucking benching and I'd have to rack the weight really quiet, or else I get a text from my dad to fucking quiet down. So that's the way to do it. But yeah, I mean, fuck. So if some crazy shit like that happens again, at least we have a little bit of a better idea on how to install, or not install, but how to take protocol there. But hopefully it never happens. Hopefully it never freaking happens at all. But plan now is go home and get some grub in my system. I've got oh my god, I'm running into problems. I am running into fucking problems. So I moved out to an apartment, and my cat Oliver that lives in my parents' house, he's like outdoors. He's like a half outside cat, half inside cat. So he was kind of like mine, but not really. He's like the family cat. So I'm not going to take him with me. He lives there. That's his house. I'm not going to fucking de-home him. So we got 2 shelter cats. One named Rio, one named Rocky. Rocky, the black one, he's a fiend, man. He is, it's rough, I'm talking, I've got 3 Chipotle tacos, steak, rice, cheese, queso, fucking right on my desk, right on the kitchen table. I'm getting excited. Oh shit, I need a drink. Fucking 2 steps away. Instantly like a fucking ninja. Jumps up, grabs all of them somehow. I don't know how he can do it. Runs off with them. And this guy is food defensive, like a normal fucking cat. You would never expect it, just like picking him up, petting with him, playing him around. Dude, you put a fucking piece of food in his mouth, especially when it's your food and he knows that he took it. Let's just say you're not getting back that bite. Right? There's no unclenching those teeth. So that's something I need to figure out. If you know any tips to sort of ease some food defensiveness out of a little one-year-old black cat, I would appreciate that for sure. But apart from that, same old, I'm extra spoiled now. I get to be locked in out the wazoo, fucking lift, eating, sleeping. So there is no excuse. There truly is no excuse to not fucking to not gain some serious tissue over the course of these few months. So I think that's all I gotta say, man. That's my finishing thought. I'm not gonna dog on you about your cardio, but I will repeat the benefits. I still get comments that say, why should I even do my cardio? I know it's good for endurance. It's not just your endurance, man. It is not just your fucking endurance. It's fucking, it's a full 360, all faceted kind of, pretty much a fucking performance enhancer for real. For one thing, you're going to be leaner at baseline. No matter if you're bulking, if you're cutting, if you're just staying the same weight, if you have cardio in the routine, you're just going to be leaner in general. If you got two dogs and one of them loves to run around and fucking play, and the other one, you just say he sleeps a lot, guess what? 90% fucking of the time, that guy's going to be a little heavier, and that guy's going to be a little more fucking light on his feet and spry. You know? So, if you change nothing else, but added 30 minutes of cardio-ish, I'm not even saying you have to do it totally daily. I just like daily because it kind of, well, I just like it because I like to do it. But also, I kind of feel like it maintains momentum in a way, I think. But even if you didn't do it every day, 30 minutes at least 4 times a week, and you're actually sweating at the end of it, your heart rate is legitimately elevated during those periods. And it doesn't have to be seated bike. It can be fucking playing basketball, fucking, you know, whatever else. I'll get some badminton sometimes with Mark a little bit. Dude, I'm drenched. Literally fucking drenched after 30 minutes. Just, you get the drill. So, you're going to be leaner at baseline. You're just going to be more fucking, I don't want to say agile, but just kind of like, I mean, you're literally more active. You're going to be a little more spry, a little lighter on your toes, I think, even though I already said that. Your appetite is going to improve in a good way. Not so much that you're going to start eating more food and start gaining weight, but if you burn energy during the day, you need to replace that with food intake. You know, so if you're trying to bulk up, you'll be able to get more food intake during the day. And if you're dieting down, you can eat more food and still be in a calorie deficit. I mean, the fucking benefits are endless. There's only one drawback. That's the fact that you have to do it, which I know. See, I've got to work out like an hour and a half a day and do 30 minutes of cardio? What are you, crazy? Maybe. But I can tell you, that's going to be, at least from my point of view, the best case scenario gains-wise. So, I'm not telling you have to do it. I'm just giving you the information. If you do, you'll enjoy it. Or you'll at least reap benefits afterward. You know? So, try to employ some delayed gratification. But I think that's all I got. So, I'm out of here. I'll see you tomorrow for a bulbous arm day. There we go. Back to the old stomping ground. Back in the pump mobile, which technically never left. I was the one that was out of there. So, update on. Well, all these videos are kind of on a day delay, but this one's the day of, because last night, on the flight back from Rhode Island, we kind of had a little minor issue. Something along the lines of maybe not a tropical storm, but enough bad weather that LaGuardia was pretty much nilch. But long story short, we took an Uber to Boston to catch a separate flight, which came with its own debacle. So I was already planning on doing a rest day yesterday, just from having kind of flown around and everything else. And it's not because I said, oh, well, I'm too tired to work out. I've kind of got a little bit smarter and came to the understanding that the dehydration, kind of lack of meals from having a day like that, which really I should just be better at being able to manage, but it would make that lift, I would say, actually fucking counterproductive. So if your actual recovery system is compromised to the degree where, you're actually kind of questioning, all right, should I actually just stay home, rest, rehydrate, fuel up, and then come back stronger tomorrow? I'm starting to think yes, but that's a fine line. That's a fine line of a situation, because you can have the same circumstance be like, I've said this before. People can skip gym, skip their lifts for good reasons and for bad reasons. Somebody could say, all right, I'm legitimately fatigued, I'm legitimately unprepared for this workout, I think it's going to be better to get a good night's rest and hydrate, refeed, everything else like I just said. Let's come back stronger tomorrow. That will be a better lift. That will improve my gains. That will make me fucking progress further into the future. rather than kind of just murmuring around the same spot for now. But the difference there from someone who said, I'm feeling a little bit tired today, let's take a day off. The difference is in the motivation. You know, if somebody just skips whenever they kind of feel like it, then, it's just not going to happen. But if somebody really wants to make gains and make legitimate improvements, then they already know this. You want to do everything in your power to set up your routine and follow follow through with it if you actually want to make something happen. So that's where I feel a little bit silly even saying all this fucking, what's going to be better for you? The guys who want to get gains are going to get it. Because if you've got enough interest, then, enough interest plus you got to combine the fact that you actually do have to go to the gym and, work out on a at least consistently weekly basis. But if you just know you like it, you're going to get the gist of it over time. So that's where I think it sucks how daunting it can be for somebody who isn't, really fucking knowledgeable about the subject to get into it. Because, I completely forget about this sometimes. But even just going to the gym at all, and doing a workout and fucking, just doing a basic ass chest day, that's pretty intimidating to the uninitiated, because the gym has such a fucking kind of like macho-y, like prove yourself kind of it's like, do I deserve to be here kind of like aspect to it, which isn't entirely negative, I think. It is kind of cool for guys who actually work out for long enough in the same place to kind of develop a little bit of a clique. But the part of that which turns anybody else away from wanting to come to the gym and work out because they feel like they're going to be dogged on by everybody else who's been doing it for longer than them, dude, what the fuck? That kind of sucks. But that's where I think it's important to realize, don't forget, you're the most hypersensitive to every little like minor detail about what you're doing and everything else, but this is a good realization to come to. Nobody is watching you. Nobody is looking right at you or like judging you because you spilled some of your drink on the fucking counter at the restaurant, or you fucking, you dropped a fork or whatever, or maybe you don't know exactly what you're doing with the Smith machine, so you're kind of fucking with it for a little bit. You got to move the bench in and out a couple times to get it to like the right angle. Like, dude, nobody cares, man. Right? You're good. You are fucking good. And the only way that you can get a little bit better and more comfortable in the gym is by going. So that's where I think it's really nice to have somebody who's been doing it for at least a little bit longer than you. And it doesn't have to be somebody who's a fucking workout guru, but there's a very, it's like you're a fucking gangster, you need somebody to vouch for you. And so you come to the gym with one of your buddies who's been lifting for a few months at least. He's comfortable in the space, he's kind of, you're in, you get in there, start doing some curls, whatever else, watch some, you don't even have to watch tutorial videos. Even just watching any kind of workout videos, you're going to get the gist of it, so that's all I'm trying to say there. If you're and it's a large percentage. If you're watching this, you're probably already into working out and everything, but it's I would think that it's larger than you would think, the amount of people who are like on the cusp of getting that membership. They're on the cusp of going online, like they've gone to the Planet Fitness website and typed in all their info, but they're not sure. They fucking shut the tab, go back to League of Legends, go back to scrolling Instagram. So if that's you, then this is a perfect fucking action statement or sort of situation for you to say, oh crap, Sam just called my ass out. All right, fuck it, I'll do it. Look up a whatever, like simple chest day, random kind of shit like that. So I didn't expect to make that a little like beginner workout inspo, but whatever. So plan for right now is just cardio, and we can cut back to the house for some kind of post cardio meal. Morning weight this morning after being a little bit dehydrated and underfed from yesterday, was 261. So that means I'm well into the fucking 260s now. Because, sure, you can eat a ton of food for like 2 days and like really be in a crazy surplus and hit like a new peak weight. But if you go a day and you don't really slam anything too crazy, you're going to drop 5 fucking pounds. So the fact that even after kind of moving around like that and having the meals be a little bit compromised, which is my own fault, but still being 261 in the morning, empty stomach, we're on our way. We're on our way. So that means 2 months in, we're up 20 pounds. So the first 10 pounds of that, well, I mean, don't get confused. That is not 20 pounds of muscle. That's easily 12 pounds of carbs and water, if not 15. But there's definitely some contractile tissue in there. Now, I'm really going to kind of see how big of a change is going to happen after this bulk. Not from just how big I can fucking get, in a carved up body fat, sort of softer kind of state like I will be at the end. What's really going to tell me how productive this bulking phase was is, early next year when I really trim down and actually see the what's the word? You could call it the butchered kind of fat trimmed off weight. Because you can see like a 16-year-old dude, 30% body fat, saying I'm bulking to 280, but if 70 pounds of that is let's just say adipose tissue, not contractile tissue, then I think you're kind of setting yourself up for failure, because now you've got to deal with all that. Like, I'm all for a crazy bulk. I'm all for slamming all sorts of food and fucking, putting on a little bit of flub if you got to. Don't worry about losing your abs or your veins, because you'll get to see that later on down the line. But there's no need to bulk yourself to the point of difficulty to diet back down, because as much as I say, like, all right, come on guys, let's we're gonna put on what, eat a crazy amount of food, whatever, you have to kind of reach a point where, sure, you've gained muscle, right? It's been 4 or 5 months, whatever, but you have to be within a reasonable leanness to be able to even cut down back to a reasonable baseline, which is going to change by guy by guy. I mean, if you got a crazy fucking appetite, then to get even down to 15% body fat might be a fucking chore for you. And there's some guys like that. I mean, just luck of the draw there. But I think that in a bulking and cutting sort of style, sure, you want to gain as much weight as possible within like a 4 or 5, maybe even 6 month period, as long as you're actually gaining weight. But you have to be able to realize, like, okay, am I really getting any stronger? Are my pumps getting even crazier? Or am I just getting softer? Am I just putting on unnecessary body fat? And if that's the case, then there's pretty much 2 moves you can make. Number 1, reduce your calories, which I know that's the last thing you'd hear me say. It's like, oh, you're trying to bulk up, eat less food. But if you're eating above a certain amount, then you're not actually going to utilize those calories properly. They're just going to overflow into stored energy, fucking getting a bigger fucking belly, right? Getting a fatter lower back and love handles and everything else. So when I think of a lot of stuff, I love a little kind of bar, right? Green to red. It's a very easy way to think about the levels of some kind of stuff. Now, you'll reach a point where, okay, I'm eating a calorie surplus, let's increase the calories, up my calories by 500. So let's say if I eat 2,500 in a normal day, that keeps me my weight. I've looked it up, that's about right. Then if I eat 500 calories a day, I'm going to start gaining muscle. A bit of fat too, but I'm going to be in a hypertrophic state. I'm going to be in a muscle building situation. So an extra 500 calories on the top, I'm in the green. I'm good, I'm putting on muscle. There's a little bit of body fat too, but that's to be expected. Now, if I start eating an extra 500 calories per day, maybe I should start eating an extra 1,000 calories per day. That's going to make me even bigger. Okay, let's try 1,000 calories. Now that green is turning into a little bit of a yellow, because sure, you may potentially be gaining a little bit more muscle, but you're also going to be putting on more body fat. So it's like the more food you eat, to an extent, I think the more muscle you'll be able to be growing, given you're training yourself to a degree which you're actually stimulating growth and then recovering and eating all your food and everything. But at a point, if I took an 18-year-old, or not an 18-year-old, but if I took a 170-pound dude and tried to give him 6,000 calories per day, even if he could eat it, he's not going to gain more muscle than if he was eating fucking 3,000. If anything, the dude's just on a fast track to 40% BMI. So, everything is within reason. Everything is within reason there. But little, I think 30% of the way to the end of the bulk kind of update. Appetite's still going strong. Food getting slammed. I'm definitely dehydrated today. Doing the little like forearm sort of flexing tests. I still feel pretty strong. That's I've said this a couple times, but if you haven't heard it, I think it's worth mentioning again. A really good kind of gauge that I end up using to determine, like, all right, should I do anything crazy heavy today, or should I maybe back off a little bit? Because sometimes you can't really feel if you're totally prepped for something. I mean, I'll see, fuck, man. There's videos of guys, smart ass lifter, and not a smart ass, I mean like smart, knows what he's doing, good range of motion, good everything. Fucking benching, boom, pec tear out of nowhere. Literally doing nothing wrong. Right? Same thing happened to one of my friends, Aaron. Not so bad. He told me he was benching just like normal, like 185, still warming up. And like for whatever reason, coming down on one big fucking, like not off the bone or anything, but yeah. So I kind of feel like I'm doing a fucking flight checklist. Before you take off, you're checking your engine pressure, you're checking your oil, you're checking your gauges, you're checking your fuel levels, you're checking, making sure your ailerons going back and forth and everything else. So that's kind of what I do with a lot of my workouts, warm-ups. Right? Before I do a chest day, I don't always show it. I should a couple more times, but I don't just jump straight to an incline bench and do like 1 plate, 2 plate, 3 plate, all right, let's go. No, man. Chest, I probably warm up for like 15 minutes before I even sit down on like a chest machine. Because what I end up doing is I warm up my shoulders, my triceps, my rotator cuffs, my chest itself, my front delts, my back a little bit, even do a little bit of like just kind of activation, kind of cable pressing. Like, I want to make sure everything's in order, everything's working. Because once you start loading, I mean, we're talking hundreds of fucking pounds onto reasonably delicate systems, not like nobody's gonna just croak by picking up a 50-pound dumbbell and then instantly flatline. But if you're putting a lot of pressure through your whole fucking, let's just say strength system or whatever else, then yeah, I mean, there's definitely a risk for injury. So doing sure, if everything feels fine, but I can tell on this specific day, like doing my little grip test, I can tell my forearms are feeling kind of weak. That's a cue for me to say, all right, maybe I should not try to do as much weight as I've ever done for this chest machine or this fucking, this bench or something, because something in my recovery process is off kilter, mismanaged sleep, not enough fluids, not enough electrolytes, something or other. So I'm trying to be extra careful. My rate of tweaks, my rate of injuries and self-inflicted random, setbacks is a perfect fucking word in the gym. That rate is decreasing fast. So that's a good move for me. I'm getting a little bit more cautious with the training. Not less intense, but a little bit more cautious. Because the last thing I want to do is ever have something serious. Like I've had pulls, I've pulled my hamstrings and my chest, and I've like tweaked my biceps a couple times. Which in a way I do feel is just par for the course. Anybody who's worked out for a long time, they're going to kind of pride themselves, like, I've never hurt myself. Okay, good for you, man. All right, if you're lifting a lot of weight and you're going hard on it, pretty much fucking near daily basis, then yeah, something's gonna happen. But I'm trying my damnedest to prevent anything major. Right? If I'm doing incline barbell bench by myself, throw the safeties on. If I'm squatting, same shit. If something feels a little off, back off. Right? This is not the same as an honorable death on the battlefield, right? Retreat and come back to fight another day. Kind of shit there. But I got 30 minutes on the seated bike, so I think let's just cut to Let's just get to the meal, man. Nothing else to say. Yeah, there we go. So, nothing crazy. This will be kind of actually a little bit of a short clip. Every time I end up going on like any sort of trips anywhere, it always kind of leaves one day of kind of delay when it comes to the actual videos. But post cardio meal, or I guess actually much later post cardio meal. This is actually more like dinner time before I go back and do I think forearms and calves, but maybe a little extra something something, TBD. But classic, kind of expensive though, kind of sucks. I love getting just 3 soft tacos: steak, cheese, queso, rice, and then with the soft tacos themselves, it adds up to like just each set of 3, about 80 grams of carbs or so, 30 of fat, and then it kind of depends on whether or not they want to skimp me. I've probably seen the full array of totally overflown, like more steak than I could ever need in at least a couple of tacos, as well as, you know, 4 pieces in each. Always a little bit disappointing there. But 3 of these, that'll be perfect. What does that add up like? That's at least 500 calories or so. Maybe 600? But that's about right. That kind of constitutes an actual full size meal. Because if I eat anything less than like 500 calories at one given moment, I mean, it's not going to add up in the course of the day, I mean, you got to remember, I'm going to be sitting here for, I don't know, what, 10, 15 minutes just chowing down when I'm like playing on my phone or whatever else. So if I'm only getting 500 calories in at each given moment that I'm going to sit down, if I if I'm trying to eat 10,000, if I'm trying to eat 5,000 over the course of the whole day, what am I supposed to do? Eat 10 fucking times? I mean, I'm not going to say that that wouldn't work, but it's just not very practical. So most of my meals actually should end up being closer to 800, maybe even 1,000 calories in size, because around 5 or 6 per day, that's very reasonable. And when you listen to like some of the older kind of old school guys when they talk about bulking, it's not they get pretty solid fucking tips. I mean, every if somebody were to actually take all the quality info from all the Rich Piana Bigger by the Day videos, where he's talking about increased meals and everything else, if someone could actually get that and apply it, guess what? The dude's gonna be fucking huge. But it's kind of a classic sort of approach to increase meal numbers rather than meal timing or meal sizes, which I haven't really gotten into. When I think of eating more calories over time, because that's what I've been doing so far these past 2 months. Month one, pretty much just ate when I was hungry. I'm easing my way out of dieting, but I'm not slamming a million fucking calories that I'm not even ready to use because my appetite still has to ramp up. So month one was just eat when I'm hungry, right? 10 pounds up. Month two, be a little bit more picky about it. I mean, month number one, I think I was eating like 3,000 calories a day ish, maybe like 3,300. And then that second past month was just kind of bounced around like 3,700 or so. Just because I thought I was gonna aim for a little higher, but I just kept kind of gaining weight, and I want to eat as little as necessary to continue to grow, so I have somewhere to go in these next few months. If I was already eating 5,000 calories right now, in 2 months, sure, I'm gonna gain a bit more weight, but my appetite's gonna be completely crashed because I've now fucking overdone it unnecessarily. So right in the beginning of the bulk, I only needed like this much food relative to baseline to start gaining weight. Month number two, same thing, just a little more. So every month I'm trying to increase that differential, right? And put more food in my system than it's used to. So it's actually going to stimulate a fucking growth effect. Because if I'm just going to sit here and and I've done it before, unfortunately, but I mean, you got to learn things by actually going through them. My approach to bulking used to be like, oh shit, I'm trying to gain weight. I want to eat as much food as I fucking can. 5,000 calories a day, let's do it. 2.5 months goes by. I go from like 220 to like 250. Well, holy shit, 30 pounds in 3 months. Whoa, let's keep this going. I'm gonna be 300 pounds by the end of the year. But then what ended up happening is like after those 2.5 months, 3 months, I just had kind of overstressed my system. Fucking, I'm sure my gut biome was all sorts of ways around. Like any, I don't want to say any nutritionist, but some kind of like legitimate person who actually knows what they're talking about when it comes to dieting, health, and everything else, they'd probably look at me and say, dude, what the fuck is going on? So that's where on the bulk, on the last bulking phase that I did, I saw the easiest as well as the most consistent kind of weight gain, and it was from ramping up my calories over time. You know, month one, same shit as I'm doing right now. Eat as much as I'm hungry for. Get used to a little bit more calories. Month two, even more. Month three, even more, and then kind of taper it upwards like that. You know, titrate the calories over time. So by the end of this bulking phase, I couldn't tell you where my calorie intake's gonna be, man. You know, maybe 5,500. We'll just have to see. I mean, that's in like fucking 3-4 months from right now. So it's really just kind of a waiting game of, all right, am I gaining weight? Yes. Continue as usual. Am I not gaining weight? Or no, I guess, am I gaining weight? No. Something has to change. And when it comes to your, you know, your weight gain, at least in the lifting, muscle building kind of context, odds are the number one variable you need to change. It's not your training style. You don't need to change your split. You don't need to switch from push-pull legs to the Arnold or upper, lower, whatever. The biggest fucking both hurdle and asset when it comes to gaining size and getting bigger as a fucking lifter is how much food you can eat. So if you can't eat enough, don't even think about it like that. Think more so, okay, I can't eat enough yet. What can I do to get more calories in? You know, and fuck, whatever you got to do. If you can't somehow start gaining weight, you got to tip the scale. And that's where, fuck man, have some treats. You know, make yourself a shake with like a melted tub of ice cream. I mean, I've heard the craziest fucking stories. I'm talking all the way from like Big Lenny with Andrew Calora hopping in the gym or hopping into their truck in the gym parking lot, eating sticks of butter, drinking gallons of whole milk. I think that might be a little bit crazy, but these guys were fucking freaks, you know? So it's, you know, you can follow the fucking path. You can say, okay, I want to be a real bodybuilder. I want to start gaining real muscle. I'm going to start eating just chicken and rice. Oh, perfect. It's like, I don't think that's the whole picture, man. I know, and I'm getting. I mean, I'm not saying this like I'm dismissing it. I'm getting smarter. I'm not eating so many just straight up sweets. It's a bit slower on the digestion in terms of like the carb sources, oatmeals, fucking pastas, everything else. But you can't beat calories by food quality, I feel. Now it's a little bit different, you know, if you're main gaining, if that's your shit, if you're just trying to gain weight slowly over time, then I would be much more fucking concerned with making sure that, you know, let's say the 2,500 calories that you're eating to, you know, stimulate your training, recover yourself, come back the next day. Fuck man, make that as good as you can get. You know, I'm talking every kind of nutrient dense thing under the sun. I'm not totally certain if it beats a regular multivitamin, but like get somebody's fucking, you know, beef liver pills or whatever kind of shit you can get your hands on. But you know, at the end of the day, if you're trying to bulk up and you're not gaining weight, your calories is truly the only issue. That's only the hurdle which is stopping you from being, at least in a state of growth that you want to be. And I couldn't tell you, I definitely could not fucking tell you how many people are out there right now who say like, all right, I'm bulking up. I'm gonna start bulking up this month, dude. You're not gonna recognize me next year, right? I'm gonna have to get rid of all my clothes in my closet because I'm not gonna fit them. But I mean, with a lot of things, the talking is up here. The talking might be way up here if I can add a camera. But the doing is the doing's about right here, just barely above the bottom of the frame. So do whatever you can to get away from this fucking group and get yourself down here to the fucking well, to the whatever percent of dudes that can actually make this shit happen. But that's my little shtick here, all talking. So we'll get some lifting clips tomorrow. Me and so summer's coming to a close. Me and Mark need to we need to make a trip down to the pool, see if we can still bust out some fucking flips on the diving board pretty soon. So don't get too excited. That's probably not going to be planned for like tomorrow or anything, but reasonably soon. So I'll fucking see you next time. There we go. All right, today is officially the last day in Rhode Island. Then we're headed back home, headed back to base, headed back to HQ. And before I get into my kind of little more interesting shticks, damn. I mean, on the highway, it's like, well, no, highway, even you guys are a little crazy down here. I'm not totally certain. I'm not totally certain the turn signal is a nationally used, or maybe they're just not in the cars over here, but it's been pretty fucking wild. But getting into the actual lift and a little bit of a topic of conversation beforehand. Oh, actually, now I kind of forget what I was going to say. So lift wise, chest, heavy pressing of some variety, which I kind of feel like is necessary. And not just for an arbitrary, like, oh, well, you got to do your heavy bench. Bro, well, you got to do your heavy bench. What do you mean? You're going to work out without doing heavy bench? Like, it's not just like for a fucking, like a matter of course. But in my lifts, at least, I mean, I've done them in all sorts of ways. I've had lifts where it's like all cable flies, like kind of lighter squeezing work. And I've had lifts that were all like heavier pressing, like maybe one set of flies at the end of it, just as like kind of a pumpish sort of burnout set. And the right answer kind of lies in the middle. So that's a little bit of a situation where it's like the meme where there's two guys arguing, and then the guy who's like chill and relaxed is the one who's not even in the argument because he knows both of them are wrong. So that's where I feel like that's how I feel a lot of the times. I'll see because I'm nosy. I mean, if I see a thread of comments on like an Instagram post where it's one guy going back and forth with the other, I'll probably read the whole thing. I'm a little bit interested in what these guys are fucking saying. But it's like I'll see the most nonsensical fucking arguments. And it's I mean it's I can understand why that would kind of happen. Everybody wants to know the right answer, everybody wants to have the right method, and even more than that, people love, I don't mean just people on, everybody loves to be able to tell somebody they're wrong. That's like a massive dopamine boost. And the fact that you can do it anonymously on your phone, I mean, let's just say criticism is running high. But, these guys I'll see videos where it's like, whoa, the basic premise of it is you would start a back day with an isolation movement like a pullover and then move on to rows? What is wrong with you? Or it's like, dude, are you, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna say the R word there, but are you mentally impaired? Why would you ever do incline barbell bench? It's proven to be inefficient for building your chest. You should do incline hammer strength press. The strength curve is much more congruent with hypertrophy. Both of these guys talking, 9 times out of 10, have barely lifted for 3 weeks straight, which is also the crazy part where I don't get too fed up, don't get too upset if you ever post something or say something or like you're writing comments and people kind of reply to you like, don't forget, 10%, 10% of everybody talking about fitness related things or making comments on a fitness post or anything else, 10% even have ever worked out at all, I think. And then maybe 3% are actually like legitimate lifters. They might have a reasonable amount of intel to kind of contribute to a good conversation. So let's just say, don't take your lifting advice from a TikTok comment section. That's my word of the wise there. But it's you know, it's such a safe take, but it really is just the right fucking answer. There is no answer. It's go hard, right? If I'm gonna do a chest day today, I know I want to do some sets which are a little bit on the heavier side. I'm talking some kind of really kind of higher tension pressing, which I feel kind of is going to add not only strength but also size. All right, and then I do probably want to finish off with something a little bit more squeezing focused. Once I've already been pre-exhausted, I'm already reasonably pumped. I can't even, I mean, in some cases, I can't even go back and do like a heavy incline barbell, even like fucking 2 plates if my chest is completely wrecked because my whole system is like so fucking fatigued. So fucking fatigued that it doesn't even feel safe to hold the weight. It's so for chest at least, my basic framework has always been heavier pressing in the beginning and then transition into more squeezing, more controlled, and then cable sort of any flying movement at the end. That's kind of how my chest days have always looked, which I think is about right. But take that under the fucking context that I'm saying that about me and that I've been fucking doing chest days for years and I've kind of come to the answer that this works for me. So, I'm not going to dog on anybody if you've been making crazy chest gains. If you start with 3 sets of like pec deck and then move on to, like heavy incline Smith or something, you know, gains will speak for themselves. So as long as you're growing, you're doing something right. But it's when that growing ceases, it's when your progress halts, it's when your gains have now slowed down and you're plateaued. That's where you have to be able to look at yourself with a reasonable amount of humility to be able to say, okay, what I'm doing right now is not working. I need to change something. And then I need to look to 9 times out of 10, right? Kind of a lot of social media, kind of influencer workout advice, and see if I can find something that clicks. And if I can, then I'll try it, implement it, and then see if I like it. But if not, try something else. Back to the drawing board. You get the deal. Honestly, half of the craziest fucking inventions and discoveries were just people doing random shit and then finding out that it worked afterward. So don't think lifting is so much more complicated than really anything else. That it requires PhD knowledge and fucking years of study and I'm a certified personal trainer. I know what I'm talking about. That's probably one of the least prestigious accolades that somebody could tell me if they're trying to validate their advice. But main point, if what you're doing is working, keep going. If it's not, talk to somebody who's got more gains than you, and odds are they at least have a different perspective, which can maybe give you some insight and a couple kind of tips. Because if anybody has gone from 180 pounds or fucking 160 pounds to 200 pounds, reasonably lean, that's somebody that knows how to fucking gain muscle for them at least. So even though everybody's going to be different, stimulation, genetics, diet wise, some guys are going to be able to eat food much more easier because or much more easily because they don't have like they just have a bigger appetite, little things like that. But talking to guys who have actually gone through the process, and even better guys who are a bit ahead of you, I think that is a fucking gold mine of potential information. And not necessarily because they're bigger, but because they've just gone through the process of getting there. So clearly they've been doing, you got to remember, if you see anybody that's like 200 pounds or higher, reasonably lean, impressive kind of build, gearhead or natural, that guy has been working out for a long time and he has been thinking about working out. Odds are hours upon hours a day. I couldn't tell you exactly how long or how much time kind of mentally goes into thinking about my workouts, like dieting and everything else, or just when I'm like sitting around watching videos, it's got to be insane. At least, oh geez, I couldn't even tell you. It's got to be in the thousands of hours of time. So if there's other guys who are fucking meatheads who have gone through that same fucking process of like, okay, what should I'm gonna try this and try that. If you have a massive pool of fucking gorillas or monkeys typing at a keyboard, right, eventually somebody's gonna write some Shakespeare. And how I kind of relate that to this whole fucking community of working out is there's millions of people across the fucking world, and not only right now in this very moment, but for the past maybe 100 years or so, that the kind of concept of bodybuilding has been around, and even longer before that, and just generalized like sport sort of activities. So everybody's been trying their fucking ass off to get bigger biceps and get a fucking wider back and bigger chest. So a lot of the grunt work has already been solved. Right, get your food down, sleep, stay hydrated, train hard. Right, that's the basics. And any little nuanced detail after that is almost up for you to discover for yourself and not for everyone else to already have the answer to hand to you. And I know that's not always the coolest thing to hear because, if somebody, if I see a comment that says, Sam, what's the best way to build my biceps? Odds are that guy is going to be a little bit disappointed if I reply to the comment and I say, Uh, go hard on some dumbbell curls, bro. You know, like you'd think I'd have a little bit more depth to it than that, but I mean, that's kind of it. You know, squeeze hard, make sure you get a pump. It's it's more of a long game situation there. But now I'm really just fucking rambling. Let me come out of this turn and we can get on our way to what's a good word? What's a good descriptor? A freakish chest pump? I think that's perfect. All right, chest complete. And I didn't realize this till just now, but this is the last fucking car talk in the Stang. This is just a fucking rental, man. This goes back. It's kind of cool, but I mean, don't worry. The Camry's not going fucking anywhere. Old faithful. Old fucking faithful. But one thing I think is worth mentioning, man, if you guys run into me in the wild, especially like at a gym, I mean, that's really my fucking natural element. Dude, I'm here to chat. You know, I'm going to do my lift as well. I got to get my sets in, of course. Nothing's going to stop that. But in between, dude, in between and after, I'm all for some fucking banter. Not only do I want to potentially spread some knowledge, but get some back in return. You know, if you know a fancy pants kind of tricep movement that you don't think I've ever done, preach it like the fucking gospel. But what kind of sucks is, you know, anytime I'm kind of traveling anywhere, like go to a different gym, and the gym is like really fucking packed and kind of crowded, then you're not really going to be able to give you the attention you deserve, you know. But this week was really nice for me, especially at this gym. Whole new fucking crowd of characters, and there's only ever like fucking 5 dudes in there at once. So that's fucking primary. That's some prime time. Had some nice little post lift chats, especially with a group of guys who all work at the same, or at least I think they all work at one of the same supplement stores. I forget the name of it, but they were pretty cool. It's fun to talk to guys, especially who've really been through it fitness wise. There's kind of a certain amount of just, I don't even want to say lingo, just kind of like an understanding. You know, if somebody's been involved in fitness at a slightly higher level than just like working out for a couple years, but like, you know, has seen like bodybuilding shows, like different kind of events and stuff, they kind of have they've got a different view on things, you know. So they can see the big picture in a sense, and it's kind of fun to fucking talk about. I'm not sure I can really kind of portray what that's like, but all I'm trying to get at there is there's a very good ratio of characters to conversation this past week. But back to baseline, back to the regular routine, and back to well, I say back to. I haven't been off my game on my fucking you know, path towards becoming a 280 pounder. I stepped on the scale today, but I had shoes on, I had my clothes on, and I had like a hat, everything. Plus, I've eaten food today, so that doesn't really count. But I hopped on the scale, and the scale might have also been wrong. But said it was 280, but that is definitely not the case, and that is definitely not the case morning weight either. You know, weighing yourself. Oh, I mean, weighing yourself with clothes on, weighing yourself after you've already eaten meals and drank water, it's just not accurate. So morning weight is to be determined. Actually, I'm not going to be home until tomorrow night, so that means a couple days. But I estimate I'm rocking about 260-ish morning weight, 261. So we're in the thick of it. We're in the thick of it now. We got to maintain this steady progression and continue depositing pounds evenly across this fucking build. So, oh yes, by now, home and some kind of food. I'm not exactly sure. I've got yeah, actually, I've got a pound of New York strip. I don't want to let it go to waste, so maybe I'll just have half a pound as soon as I get back, and then the other half maybe and the other half maybe like an hour later or so. I'm not one to say like, oh, if you eat more than 50 grams of protein within a 2 hour period, you're not gonna be able to digest it. You know, I don't think it's that stringent, but it is going to be a little bit better of a scenario, I feel, to have evenly distributed meals throughout the day. And that's whether you're bulking up or cutting down. Because in both cases, if you kind of wrap your mind around it, it is going to make it easier on you. If you're trying to bulk up, would it not make sense that you want a steady intake so that you're never like insanely fucking like distended from having a crazy massive meal? And then odds are you're probably going to be extra fucking sleepy from slamming so many fucking calories all at once. And then your rhythm's kind of out of whack. And if you're dieting down, what you're gonna like starve yourself all day and then have a massive meal at the end of the night, or vice versa, have a big meal in the morning and eat nothing for the rest of the day. Now that's taking it to the extreme, but that's a good way to kind of determine where you stand on certain arguments. I think the evenly sized meal, period it out by however many hours, that's the way to go. That is the way to go. So, what's oh shit, yeah. So, how many of you guys are actually starting up school again now, huh? I know there's a big chunk of you that are. I think it's about even. I look at the analytics. I think it's just about even. The viewership looks as such. It's about 30% 18 to 25, 30% below 18, and then 30% above 25. I'm always thinking about those like the demographics when I look at the analytics of who's watching these videos, because it kind of helps me sort of target little tidbits of whatever towards specific ones here. So now I'm talking to that 25 and below group. Man, you guys were just unsupervised for the majority of your day. At least, any of you who are extra spoiled who had like a legitimate summer off. If you were working, then it's a little bit different. But I'm going to say there's probably a reasonably sized group of you guys where your schedule has just now thickened up. I think that's fair to say because you got to get your studies, man. You got to get your homework done. You got to do your projects. You got to write your essays, and that could be a little bit of a barrier to entry of the grind when it comes to the fitness side of things. And I've been there. I've stayed up late, hmm, having procrastinated certain, you know, homework assignments and projects, or just straight up cramming for an exam. I had no fucking idea what was on, like, 3 days prior, little like, random things like that, which I think this issue could totally be fixed just by being a responsible student. But if that's you, try not to let that throw your routine off. Now, if you're a little bit more on the casual side of lifting, and I'm not dogging on you for that, that's not a rip. But if you just work out, eat whatever, that's kind of that's what you're kind of doing consistently. Try not to miss your lifts. Don't go too long without going in. But for any of you guys who are really trying to get into bulking up, let's say summer vacation is over. You're no longer trying to run around with your shirt off and impress all the girls. You want to get a little bit bigger, so you don't mind putting on some body fat. If that's you, then try not to miss your meals. And it depends on how serious you are about it. But I can tell you from experience, it's a chore to actually get meals in on a consistent basis. Because if you're eating enough food to gain weight, then you're eating enough food to fucking be a little bit uncomfortable. And I'm not talking like force feeding. I just mean it's like you got a fucking Tamagotchi on your hip that's beeping all the time. That's you with your meals. It's like you got to eat a big ass breakfast. You got to eat a big ass brunch. You got to eat a reasonably sized like, it's kind of always a thing. So that's where you should try to stay ahead of it as much as possible. And that can be done in a few ways. Have some, maybe go to a meal prep company, buy some meals on a certain routine. I've tried a couple of those. It's nice. It's good to have some fucking shit right there in the fridge, totally pre-made for you. A little bit more on the expensive side though. Like some of those things are like getting to the point where it's $8 a meal, which whatever. I mean, if you go out to eat, you're paying fucking 30 minimum. But if you're buying like 20 of these things, or you're doing like a monthly kind of situation, it's going to add up a little bit, you know, so something to consider. So I haven't really locked into that yet. You know, who knows? Maybe in 2 weeks from now, I'm going to be saying some shit like, guys, this is my favorite Scooby-Doo meal prep company. If it was, if I liked it, I could see something like that. But hasn't really been my style so far. You know, I kind of like having food at my disposal to be consumed at my discretion. So that's where I kind of like having meals semi-prepped, right? Having food that's very readily preparable in the kitchen, such that, you know, whenever it comes time for a meal, or whenever it comes time for, I don't know, let's just say I know I'm going to be away from the house for like 3 hours or 4 hours or how many hours, long enough where if I don't eat, that's going to kind of throw off my whole day. Then that's where I'm going to say, all right, let's get ready for this. Let's be a little bit smarter. Let's just not pack nothing. Let's just not pack nothing. Let's pack something so I've got something to eat. Not going to throw off my kind of calorie intake routine. So that's where having, I like some instant rice. I like some of the like it's like Ben's original, just little rice packs, and they're flavored too. You know, they're like cheddar broccoli. They're all sorts of everything. Like you can get sesame, whatever. A little bit higher on the fat side of things than I would like. I'm trying to chill out on my fat intake and really prioritize my carb intake as the primary like variable in my calories. But you know, little things like that. Having instead of just making 1 pound of ground beef at once, maybe make three, leave it in a big ass Tupperware, scoop it out as necessary. You know, little things like that. And the more of those that you can do, the easier it's going to be to fucking, you know, maintain your calorie intake. If you look in your fridge and there's nothing there, then what are you going to do? If you're not that kind of if you're not that motivated to like, you know, cook a massive meal, that's kind of going to turn you off from sitting there and slamming something. Whereas if you've got everything kind of right there and all you have to do is slap it onto a plate and slam it, makes it a little bit easier. But all that is just to say, if you know you're about to get a little bit busier, try to get ahead of schedule and plan for success rather than trying to adjust for, you know, kind of falling off. Because the last thing you want to do is start trying to play catch up when it comes to calorie intake. You know, if you're sitting here and you've got fucking, you know, you got 2,000 calories left for the day, and it's, you know, now, let's say it's now 11 o'clock at night. Guess what? What are the odds that you're actually going to get those 2,000 calories in? Slim to none. You know, and I've fucking been there. And on the other side of the spectrum, you're still screwed because if you do stay up late enough to actually eat all that food, I mean, I guess if you can just slam it in 1 second, whatever, but odds are whatever meal you can slam in 1 second that's 2,000 calories is probably just going to wreck your insides. And not in like oh, it's too much sugar. Like just having that much food at once, just a little pushy. But what I'm saying there is if you're at a point where you're trying to play catch up with your calorie intake, then you've already failed. Because for one, you're going to go to sleep and not hit your calories. And even if you do stay up a little bit late enough to get the food in, then your sleep is screwed. You're going to wake up and not be very hungry for your breakfast because you just had a bunch of food before you went to bed. Yeah, it's just kind of you got to stay ahead of these kind of things, you know. And nobody's going to hold you to it. I guess if you well, that's not totally true. You could pay a coach. You could find you could go online and try to find a reputable coach who can actually keep up with your routine and you're giving them updates and stuff. But apart from that, and even then, you're the one who wants to do it by going through that process. But for the most part, nobody's going to hold you accountable. You know, try to get ahead of it on your own. And don't be, well, actually, I don't know. Fitness is getting mainstream enough now where I don't see anybody getting dogged on for like eating chicken and rice. I remember I didn't do myself any favors either. I looked like a total creep. I brought a dozen boiled egg whites to school for lunch on like repeat occasion. You know, this was not just once. This was like on the regular. It was yeah, no yokes, but just fucking 12 of them. Well, I was about to say I don't know what I was thinking, but I actually do know what I was thinking. I was like, I want some solid fucking protein, boiled eggs, badass. Come on. And there is a little bit of a, you know, there's the badass factor, which I've definitely used historically to make myself get extra amped up and excited. And what I mean by that is, if you do something that makes you feel cool, odds are you're going to be a little bit more fucking excited about it and keep doing it. So if something's a little bit uncomfortable and not like crazy enjoyable, try to implement the badass factor. If you're not excited to do your cardio, listen to a David Goggins edit. Like, man, I am that motherfucker. Get up to your cardio. If you're not crazy excited about slamming a meal that's sitting in front of you, fuck man. I've played some anime hype edits that I've saved on my TikTok, and I'm scrolling through them while I'm eating because I'm like, all right, if I really want to get big, this is how I do it right here. Like I'm getting fucking hyped up to eat my oatmeal and ground beef. It's it's definitely not conventionally normal, but trying to put on a ton of fucking muscle on your frame, I wouldn't say it's the furthest thing from it, but not everybody's crazy interested in that. Not that they need to be either. So I think I'm just rambling at this point. Let's get to the chase. Go hard, sleep hard, eat a ton of food, get your rest. I think I already said that. Do that on repeat indefinitely, and then you're gonna be able to look at yourself in the mirror and go, whoosh, yeah, bass. And that's what we're all chasing at the end of the day. At least if you're watching this video. So I'll see you tomorrow for something. I'll see you tomorrow for something. I'm not totally sure. It's not just going to be a back. Well, actually, it's not going to be a back day for sure because I don't need to hit back anymore. At least not for a little bit. Not forever, but not for a little bit. So forearms, calves, and something else. Forearms, calves, and something else. I can say that with fucking certainty. So I'll see you then, man. Goodbye, Rhode Island. There's a certain rejuvenation. There's a certain welling up of energy that you get when you're bulking and you have a massive meal, take an hour nap afterward. Or no, maybe 30 minutes or so. I'm not going to eat a crazy meal within about an hour of training. I mean, it just kind of sucks. Like, it can be done, but when it comes to the pre-workout meal timing, I might even say probably about 2 hours is the sweet spot. If it's like actually a lot of food, if you're just eating a little, it might not mess with you so much. But after a massive meal, tons of fucking water to the point where I really feel like if you had a full stomach, waking up after a little couch nap, I'm ready. I'm ready to throw some legs around. And not only that, I'm ready to pump them up to a degree which may frighten some viewers. Viewer discretion is advised. But same anytime, same freaking anytime fitness. So legs is gonna look reasonably predictable, I believe. So hamstrings easy enough. Hamstring curls on the seated machine. Probably some Smith machine RDLs. There might be room for a couple variations. I'll have to kind of see what's around. But I usually like the laying hamstring curl, or no, the seated one at this gym. So I should sit there and really smack my hamstrings around. And then quads we'll have to see. Quads we'll have to see. I didn't do much heavy pressing after on the last leg day. That was just because my left knee was kind of tender. I think from not barbell squatting for a little while and then jumping right into 5 plates 2 leg days ago. But I think today we should be all right. So we should see some reasonably nasty sets. Smith machine squat, potentially barbell squat, but definitely machine leg press, probably supersetted with some leg extensions beforehand, kind of as a acting as like a pre-exhaustion, which if you've never done, you're missing out. Because there is something about sitting on the leg extension, even just lightweight squeezing reps 15, 20 or so. It doesn't even have to be the complete, like, total failure. And then jumping up onto the leg press and trying to burn out with the stack, or even just doing kind of sissy squat sort of stuff. I would hmm, I would like to think that the percentage of lifters that are doing legs on a more consistent basis is growing, but I think that might be a statistic that's not going to change. So really, all I can do is hope that as new lifters enter the realm, and as more seasoned lifters get a little bit more open to new ideas, that leg training will eventually receive the same respect as chest, arms, and shoulders. The bench press, I don't think the bench press is ever going to lose the title as being pretty much the lift. The most well known, the most referenced, kind of the most fucking prestigious, man. I mean, nobody's going to ask you how much do you squat, bro? I don't think we're ever going to see a change. That's what's the word there? That dynamic. The magnetic poles, they're not going to flip a complete 180. But get some hype for the squats, man. I remember watching, like, I mean, I was there. I, I was there. Let me tell you, I wasn't squatting this whole time or doing a lot of crazy heavy pressing. I'm really kind of getting into it. Well, not now. I've kind of been into it for years at this point. But what really got me into doing a lot more actually heavy shit and squatting primarily was watching a bunch of Clarence Kennedy videos. I mean, talk about a fucking beast. Ass to grass, multiple, multiple hundred. I'm talking 500, 600 pounds for reps. Absolute grinder. And I think that's what you should kind of look for when you're watching videos of guys, at least if you want to, like, watch somebody, not just for pure entertainment, but, well, a little bit for entertainment. Kind of a, kind of a in-between state between watching somebody just for entertainment, but also for, a little bit of a role model-y kind of way. Because watching guys who seriously go nuts on the squats, that gets me excited. Every time I see a fucking clip on TikTok of somebody doing, like, I'll still like it with the 1 rep maxes, not as much my thing. I'm gonna be much more excited watching like a 10 rep actual set of squats to failure, like the guy has to rack in the safeties. Like, when I see shit like that, regardless of the fucking, size of the account. I mean, if I see 4 plates moving for more than 6 reps, this guy knows what he's doing. This guy's got something going on. So what I'm trying to say there, I think squats need to resurface and get the respect that they deserve. So I think no more chatting. Let's just get started. Another leg day, another leg, quad, hamstring pump has been placed underneath the belt. Now, in the grand scheme of things, gains-wise, it's just another drop in the bucket. But if you've ever had to deal with a leak, if you've ever had a leak coming out of your ceiling, out of wherever else, if you've ever seen what I'm thinking about right now, guess what, man? That bucket is gonna fill up eventually, and it might not look like it. You might not see it overflowing every fucking few minutes, but eventually, it's gonna happen, and that's where I like lifting. I like this whole kind of process of bodybuilding and gaining muscle because it's not something that you can just kind of fake. You know, you can tell when somebody's been working out for a certain amount of years and they have a certain amount of skill and, like, experience in the field, because the results really kind of do speak for themselves. So there's no way to get around it. If you want to become somebody like that, if you want to be experienced, if you want to fucking kind of have that look, and I don't even think just have that look, but just be that guy. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to make gains. He knows how to go hard. He's gets to exert himself every day, which has its own benefits beyond gains. I mean, it just fucking feels good. I mean, neurologically, I think my brain is doing pretty good right now after having done a reasonably hard fucking workout. It's almost like, I'm not one to live by the ancestral tenets, but I may as well have just done a simulated hunt. You know, I just had some fucking muscular activation, some reasonable physical effort. It's nice. Very. Oh, am I in the wrong light? Yes. There we go. But it's nice. You know, it's really nice to have something during your day which you can go hard on. It doesn't have to be the gym. Over time, having a reasonable amount of weight-based exposure is really good for you. You know, keep your strength. It's a small percentage, but I see the analytics. There's a reasonable portion of viewers that are fucking in the 60 plus range. It's important, man. Once you get older, you got to maintain a certain amount of muscle mass, keep your metabolism up, keep moving around, stay active. I mean, move it or fucking lose it, you know. But even on just a kind of more short-term scale for us on the younger side of things, it just feels nice to be active, man. So even if I wasn't working out, if for whatever reason, you know, let's say I got a freaking message from a higher power, Sam, you've got too much muscle in your frame, you need to lose it. And I actually like took the message. I don't know. I'd still be in shape. I'd just be doing other stuff. So whether or not that's actually going to happen, I don't think so. But I'm sure you know somebody in your gym who's been going hard and has been going hard for a long time. And odds are that guy's fucking having fun. After this lift today, I got to hang out with a couple of characters of that gym. They were all buddies because they kind of worked together at the same nutrition store, I think. But it's just fucking fun, man. There's something, and I mean, maybe it's just me. I don't know. If you're not like a lifting nut, you might not get what I'm saying. But if you're into anything, like pretty seriously, then there's something nice about kind of being around guys that are like-minded because they get what you're talking about. If I'm in a room with the non-lifters, I feel like I'm almost out of my element, you know? It's like, what the fuck am I supposed to say? It's like, oh yeah, how was da, 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 da. You know, it's you if you're a golfer and you fucking if you go to the range or you go to the club or you go somewhere kind of fancy like that, it's just nice talking to people who are into the same stuff that you are. If you and it's not even about the fitness side of things and like being in shape. That's just something which is nice regardless of being in any kind of hobby which has a reasonable amount of social fucking exposure because you get to be in kind of a part of a community, you know? Like if you're a fucking car guy, you know, you got your shit box floored and cambered and you drive to car meets, dude, you get to fucking talk to what, 50, 60 dudes who are all into the same stuff as you are. And they're like, yeah, man, fucking the boost delay on this turbo is insane. Or just randomness. Like that kind of stuff is fun. So apart from the fact that I think everybody should be putting in a reasonable amount of effort into their fitness side of things, not only for your actual physical sake, but it also makes you feel pretty good too. But I think everybody needs something which you get to talk to other people about. You know, it's good to have that kind of social hour. I'm sure when you were younger, it's a little bit easier because we kind of put our well, you don't really put yourself, but you kind of get put into certain groups. You know, everybody loves recess. Everybody loves going to certain clubs and everything else with guys that are doing the same sort of thing that you are. Even if it's not a team event, I mean, parallel play is pretty fucking fun. If I'm in the gym going hard and I look to my right and my left and there's two other dudes doing the same thing, that kind of gets me fucking going, man. But it's good to have stuff like that. So if you can tell, I mean, things are about to get a little bit busier. We're not really going to be outside as much just because, winter's coming up. And I'm a little early. I mean, it's still going to be pretty hot for a while, but we're coming up on the closing end of the fucking year. Things are going to get a little bit gloomy with all the bad weather. I guess if you're more so on the south side of the states or in a really warmer kind of climate, you wouldn't really understand this. But if it gets when it gets cold and fucking gloomy and gray out, man, it's not good for you physically. Just because you're gonna fucking you're not gonna get your vitamin D exposure. You're fucking cold. So make sure you have a little bit of fun. Make sure you get Make sure you chat with all your boys and everything else. Don't get too isolated. That's the last thing anybody fucking wants. Even though for a good chunk of you, that may be the case. Just because you're gonna be extra busy with school and whatever sports you're doing if they're coming this season. Make sure you leave a little bit of time at least for some leisure. Because all work and no play makes makes a bad mix. I don't remember the actual name of that kid, but gonna go home and slam some Chipotle, drink at least another liter of water with some electrolytes added, and get myself a good night's rest before chest tomorrow. And if the chest pump is anything like today's leg pump, then I am in for a fucking treat. But every fucking lift is a fucking treat. So I'll see you then. There we go. Had to do a quick turnaround. I was about 2 minutes out from the house, and then I realized I don't have my headphones in my ears. Now that wouldn't be like a complete fucking deal breaker or anything, but if I've got the choice, I mean, well, it's not like you saw it, but I turned this mofo around. But plan for today: arms, tries, buys, and I think I'm gonna make it a superset kind of lift. So set of triceps, followed by a set of biceps, followed by a set of triceps, back and forth, back and forth. I'm not gonna do like, well, actually, maybe I will. Hmm. Mm, yeah, I'll think about it. So when I do an alternating kind of arm day like that, usually I'm gonna be more inclined to just do a full set of triceps, sit and rest for a little bit, and then do a full set of biceps, sit and rest for a minute, then do a full set of triceps like that. But I've also done it where every set ends up being a superset. So, I'll do like a set of heavy push downs or whatever, and then without rest, immediately jump into a set of some kind of curls or something. So there's no rest period in between. It just ends up being kind of a bigger set. What kind of turns me off to that though is, what happens if I tire myself out from doing a set of tricep pushdowns, and it's going to affect my strength during the subsequent set of curls. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. And when it comes to doing arm days like that or two muscle groups, I feel like there's kind of two thought processes, which sometimes I like one. Usually I kind of like just finishing triceps on its own completely, knowing that I wrecked it and then moving on to buys. But sometimes doing both at once is cool too. It just changes it up. Just changes it up a little bit. But regular lifts as normal. Light squeezing, rope pushdowns, bent over overhead rope extensions, dip machine, heavy pushdowns. The basics, honestly. And I'm really liking the overhead, the kind of bent over overhead cable extensions. Those are a new staple of the tricep days. And then biceps, even simpler, man. You don't have to do any kind of fancy overhead, this, that, or the other with the cables to get a good bicep pump. I've had lifts where I didn't want to move from the dumbbell rack to just doing straight dumbbell curls the whole time. If it works, I feel. And even though there is definitely merit in trying to say, like, okay, I want to really focus on like the peak, and I want to really like squeeze my oh fuck, what is this one? Brachialis. If you ever see if you're ever watching like a bodybuilder pose and they're flexing a side chest or like a back double bi, there's this little chunk of muscle in between their bicep and their tricep right on the outside, the brachialis, as it were. So I mean, yeah, some curls I am gonna feel that a little bit more. Like if I'm doing let's say I'm doing curls with two long D handles, and as I curl up, I'm also like pulling my hands outward. Then yeah, I might feel that a little bit. But don't get too caught up in thinking like, okay, I need to do two curls for the short head of my bicep and two different kinds of curls for the long head. Oh, and then I gotta just work my brachialis directly. It's like, no man. As long as you're doing heavy curls and you switch it up between a couple of different movements so that you're at least hitting it from all angles, don't stress too much. But what I wanted to say before we actually get started, and this is being targeted towards my younger demographic, more teenager, whatnot, and it's a dilemma which I hadn't really thought of before, but now I'd say it's probably more prevalent than ever. It's okay. Should I keep playing high school football or should I quit and just be a full on lifter? What should I do? Because, I mean, if you're interested in both, then a lot of the times, at least it depends on the sport, but especially with something heavy where you're actually going to be doing like strength specific training. Like if you're doing football, they're going to have you in there doing like football, weight sessions with the whole team or whatever other sport you're fucking doing. So when you look at it like that, I mean, somebody's going to start to think like, oh, geez, this football shit's getting in the way of my lifting. What the fuck? Which I can understand. I can definitely fucking wrap my head around it. But if that's you, if you're on the fritz, it's like, oh, geez, I don't know. Should I do one more year of wrestling? Or should I just give it up and really lock into working out? And I kind of feel like that's a silly question, man. You can do both. I mean, I wasn't doing anything crazy strength specific, but throughout all high school and then my first year at college, I was doing diving. And I was up there. I was getting pretty big. I mean, a 200-pound lean, nearly 6-foot character on a diving board often sticks out. I mean, I was for my sports demographic, I was definitely a little bit of an outlier. But no, I don't think you should give that up, man. You're only gonna be. I mean, you got to remember, you're only gonna be able to do whatever high school sport you're doing is while you're that age. You got the rest of your fucking life to be seriously working out. And not to say you shouldn't work out now. That's not the sentiment I'm getting at. But I don't think I don't think that's what most people should do. So if you're on the edge, I don't think that's an issue of okay, should I completely quit this one or should I completely lock into this one? I think there's an even mix of balance for sure. Now it might be a chore. I mean, you're gonna have to lock in a little bit because if you've got I mean, if right after school you've got like a 30-minute drive to the pool, and then you've got like a 2.5 hour diving practice, and then you got a 30-minute drive back. I mean, that's a 3 hour chunk of your fucking day. And if back when I was in school, I mean, you're gone from you're out there from what, like 7 to 2:30 ish. You don't have a crazy amount of free time. So if you got a sport that's already taken 3 hours out of your afternoon, then yeah, adding your own kind of personal workout into that could be a little bit tricky. But I think it's worth trying to balance because I'm not joking. You're not going to be where you're at forever, so fucking make use of it, and then it, you can balance it. So one of my buddies, Maverick, was asking me that because his cousin was like, I think he said he was in football. And he was like, oh, should I totally quit and just really start focusing on the working out? I'd say 9 times out of 10, try to balance them both. You won't have too much trouble. It will be kind of tricky because now you're really setting aside a pretty big chunk of time to try to grind at two things at once. But as long as you can manage it, I think it's worth trying to balance. So that's my take there. If anybody's in that situation, get your next season in. Try to get your what's the word here? Try to get your yards in. You know what I'm saying? So that's my shtick. That's my fucking shtick there. If that's your mental dilemma at the moment. But I got nothing else to say. But let's get in there and start this arm day. There we go. Arms complete to a pretty damn high level of satisfaction for me. So now I get to go home a fucking winner, at least in the context of you know, of working out. Which since it's kind of like my fucking thing, that's fucking W. So it's oh crap, now I'm going fucking crazy in here. There we go. The AC was going wild. Nah, but what I meant to say, what I fucking meant to say there was arms complete. So now I get to go home, chat out, and kind of just fucking chill. I may be getting ahead of myself here. But I would like to think that there's some fucking, some future freaks watching this video right now, early in the fucking making. And, fast forward however long, somebody's gonna fucking pop out of the woodworks, roll up on my phone, and I'm gonna say, holy crap, look at this guy, you know? So that's kind of how I feel with a couple characters. I mean, I sometimes I kind of forget. Like once oh, this little rabbit running along. But once you're kind of a fitness character, I mean, how many big dog characters are there now? I mean, it's got to be close to 100 at least. I'm talking not even just like the hardcore bodybuilder guys, but also powerlifter, or even just kind of the lifter posting videos on everywhere else in general. Once you start kind of getting some traction there, you're kind of just fucking around. And I don't, not fucking around, but you're just like, you know, you're kind of in the realm of this sort of space. So, there's guys where fucking before I was even starting to work out, they've been posting videos for like 5 years even before then. So that's kind of fun for me to think because when I'm giving all this little advice and tips and stuff, a lot of it I'm trying to say coming from a place of like what would I want to hear when I was starting out or when I'm, you know, I'd say maybe on my uptick lifting wise, talking about the cardio, actually getting your meals down, training hard, not doing too much volume, really condensing your training into a very high intensity, like high effort fucking hour and a half of time, then going home and maximizing your recovery. Not taking it too seriously. Don't get too wrapped up in your mind of like, oh crap, I just started bulking and now I've already lost my abs. Fuck. Or like, oh, I just started dieting down. Oh, I'm losing my strength. Oh my goodness. In a lot of ways, I feel like I'm trying to like it's almost not like I'm talking to you. It's like I'm talking to me in the past, trying to you know, correct myself from the future. So it's just kind of fun because I wonder if everybody else kind of thought that way when they were posting about shit, you know. But I guess that's something I can ask him a little bit once we start branching out, traveling around, meeting up with some characters. But mm, so what else is up with you? You're for me, I feel like right now I'm in a reasonably chill period of time. Just about in the thick of it, bulking wise, but it's only been 2 months. I'm not really at a point where I feel like I'm seriously like fucking dying putting down all this food. So these are the good times. These are what I would call the good times. Getting the training done, getting the food down, getting the rest in, making sure I'm staying nice and well hydrated. Yeah, not a problem. And that's something where I've had to take that into consideration. And if you look at your kind of year, monthly, kind of seasonal sort of schedule, it's something to fucking think about. I try to like you shouldn't have to do this, but summertime, if you want to be outside running around, fucking doing all sorts of whatever kind of activities, hit the beach, hit the whatever. It is nice to be dieting and trying to lean down, not only because you'll fucking be leaner, but also you'll have more free time. I'm not sure how serious you guys are about it, but if you actually want to make legitimate like fat loss progress or like muscle gaining, weight changes to your build, it's not a passive activity. It does require some fucking effort on the back burner. It's like when you pull up the task manager on your fucking computer the dieting portion of things should always be taking up at least 5-10% of your fucking of your power, because you always got to be kind of watching that kind of stuff. But not so much that it's like insane. But it is a part. It is a pretty crucial part of this fucking equation. So what I'm trying to say there is, if you ever actually really get into it and you're tracking everything and you're like putting it on the food scale and you're making sure you're staying under certain calorie limits or hitting certain calorie goals if you want to gain weight, then you kind of realize like, oh shit, if I'm trying to bulk up, I don't want to be running around all day, because I'm like, okay, it's already noon. I've had 2,000 calories so far. I got to get at least another 800 or so right now if I want to kind of stay on track for the entire day. It's a bit of a chore. It's kind of something you're always going to be dealing with. So if you know you're ever going to be extra busy, or you want to have kind of extra sort of free time to, do whatever you want, then dieting is so much easier. And honestly, it makes dieting as a whole easier, because you're not sitting around with fucking idle hands. Right? As I'm sure we're all aware, idle fucking hands are the I was trying to find some way to like correlate that to the gym, but it's the chumps playthings. So if you're just sitting at the house doing nothing and you're trying to diet down, odds are, as we all do, let's check the pantry. I'll just have a couple of chips. You do that 3 times a day. You do that 4 times a day. Guess what? Your calorie deficit is now a calorie surplus. Your fat loss has ceased. So if you're running around, or if you're going to be busier with school, or if you're taking on a couple extra hours doing whatever, dieting down makes it a little bit easier. So if you ever got extra time, which for the fucking college, high school dude, summertime for the most part, plus you get a reasonable winter break, I would say maybe maximize that to chow down, get some food in. It's not the easiest thing in the world to fucking sit in front of like 5 packs of oatmeal and half a pound of ground beef and just fucking, chow down. So if you've got some extra time, use it wisely. And I really can't stress that enough, because if you don't, you're gonna wish you would. It's very easy. It's very immediately gratifying to do nothing. You got nothing to do. You're just chilling. Yeah, let's just fucking play on my phone, which I'm trying to work on. I'm honestly trying to get a little bit better at not just fucking scrolling past TikTok videos and like clips of random like Twitch streamer beef. Uh, I mean, it's just a drain on my fucking on my mind. I'm like, oh man, holy crap! He threw his PC into the pool. Oh, well, what's he gonna do? Just just random nothingness. But I'm trying to work on it. I'm trying to get a little bit better at not totally seeping away hours a day just straight into my phone. I got to get back to my roots. I'm talking the YouTube videos that we'd watch at sleepovers back when I was in fucking middle school. I think it's probably, yeah, I think you're better off watching a 30-minute epic fail compilation than you are just doom scrolling on like TikTok, just because it's not so deep. Like I'm not sure how aware you are about it, but social media is getting very manipulative. Every video has like random products linked in the bottom, and it's not even because someone wants to like post something funny. It's just because they want you to use their affiliate code, and it's always just kind of gross if you start to watch it. So that's where that's where some plain and simple goofs I find are a little bit more valuable. But post-workout meal, not sure. Not sure what it's going to consist of. Definitely some ground beef, because I got that sitting in the fridge. I think it's probably getting close to going bad, so I don't want to fucking waste it. So I think some ground beef, followed by, or paired with, at least a liter, maybe a liter and a half of water with some electrolyte mix added in. And carb wise, I think I'll just have to see. I think I may have kind of inadvertently manifested the meal when I talked about the ground beef and oatmeal, it's a pretty damn good combination. You know, I'm not going totally bodybuilder mode. I mean, I'm not just doing the plain Quaker oats. I'm doing the flavored pack, so it's got a little bit of extra sweetness for it. But chowing down on the more complex carbs, I'm feeling a little bit of a difference. It's not so tough on my stomach. Like I'm pretty resilient, you know. I'm gonna chow down on fucking whatever kind of carb source I can get my hands on, be it ground beef. What am I talking about? Be it like pasta or like noodles or like sweets or breads or rice or anything. It doesn't really get me too bad. But I can tell ever since so this bulk I'm being a little bit more particular about making sure I'm eating. I mean, yeah, I'd pretty much say higher quality calories at least. The protein is always the same. That's always coming from high quality sources: steaks, meats, dairy, eggs, chicken, everything else. But on the carb side of things, I'm trying to ease back and chow down at some stuff that's a little bit lower on the glycemic index. So not so much just handfuls of simple sugars. So as these next few months progress, we'll see just how big of a difference that kind of change is making diet wise. But no end in sight. We're not there yet. If I'm trying to go transatlantic here on my little sailboat, not even halfway. So I've got some more paddling to do. And what I mean by that is I started this bulking phase at a lean and depleted 240. Not like insanely lean. I could have definitely got down to like 235, but there would have been no point because I was just going to pack on that body fat again over the course of this bulking phase. But a reasonably lean and flat 240. So that kind of fluffed up to about a 248, kind of carved up sort of full weight. And now it's floating about. I haven't weighed myself for the last 2 weeks because we've been kind of traveling around. But once I get back to the house and I'll actually use the scale that I've been using, I'm expecting at least 260, 262 morning weight. You know, empty stomach after using the bathroom, no clothes, no nothing, which is really the only accurate kind of way to see your change by change progression. Because if you weigh yourself during the day, dude, I mean, it's the value is simply not up. It's just not accurate. You got clothes on. If you're at the gym, you probably have your shoes on. You just had a whole day's worth of food and water. I mean, you know, your weight's gonna fucking fluctuate. So if you're trying to weigh yourself for tracking your progress, you can do it whenever. I guess it'll still be okay. But I think the most accurate method, right in the morning, go to the bathroom, no clothes. All right, get yourself a scale of a reasonable quality. Keep it next to the sink. Hop on that thing every so often. And if you want to get extra fancy, get one of the ones that comes with an app, and then it's going to automatically like log your weight, and you don't even have to do it yourself. You get to just pull that up and see your trend line over time. But I think that's about enough for me. So awesome arm day. Really could honestly, I don't think I could be fucking happier with it. And there was only 7 sets per muscle, which is about in the realm where, as long as those sets were hard, I feel like I'm fully pumped and fully fatigued, stimulated, and ready to go home and jumpstart the recovery process. So I'll see you tomorrow for legs. There we go. Another late night lift. Not not your conventional, not your conventional chest and tries or your conventional pull day or leg day. But yeah, I wasn't joking. I'll throw back in every so often, but it's not going to be regular, at least for the next few months, because I need my arms, legs, and chest to really get the brunt of this bulk. And it's not like it's not like I do my lat spreads, on the pump check after the back days. It looks like my back is so disproportionately large that it's like jarring. But if you kind of scan back to like the dieting or the end of the last dieting phase, unpumped, totally flat, sort of pose down in the morning. The lat spread was the strongest part, I felt. Arms, triceps almost in particular, I could see needed some work. Chest as well. Legs, but everybody needs bigger legs. That's not even you. Let's just say this: if somebody says you got to work on your legs, you probably don't have to take that personally. You actually almost, well, you definitely don't. Because unless you're, for whatever reason, the son of Tom Platz, who, holy crap, man, why haven't you been posting anything? We love to watch your training. Uh, unless that's you, odds are your quads and hamstrings can fucking thicken up. But no, so taking the place of the back day is not just going to be a rest day. Let's add a little extra, kind of extra something something. So the plan for tonight's lift is going to be forearms and calves. Forearms and calves. Forearms first, reverse curls, heavier kind of like this sort of kind of curl, because your forearm itself, it's kind of got both sides to it. Something like your calf. I mean, you're not going to get too much out of training the front side. Doing you're not going to get too much mass just sitting there doing like tib raises or anything like that. But in your forearm, I think it's worth it. It's not all just going to be from hammer curls. Because for me to sit here today and do all these like heavier kind of forearm curls and reverse curls, it just gives your forearms a thicker fucking look, which, it's still subtle, but it does add to all your other poses throughout your fucking build. So heavy forearms plus light forearms. The reverse curl portion does not have to be. All right, so I was scanning the comments per usual, and I was seeing a couple of the exact same theme. So I think I've got a little bit of advice to bestow here. The question mainly was, Sam, how are you not embarrassed to whip the tripod out in the middle of the gym with everybody watching you, do your set, and then honestly, like the guy said, he wants to just record some of his sets, check his form, everything else like that. He wasn't even talking about taking it a step further and like talking to yourself and, putting a whole microphone on and everything else. So if you're curious about the kind of upbringing there, it pretty much looked like this. So eventually when I decided, all right, let's start posting some stuff. It was really just kind of TikTok edits. I'm talking early days, like I think just barely over 2 years ago. So, go on Amazon, $15 tripod, smack your phone right on the side of it, and do not feel like you need to get a fucking fancy pants camera off the rip. If if you want to start fucking posting stuff, your phone is fucking good. Like, if you're rocking honestly, I think I was starting with like an iPhone 7. That's what I was posting the first TikToks on. Like, it was just a little blurrier than ideal, but still fucking worked. But in terms of so yeah, I'll just walk you through the whole process. So tripod with the phone, I'd record like maybe 3 sets of the entire workout, and then some posing at the end of it. So my formula back then was put those clips into CapCut, pick a fancy pants like funk, edit, song, splice it together, add a couple transitions, and then make a silly caption on top. Pretty solid formula, I think. But eventually, when I decided to actually start the talking part, it's tricky. It's not I take it for granted sometimes, but sitting on your own and fucking setting up a camera, like if you've ever had to make a video for school or anything like that, it's tricky because it's a very weird dynamic because you're not talking to anybody. Like don't forget, it's just me in here, so it's kind of tricky. It's you're gonna be a little clammy at first. So before I even made any of these YouTube videos where I record the lift and talk about it, and give a couple of hints of some advice and just kind of my thought processes on the way to the gym and back. Before I made any of these videos, I would just set my phone up in the passenger seat with the tripod kind of in this little leg room in here, and I would try to practice. Like I would I'd kind of hype myself up to say some shit like, all right, so we're going to and it's so cringy for me now. Like, I mean, it's you got to start somewhere, of course. But when I look back at the early videos on this channel, like I think it's about 1.5 years ago now, uh, I am talking in such a different way. Oh, jeez, like it's like instead of saying, all right, so we're going to hit chest, we're going to do some some this, that, and the other. I was like, all right, guys, so we're pretty much about to go hit a freaking chest day. I mean, it's gonna be sick. We're gonna lift some heavy weights, and then we're gonna like, like even just thinking about it makes me laugh. Like I wasn't really talking. I was kind of fucking exclaiming. But I started. Eventually, I was like, all right, I can't keep practicing forever. May as well post one and get this shit started. Because you kind of, I think it's, I don't remember exactly where I saw this. I must have watched a video, but it's like you're never really ready. You're never really ready for something, which kind of makes you a little bit nervous. So you may as well just do it off the rip and get started. Because as soon as you start working at something, you're going to be making progress like fucking that. So now my fucking self talking to the camera skills are pretty good, I think. But eventually, the setup was just fucking walk around with the tripod, and it's a little tricky. It's a little bit tricky. Be subtle. Don't just throw it in the middle of the don't just throw it in the middle of the gym floor in front of everybody's fucking way. If you do it for long enough, you start to actually get a little bit of a sense on like where to put it, so that you're not just fucking causing a distraction or getting in anybody's walking path, or just fucking annoying anybody. Because it's definitely something you got to consider, because you are fucking busting the camera out in the public gym. You're kind of intruding. But if you're subtle about it, nobody's gonna dog on you. And even if you don't want to actually post things, like you don't want to make videos and like try to fucking make an hour-long talk, or post TikToks and anything, I really think you got to bust the tripod out. I mean, $15 on Amazon. You don't need anything fancy. The phone ones especially. It doesn't have to be. It's not like a 30-pound piece of equipment. It just goes right into your gym bag. I like it, and I wish I fucking bought a tripod way earlier when I was working out the last. Because like the first 3 years, I mean, I would take pictures on my phone, like of pose downs and stuff, but I don't have any videos of me doing any sets. I barely have any. Like I have a couple, like from my home gym, and like maybe I think there's a few like 1 rep max attempts on like an old iPod or like an iPhone 5 that's somewhere in my parents' house. Back when I was like, back when like I remember doing 200 for for one on flat bench in the basement gym, and being fucking super psyched out about it. Yeah, but so I really do think having some extra visual documentation of what you're doing is it's pretty fucking fun. And now, especially since I'm kind of transitioning into a whole fucking camera nerd, dude, it's nice. I mean, your family has a fucking, well, maybe not as much now because everybody's got a fucking phone, but having a big fucking family camera and putting all those photos into on like one computer, like a hard drive, or if you're extra smart, get a whole fucking uh like NAS drive or something. Like watch a Linus Tech Tips video and see what you need to store all your shit. But it's cool having old pictures, man. I mean, you get to look back at them. It doesn't it seems so trivial now, because you can just whip your phone out and click. But this stuff, which may not seem crazy important or anything that you think is historically valuable for you in the future, you're gonna want to look back on. Like I would be, oh, I don't know what I would pay to get to see like hours of my early like first 6 months of training, like recorded on footage, or oh, I mean, if I could have it all the time. And maybe that's just because I'm into working out, but whatever the fuck you do, maybe bust out some video, man. Maybe record yourself, because then you got something to look back on in a while. Let's say you're a fishing fanatic. It's a little weird, but I think it's fun, man. So don't feel like you're out of place. Bust the tripod out. Don't be too obnoxious. Nobody's gonna give you any problems. Don't forget that you're hyper aware of everything that you do, much more than anybody else. Do you I mean, like, be honest. If you see someone in your gym have like their phone on a tripod and they're recording themselves do a set, and like they're doing a real set, they're not just doing like like a gimmicky fucking like screaming video, like interrupting everybody. If they're just recording their actual work, are you dogging on them? Are you looking at them and thinking, "Oh, why the fuck does that guy have a tripod?" No, you're not. Why would anybody think that about you, man? Don't be too self-conscious. But on the opposite side of that spectrum, also, who gives a fuck, man? You got to sometimes you got to be able to do things without taking into account too much of what anybody else is going to think about you. Because if you do, then the fuck, man, right? Then you're just trying to follow the rules. You're trying not to do anything which would constitute as a wrong answer. I'm not an insane Kanye fan. I mean, I've got a couple light tracks in my playlists, but this is a pretty damn good quote. If every time you do something you're trying to get the right answer, then your whole life's a test. And when were you the most fucking anxious in school? Do you see what I'm saying? So, to anybody who's a little bit nervous, maybe they've got a tripod in their their Amazon cart saved for later. Just buy that thing, man. Hit order. It's literally just a couple of bucks, and in the future, you will not fucking regret it. So, do it. That's my little shtick there. But yeah, forearms sore. I don't know. Forearms weakened. Calves, I can still tell, are kind of they're tender. And getting in the car after hitting calves pretty good. I kind of know that. I kind of know that they're going to end up being extra sore because when I stand up after I get out of the car, because right now my feet are kind of in like a pointed position, because I'm sitting with them kind of out in front of me. When I stand up to walk into the house, I know that they're going to be like extra tight when I'm fucking walking. And that's what I'm aiming for. It's not like soreness means you did a crazy awesome workout. But if you did a crazy awesome workout, odds are you're probably going to feel it. So, nice little accessory day. Not too taxing on my whole system. I was talking to somebody in the gym today between sets, and we were kind of getting into rest days. So I was like, "So you're not doing any rest days?" And in a way, I kind of feel like this was a rest day. If I were to do this workout every day on repeat, like let's say that you could do that, like hitting a muscle every day was actually good for gains. It was whatever. If I could do this workout every day, it would not. I mean, I don't think I would ever burn out. Just forearms and calves, it's such small muscle groups. It's not going to completely wreck my central nervous system. I'm never going to be so utterly fatigued that I have to say, "Oh, dude, I got to take a rest day. I can't handle it anymore." Because I think there's a massive difference between just being like isolatively sore, like sore in just specific parts of your body, versus like systematically fatigued. So the way that I've been working out, legs is kind of one of the more fatiguing lifts. If I'm doing a full leg day, hamstring curls, RDLs, squats, machine leg presses, leg extensions, adductors, maybe a touch of calves as well. That's a lift that's going to make me fatigued. That's a lift where I'm definitely going to feel it the next day. And it could potentially interfere with whatever that lift is to the point where I might make it a rest day. I'm not against that if I feel like I'm fatigued enough where that would be necessary. But when I'm only doing arms, if I only have chest on that specific day, I don't feel like it's really, wrecked my entire system to the point where I can't come back the next day and hit a different muscle group. So when I do legs, that's a big day. That's taking a lot of energy. That's doing a lot of fatigue. I'm going to have to recover from this workout. But things like arms and just chest and back, it's not the craziest. So it's like a day like legs. Those are one of my more intense workouts. And then days like arms and chest and just kind of single to smaller muscle group days. Like if I were to combine my biceps and triceps, like let's say I could individually weigh just how much muscle this even is in this kind of area. How much do you think that is relative to like my fucking my even just my hamstrings? Like I don't think my triceps and my biceps combined are even bigger than my hamstrings. So if that's all I'm working on a specific day, that's not going to destroy me. No, I see no reason why I couldn't come back the next day and do my yeah, so the day after arms is legs. So don't be I really don't think you have to be too crazy with fucking, okay, I need to take my rest day this week. I need to I just don't see it, and I'm not necessarily saying that from like a point of omnipotence. Like I'm not saying that like that's the absolute best approach, but just in my experience, I've been able to do a crazy, nasty leg day, hard squats, hard everything. I'm destroyed. My legs are still sore the next day, and then still have a crazy chest day as well on repeat because my chest didn't get work the day before, only my legs did. So as long as my recovery from my sleep and my my food and everything else is good enough, I think you're fine to keep going. And I'm not just saying this as of right now. I mean, I don't, oh, I couldn't tell you exactly how many rest days I've done in the first 3 years I was working out compared to even the last three now, but not many. I mean, from the get go, 160 pounder in high school, I think I've taken maybe like, I don't even want to say one rest day a month, you know? And I'm not saying that's the best method. I'm just saying that's kind of how I've gone about it. It seemed to have worked for me. So that's where I'm not always saying things that everybody should apply to their own training. Not everything I say is like the gospel, and you need to think like, okay, Sam said this, that means I should do this. More often than not, it's just going to be such a much better case for you to figure out what's going to work better for you specifically than to just listen to what somebody else likes. And that's going to take into account the fact that some people have strong points and some people have weak points. Like, I think Lee Priest knows a pretty damn good amount of shit about training, but just because he has the craziest arms in the world doesn't necessarily mean he knows the greatest way to train his arms. No, I'm not dogging on him about it, but if someone has like a crazy strong point, it's not necessarily because they had the most perfect everything kind of training. They can just have a fucking strong point, man. If somebody has a crazy big chest, it doesn't necessarily mean they know everything about chest training. They just got some. They just got some lucky pec genetics. Not to undermine anybody's gains, but what I mean to say is you got to take advice on a case by case basis, and in applying it to yourself, understand that you are your own case, and you have to kind of feel your way around that and see what ends up working for you, which is not it's not the simplest advice to say because that's like saying like if someone who's not crazy well versed in working out is gonna come up to me and say like, all right, what's the best dumbbell curl, or what's the best curl for size? I mean, this is a like, you're not. I'm not saying you're wrong for asking these questions, but these are very kind of like uninitiated kind of lifting questions. It's like, what should I do to get really toned? Like, what's the best food to eat to get bulked? And like, what's what's the best chest machine to get a big chest? Like, it's not as simple as something like that. But in a way, it's almost even simpler because it's kind of just whatever. Do incline chest machine, do some hammer strength press, do some incline barbell. It's like most of the answers and most of the questions that people are going to be curious about training, if you haven't really gotten into working out yet, the answers will be revealed. The answers are simply going to be revealed to you the longer that you do it. So what I'd be more so concerned about is like, okay, do you come to the gym 5 times a week minimum? Like as a beginner, you're most concerned with just gaining training experience and getting a feel for the space and being comfortable. It's like, are you excited to come to the gym? Are you watching guys who you look up to? They're pretty big. They're reasonably knowledgeable. You're trying to take some tips. It's like as long as you've got excitement and enough discipline and kind of, I don't like sometimes I don't even think discipline's the right word, but I think the two factors which are going to be the most important for any earlier kind of lifter to make long-term gains and to separate himself from who he is now compared to who he's going to be in a year or in 2 years or in 3 years. It's I think number one is excitement. The more excited you are about this shit, the more you're going to enjoy it, and the more you're actually going to want to push yourself. And consistency. If you're excited and consistent, then over time, guess what? you're going to be growing. I can guarantee it. So don't don't ever catch yourself thinking like, it's just a workout, it's whatever. No, man, like, get hyped. Every time I'm watching fucking videos or anything, even just random times throughout the day, honestly, the best way that this happens is like when I'm rolling into the gym, blaring whatever on the speakers in the car, and just you get kind of this wave of fucking energy. And it depends on the workout too. Like, it's not as often that I'm going to be rolling up to the gym on a forearm and calf day and say to myself, I'm going to fucking destroy today. Come on. You know, like a lift like this is not so high on the stakes side of things. But on a day like legs, honestly, really legs especially, that's where I'm going to be the most inclined to be rolling in, warming up, or getting ready for my sets of whatever kind of pressing I'm doing. And the amount of internal hype I can generate, either from just like thinking whatever, or just getting amped up, or playing music, or listening to like a video, or playing some TikTok audios, whatever. Like the more excited I get about it, the better I do, and the more I enjoy it. You know, so if you ever catch yourself not having fun, try to change something up so that you do. Because I think the guys that are the best at a lot of stuff, and not only the best, but the best in like a good way, are, you know, not the guys who like are torturing themselves to go through this grueling routine and effort and everything. Like the guys who I like and want to like really kind of look up to are where they're killing it and they're loving it. You know, because it's I think that's one of the best flow states you can get into. Because yeah, I mean you're doing work. Like I mean, I would say these leg days especially, like when it's full squats, leg press, leg extensions, hamstrings, everything else. Like it is hard for sure. Like I'm catching myself like, all right, I got to get amped up for this one. But you know, it is work, but it's also play because I get to be, you know, extra excited about it the whole time. So that's where I'm not joking. Excitedness, well, should I say excitability? Whatever. If you can be excited and consistent, you're gonna be big. You are gonna be big. So I think that's my ender. I've just been driving around. I got maps set to the fucking house, so I don't know where the hell I am now. But I will see you for arms tomorrow. I'm already getting excited. Dude, I fucking love arms. I love it all. That's the best fucking part. Well, I'll see you then. There we go. Another day. Or more accurately, another night. Another freaking night of, you don't even have to guess it because you just know from the title. Little chest, some chest action. Now, I would not have minded going back to fucking New Haven to hit that powerhouse gym again and again and again and again, honestly, on repeat indefinitely. But from where we're staying over here, that was like 2 hours. So yesterday was perfect because we were already kind of driving down an hour to do some visiting. So I break off from the main group and I say, all right, let's go get a lift in. So may or may not go back this week. I'll be back in back in Ohio Sunday night. So I've got until then to decide if we want to go back over there. But yeah, kind of sucks a little, you know, like not for real. Like this is still going to be a good chest day. It's still going to add up and contribute to my overall gains of this whole bulking phase and everything. But I'm not joking. It's fun going to a fucking cool gym. And when I say cool gym, I don't mean like, well, not to like dog on anybody specifically, but you know, like Alpha Elite, Alpha Land, kind of gyms like that. I mean, I'm sure it's cool. All the equipment looks fucking sick, but it's a little bit too much. You know, I mean, I'm fucking crazy hypocritical because I mean, I'm bringing the tripod with me all the time. But at least I feel like I'm a little bit more dignified in it because I'm just using it to record the actual sets, not just, you know, random goofs. But it's like just doesn't have to be a crazy massive gym either. Honestly, I'm fucking be pretty excited to go back to my my high school weight room gym, which I pretty much, well, that wasn't where I started working out, but it was where I got in most of my earlier hours because that was the setup for, let me think, pretty much my junior year and half of my senior year in high school before COVID hit and then everything went online. Was I'd have a study hall at the end of the day. Like I had just, well, no, by then I'd been working out for a few months, but still beginner character. So I had a study hall in one of our side cafeterias at the school, and underneath it directly, there's a staircase, was the actual weight room. Like not the oh yeah, I think it was the football weight room too, but fucking basic shit. No, not basic and bad, but just all the necessities: squat racks, benches, dumbbells, couple cables, bands, nothing wild. But I knew the guy teaching the class because I had him as like a gym teacher when I was younger in elementary school, and he remembered. And he knew I was kind of getting into the bodybuilding, so I asked him if I could come down. So he was teaching a weightlifting class at the time. You know, if you ever took that, where they basically give you like programmed workouts and everything to follow. But I got free range, so pretty much Monday, Friday, I got my lifts done right at fucking school. So that was fucking sweet for me. But that was man, I wish I was squatting more back then. I didn't understand the benefits of the squat. That took me a little bit longer to learn. But that's where it's very fun for me to go back to old gyms that I haven't lifted up before and to find fucking new gyms that I've never lifted up before. Just because it gets you going, you know? That's why I like having so many memberships. Even just when I'm at home, like I've got a couple that I get to bounce around between, like the Anytime and like Planet Fitness and the Y and a couple like actual bodybuilder gyms and stuff. It's just fun. And not only that, it's also fucking nice because you get a much wider array of equipment at your disposal. You know, it's not like every day. Well, I mean, unless you do, I'm definitely not gonna. But it's not like every day you have to do a full body workout. So one gym specifically doesn't have to have every piece of equipment for every body part that you need. Now, that would be the perfect gym. You'd have no reason to go anywhere else, but it's just not the case. So if you've got your YMCM membership with your family, and then you slap a Planet Fitness membership on top of that, you got some extra cables. You got some extra. You definitely have some extra cardio equipment, even though that's probably not what you're going to be using it for. Just, and I'm not saying that's a dog on you specifically. I'm just talking about the statistics. You know, I've seen the studies. We've done the polls. The cardio equipment. There's a reason why it always looks very new. I'll just leave it at that. But it's just nice. So that's why I change it up. It's not just because, oh, yeah, it's just not because. It's really just because I like it. So plan for today with chest. Hmm, how about we wait and find out? How about we wait and find out? I know there's going to be some pressing. I know there's going to be maybe some Smith, maybe some cable chest press, maybe some machine chest press. You know, this gym's pretty fucking stocked, so it'll take a minute for me to really decide. Once I'm actually warm and my shoulders are going, that's when I'll get to say, like, okay, I know that the incline Smith machine is going to feel really good right now as the opener. And I could maybe say, incline barbell, maybe not. Maybe fucking not. And honestly, a lot of lifts end up going that way for me. And it's not just because I want to be like totally random with it, but I want to do whatever movements I know are going to feel good and let me go hard at the moment. And you kind of have to adjust for that. So let's say your fucking rotator cuff's a little tender. Maybe you did something weird, you slept on it wrong. It was like a month ago or something. I wake up and my left shoulder's like extra sore for no fucking reason. I think I just kind of slept on it like, I don't know, just like weird. And I didn't want to do any heavy pressing that day. Like the safer move would have just been, do what I know is going to feel all right. Maybe stick to some lighter squeezing stuff. And I think that's a positive move towards the right direction in terms of being a little bit more at least long term as the lifter. No need to thrash your joints if you don't have to. And really, you never do. So I'm always talking about how the enlightened lifter can get hyped up based on no matter what his circumstances are, and he's going to hit his workouts and make progress slowly over time. But the enlightened lifter is also going to be fucking smart. He's gonna not hurt himself, and that's something I've had to work at for quite a while. But I am getting a little smarter. What the fuck is going on down here? Well, I'll deal with this construction. See you in the gym. There we go. There we are. So, I think I've got a little bit of a chat for you. And this is this could this is kind of for the younger viewers. Anybody who's a little bit older, hopefully, will hear some of this and think you're gosh dang right, as long as I actually spit some knowledge. But what I was just thinking was, school is about to be starting for some of you. Not all of you. Actually, looking at the demographics, more of you than not are actually all the way done with school. You're grown-ups. But there's a big chunk of you guys who are still on the chitlin side of things, still in the adolescent phase. You're still living with mom and pop. Nothing wrong with it, but here's something which I think is worth thinking about. So, I mean, fuck. How many of you guys are actually about to start your first year of college? Now, if it's in your hometown and you're still next to your crew, whatever, I mean, it's going to be a little bit of a easier transition. But if you're going a little bit further away, you're going to be kind of unsupervised. Nobody's going to be telling you what to do at every given fucking moment. Then, look, man, you got to take some initiative, because having your own freedoms is badass, but it also makes you responsible, So whatever ends up happening, once you're no longer a little dude, once you're no longer just getting driven to school and driven to soccer practice by your parents or anything else, you start to be in a little bit more control of what the hell fucking happens with you and how good you get at anything, and where you go with whatever you're doing, and it all really kind of boils down to being fucking on you. So think wisely. I gotta plug in the fucking maps. I don't remember the address. But what I'm getting at is, with that freedom, it comes fucking a massive amount of let's just say reduced stress in a way. Honestly, living on your own is fucking cool. Nobody's gonna tell you what to do. Nobody's gonna tell you to wash your dishes. Nobody's gonna tell you to fold your laundry. Nobody's gonna give you any chores. But they still have to be done, So that's on you. But what I'm taking a roundabout way here. What I mean to say is, with this, since you're going to be responsible, try not to completely waste your time. Try not to completely slack off and just fucking chill and pretty much do nothing. And even worse, try not to do anything fucking counterintuitive. I'm not sure how well versed you are in this, but it is not the hardest thing in the world to completely crash out your entire life with just one major fuck up. Now, I'm not speaking from experience there, just kind of a conjecture from looking at anybody else, but don't, let's just say this, don't get caught driving the car if your blood alcohol is above, is above 0. Now I'm really talking to the college kids. So where that really applies to me is, dude, I'm just not helping yourself out. I'm not I hope this isn't new information for me saying this, but I am anti-drinking. It's just not conducive with just not conducive with doing anything. And it's definitely not conducive with doing gains and actually making progress. It's just setting yourself back every fucking time. So you've got two sorts of FOMO, sort of You've got you got the FOMO in the present, and then you've got guys who have regret later on. So sure, if you're fucking oh shit, dude, we're about to go fucking crazy, bro. Fast me's in, man. I got to get two upper deckies and a lower decky little Lipilski. We're gonna get fucking turned. My lingo's a little bit off. I'm not a. It's a. I don't think I've ever said Zin unironically before in my life. But if that's you, and on the other side of your mind, you're thinking, "Fuck, dude, I want to get jacked. I want to make some fucking gains. I want to get big. I want to get into this." I don't see a massive overlap. I don't see the correlation. Really, it's a fucking oh, that's my shtick there. So if you're on your own, don't get into too much trouble. That's all I'm trying to say. Because you want to be smooth sailing. Having consistent days which are in the green is so fucking valuable. It's insane. It's if you look at anybody's stock portfolio, if you're looking at like a Warren Buffett, apart from the ups and downs of the fucking economy as a whole, it's steady growth. It's a steady, slow, nice and smooth, nice and everything. And there's a reason why the dude is rolling in it like none other. So, sort of deeper way to look at that is protecting your peace. The 4% female viewership, you know what I'm talking about here. Once you start protecting your peace, it gets hard to go back. It gets hard to turn around and start worrying about so much nonsense, just drama. He said, she said. Did you hear about what happened here? And blah, blah. It just sucks, man. Because you've got a certain amount of, and I say this a lot, and I really mean it. I think you've got a certain amount of fucking energy and effort that you can put into things every day. You wake up assuming you had a reasonable night's rest, you're well fed, well hydrated, everything else. As long as all that's in order, you have like a fucking full tank of energy for the day. You've got you can focus on things, you can think about stuff, you can fucking put some energy into stuff and everything. And the more that you can spend on things that are actually going to benefit you in the long run and back off on leeching any of that energy into just random like gossip, you'll start to notice. So I'm sure if you're I mean, I hear about it all the time. I mean, even when I'm some of the home gyms I go to, well, when I go to them enough, I know all the fucking dudes in there. So I'm talking to them, and like these guys are telling me, "Oh crap, dude, guess who just walked in?" Yeah, so I was talking to this girl, and then he started talking to this girl, and then and I'm like, "Yeah, cool." I mean, I love gossip as much as the next guy, but for him, that's sucking away his fucking energy. He can't. He's not gonna get a good fucking lift. So maybe I'm being a little bit too crazy obsessed with kind of the performance factor of working out, but it does kind of lead itself to everything else. Because once you lock into a very comfortable routine, getting out of it and getting it thrown out of whack is no fun. Like if you I don't know if you've ever done it, but every time I would work for the city in the summertime when I was in school, I had the craziest fucking routine ever. It was perfect. It was perfect. I'm talking alarm set at 4:30, but I wouldn't even need it because I would just like wake up naturally. Cardio, shower, come back, clothes on, plus my gym bag packed for the lift after work. 6:30, 2:30, slam Planet Fitness, post workout meal, come home, chill. I was literally going to fucking bed at 7. It was insane. It was insane. But dude, I felt so fucking good. Crazy well rested. Circadian rhythm, probably the best that it had ever been. Maybe I don't know, maybe since I was like a baby, I was probably getting a little bit better sleep. Just fucking you're taking things for granted. Like the value that you get per day from actually being nice and well rested, well hydrated, well fed, well everything. Like having your system moving around well, dude, it starts to make you think like, oh, maybe I shouldn't stay up until 3 a.m. tonight. on Discord playing Fall Guys. Maybe I shouldn't try to queue up for another game of Warzone. I've already lost 10 in a row. Maybe I should get some sleep. The problem is, though, it kind of sucks because it's not fun. You know, sitting on your phone scrolling, that's getting your brain firing like I mean, evolutionarily, like the human mind has never seen before. So it's definitely hard to put that down and just think, okay, let's think about nothing. But if you can start to do that, I think you'll start to enjoy it. So, in terms of the actual getting into a routine like that, there's not a crazy amount of room for just fucking drama. There's not a lot of room for just randomness and hanging out with people who you don't really like and stuff. I mean, it's kind of you don't have to be a complete dick about it. That is definitely the wrong move. You know, you don't need to blow up your entire friend group and say like, dude, I'm locking in this summer. If you're not with me, you're fucking against me, bro. Blocked. Not saying you have to do that, but it's not rocket science. The guys that you hang around, you know, your sort of primary crew of influence, don't be fooled. That's pretty much setting the bar for your expectations of yourself. You know, whatever you get to be around, you're kind of going to conform to. So if you know, let's say if you know a character who's running through an ounce a week of that green on the regular, and he's not really doing much else, is that an awesome dude to be chilling with? You know, maybe not. Maybe fucking not. At least in the games context, you know. So that's sort of my thoughts on the matter. If you've got a if you've got 100 energy points per day to spend on, you know, whatever you want to do, try not to waste them. Try not to fucking waste them. But I'm gonna try not to get so fucking like motivational in these. Like, oh, maybe not motivational is not the right word, but I feel like every fucking post workout talk, I'm like, dude, you gotta control your mind so that you can get the craziest sets in ever. Sometimes I catch myself being a little bit too serious, but it's kind of easy for me to slip into just because I'm so fucking. Oh my God, I'm fucking overly obsessed with working out, but that is in no way a realization of, oh, I better back off. No chance. No fucking chance. This train's not stopping. This train's on the fast track. So, plan for tomorrow. Oh, what is the plan for tomorrow? It was gonna be back. Or no, it was I think it's supposed to be forearms. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be another forearm. Maybe forearms and calves. I think forearms and calves would be a solid combination. So I'll see you there for that. Plus a little plus a little extra. Plus a little extra for you, which you'll see. So I'll see you then. There we go. Little bit of a trek to get to this gym, so I had to make a small pit stop. Needed a few key ingredients. Water bottle, some kind of sugary drink intra workout. That ended up being a goddamn Snapple apple. Really just whatever. And some deodorant because I forgot mine, and I can guarantee that after this leg workout, this shirt is going to be a dark gray. It's no longer going to be this nice bright, you know, nice dry color. I'm going to be fucking drenched, so I don't want to be completely stinking. And one more little life hack. Bring a funnel. Bring a fucking funnel. Don't try to like bite the corner off of a little like Ziploc that you put 2 scoops of pre into and like try to somehow pour that into a little water bottle and then have it not really pour, and then you have to like stick your finger into it and like push it through. Let's just say something along those lines is not ideal. Really just fucking mix it up at home. But no, I'm extra fucking excited about legs. So this looks to be a pretty damn hardcore gym. So I doubt there's going to be a shortage of two things. For one thing, good machines, and for another, ideally, I mean, we'll find out. Kind of I'm raising the bar for it because this place looks pretty legit, but lifters as well. Because those two things combined can add to a pretty powerful environment, and honestly, probably more on the fucking lifter side of things. If I rolled up to a hotel gym and I look to the left of me and I look to the right of me, 280 pounders, relatively lean, going fucking crazy, I wouldn't give two shits that I've only got like 3 pieces of equipment and it's all like Bowflex basic stuff. I'd still be going bananas. But what I mean to say there is if you're lifting around guys that are pretty fucking hype, odds are, if there's 5 guys going hard and you're the 6th, over time, you're gonna adapt. You're gonna match their energy, their intensity. And if you don't have a gym like that, if you're lifting at your YMCA and maybe you live in like Florida or something, and it's a little bit more inclined to accommodate for the elderly crowd. I've been to gyms like that. I'm the young buck, and everybody else is just using it really as a fitness center, as they should. But for me, that's not the most, hype-inducing kind of thing ever. You almost feel a little bit out of place. So if you're spoiled enough to have a gym reasonably close to you, which is like pretty fucking legit and full-fledged, I think you've got to stop there every so often. And that's worth the membership, man. I mean, I guess it depends on the person, but that's worth the extra $40 to go to like the Metro instead of just like the Planet Fitness. For one thing, just to use different machines, but for another, just to be around a different environment. Because it's I think it's just human nature, but we get very desensitized. We acclimate to our environment very fucking quickly. So you could be walking around all day in like let's say you got kind of an old pair of shoes, walking around totally like normal. You're like, this is totally normal, whatever. You put on a fancier pair, you never want to go back. You realize you've been like, oh, I've been missing out a little bit. And I think the same thing applies to the training. If you've been training if you look around and everybody's training at the same intensity level as you, then sure, you're like, oh, I fit the course. My puzzle piece goes right here. I match with everybody else. Perfect. If you show up to a gym, and even if there's just a couple guys where it's like, they're serious. You don't have to ask them. That that the guy's focused. He's not just texting on his phone the whole time. He's actually into it. That should give you a little bit of a feeling. Not like it's not a particularly like crazy positive or crazy negative, but it should give you a feeling of like, oh crap, man, this guy's on it. Am I? Am I on it? So that's where I'm always, I guess not as much now because, just due to the fucking pyramiding, that's what I'm thinking of. The bigger you get, there's less guys as big as you over time. So I'm kind of spoiled now. A lot of the times I'm one of the biggest guys at the gyms. But whenever I'm at a real gym and there's an actual fucking beast, I'm talking making me look small, that'll get me going. That gets me fucking hyped up. So that's all I'm trying to say there. Really, if I'm trying to consolidate my pre-leg day thoughts, I'm excited. I'm ready to throw some shit around. I'm ready to sweat. And I'm ready to fucking play some loud ass tunes straight into my fucking ears to get me hyped up to do so. So let's just stop chatting about it and actually get in there. All right, relatively chill leg day. Oh man, I did not do this gym justice. It's giving me revenge. Giving me revenge to come back harder. Come back harder for either chest, arms, back, or shoulders, and all the above. But no fucking badass in there. And that's what I was talking about, man. Exactly what I fucking thought. Gym full of freaks. Gym full of insane machines. Dude, you think you know Powerhouse. You think you've been to a Powerhouse gym. Yeah, think again. Go ahead and fucking think again. Oh, they were crazy in there. So, legs are reasonably fatigued. Not, you definitely did something. Definitely did something. But I do wish I could have done some more heavier squats and whatnot. Man, that kind of sucks. Maybe that's my cue. Sam, don't do any fucking barbell squats. Stick to Smith machines. Stick to hip press, which has been doing you pretty good for the past month and a half or so. So maybe that's the plan. I think the barbell squat is coming off the menu. And that's crazy for me to say. But, well, it's never off the menu. It's never off the menu forever. That's just not even fucking possible. But potentially needs to be replaced with some more Smith machine action, some more leg press stuff that I guess won't freaking smack me in the knees as much. Though I'm excited to come back for chest and anything else. But I'm not joking. The energy in a gym can completely change how your workouts go. So if you've got a cool gym, if you know of a cool gym, if one of your buddies is like, dude, why do you keep using Planet Fitness, man? You got to come down to the Muscle Freak gym. Might be in your best interest, you know, because I wasn't joking when I said not you, but just people in general, were very easy to acclimate. So sure, it might seem a little bit daunting, and honestly, if I put myself in the fucking shoes of a completely beginner lifter to go to jump into a gym like that as as the first beginner gym, that could be a little bit daunting. That could definitely be a little bit daunting. But that's where you gotta have some fucking that's where you gotta have some drive, you gotta have some grit. You gotta say, I'm in the same place as these fucking freaks. And the difference between us is not that they are bigger. Really, there is no difference. Both going as hard as we can. So that's where, don't be so, I never think it's a good idea to get too into making like comparisons of where you are to where somebody else is, size wise, anything wise, just because these guys have been doing this for fucking 10 plus years longer than you. And I mean, definitely try not to make any crazy comparisons. If you're the natural lifter, you got to have a really fucking realistic understanding of what's going on here. That could definitely be a pathway to some body dysmorphia for sure. I mean, that's just the state of things. Not good, not bad, that's just how it's rolling. But what I'm trying to say is if somebody's bigger than you, if somebody is where you want to be in the future and you're not there yet, that does not mean, oh man, that guy's so much better than me and I suck. Oh, I'm putting my pump cover back on. No, man. I mean, I've never thought that way. I'm not going to say someone couldn't think like that and then get big and use it as motivation. I mean, people get fucking hyped up off of like the most negative thoughts in the fucking world, which I don't think is an awesome move, but it's it's done. So when I see that situation, if I see somebody who's ahead of the game compared to me, it doesn't fucking discourage me. That gets me extra fucking excited. I mean, look at this fucking picture right here. Look at these fucking guys. They're freaks. Oh my god. These are like the first two guys I see when I walk in the gym. That's not something you get to be around every day. But I didn't look to my left and say, oh my gosh, my shoulders are so small, my arms are so small. Oh. Like, holy fuck, these guys are big. That's where I want to get to, or at least as far as I can go. It just gets you amped up. So that's a little bit tricky of a thing to actually think in your mind, because that would mean that you have to, have the patience to wait however long it's going to take to whatever that end result is if you want to get there, and that's hard. It's, no kid wants to wait for Christmas, we all want our gifts right away. So that's where, I'm not lying to you, being able to have a long game plan in your mind and being able to actually like wrap your head around and most importantly accept the fact that, okay, this is going to take me years to get to where I think I want to be. But that doesn't mean that you shouldn't be like satisfied with where you are now, because I don't think your actual satisfaction with like your lifting journey should ever be related to where you are at any given moment. That's foolish. Because if that were the case, then it's just a fucking never-ending game of dissatisfaction. Because if your overarching goal is, okay, I want to get bigger over the next 5 years, if that's your overarching goal and you're constantly unsatisfied with where you are at any given moment, then all that's gonna fucking mean is over the course of those fucking 5 years, you're constantly gonna be like, oh, I'm not where I want to be. Fuck. No, I'm not as big as I want to be. Like shit like that. And that's just not a good way to go about it. So rather than be kind of, you know, locked into, okay, I'm not where I want to be. Damn. All right. I don't think that's an awesome motivator. I think it's a much better state of mind to be able to say, like, all right, I'm doing everything right. I'm on track. I'm making gains. So I'm much more concerned with my trajectory, not my current placement. Is a fucking astronaut upset that he's still on Earth when he's sitting in a rocket ship about to take off? No, because he knows he's going to get there. He knows everything has been set in place and he just has to wait it out. And that's the trickiest part of it all. Because, as quick as you think gains may come, be it fucking through supplementation, through just fucking like, oh, I'm gonna lock in this year, through whatever. It's not that fast. These things take a fucking long time to actually obtain, and not only that, it's a slow process. You're watching paint dry. A fucking a, a, a bamboo shoot is gonna grow faster than my biceps are gonna fucking grow. So, look, it's gonna take a while. So being the guy who can actually be satisfied with the fact that he's making gains and making gains his goal, his fucking end state is it's endless. His fucking potential is limitless. Because to be in a state of movement, to be in a state of like the climb, if that's where you're comfortable, then that's fucking crazy. If somebody's goal was we're kind of doing a little bit of a throwback to one thing I said a little while ago. The guy who likes walking will go further than the guy who likes the destination, because every destination is just like a fucking endpoint of whatever your trajectory is. So if you can be excited about making gains on a day by day level, and that's the fun part for you, then it's really not even a question of if you're going to get big. I can't stress this enough. If you can lock in the components of your day, training, eating, sleeping, hydration, keeping a clear head so you can actually maintain this routine. If you can get those in order, you're going to make gains. It's not a question of if, it's not a question of luck, it's not a question of like, the right people, or your dad had a lot of gains, so now you get it. Nepotism, apart from the fact that, somebody with crazy genetics might have gotten that from their parents. I guess that does exist. But it's not something that can be handed to you. But it is something that you can obtain because the framework for getting gains it's written out clear as day. If you want to if you want to do really anything, it can be done purely because the actual steps to really doing anything is right at your fucking fingertips on your phone, which I think is both a positive and a negative. Because for one thing, if you want to become fuck man, for me with all the social media stuff, if you want to become like a well, actually, technically, since this is my job right now, am I a professional photographer? Am I technically a professional videographer? Maybe. But if you want to become skilled in anything, you just look it up on YouTube and start watching away. And most of these videos are made to be entertaining anyway. Like if you want to learn how to how to put together computers, or if you want to learn how to code, or if you want to learn how to like do any kind of whatever skill, you can do it. You can look it up. But I think the problem that arises from having everything you could ever fucking want to learn right at your fingertips is that makes it seem like it's not that hard to do. It kind of makes it seem a little uh, less valuable in a sense. So this is a quote which I really love. Not to get like crazy, like motivational in this whole speech and everything, but I really love this quote. You can do anything, but you can't do everything. Right? You can do anything, you can't do everything. So what that means If I wanted to drop everything right now and try to become, uh, I don't know. What do you think? What do you think would be good? What if I dropped everything right now and I wanted to become a an acrobat in O, right? The Las Vegas water show where the guys are doing crazy fucking flips into the water and everything else. I don't see why not. But I mean, that would take fucking years of like practice and like trampoline work and all sorts of random shit and everything else. So if you could make constant improvements at something over time, nothing's going to stop you, right? So the issue is not necessarily like, okay, do I have the skills and do I have the, do I have the potential to be able to do this? The potential to be able to do something isn't even like as direct as that may seem. Your potential to do anything isn't necessarily in like, okay, I have the right limb lengths to be a good Olympic weightlifter, or I've got a lot of high twitch, I've got a lot of fast twitch muscle fibers, so that means I'll be a really good sprinter. Or, I think the biggest barrier, which actually determines somebody's potential to get crazy good at something, it's just how locked in can you become and how consistent can you be. It's been said a million times, getting 1% better at anything daily, that's insane margins. That's absolutely fucking insane. So that's where, at least in the lifting context, right? That's my main thing. But it kind of applies to everything. If you want gains, show up. Showing up is 90% of it. Uh, at least compared to like the general public. Because how many people even fucking work out at all? Not to say that you should want to work out to become better than anybody else, but just looking at it a little bit more objectively, like who has the best kind of physical results fitness wise versus everyone else. 90% of people do not work out on a consistent basis. Am I crazy for saying that? Is the percentage less? I know 50% is definitely too low. It's more than that. But let's say 75. And even that I think is a little bit generous to the fucking, populace, but 75% of people don't even work out at all. So, in the grand scheme of gains, what makes it valuable is the fact that not everybody has it. So, just by coming to the gym, not having done anything else, but just by coming to the gym on a consistent basis, you just beat 75% of everyone else. And then taking it steps further from there, it's so trivial. Who actually gets enough sleep? 50%. So now if you get enough sleep and you come to the gym, that puts you in the fucking 85th percentile. You actually track your macros. That puts you in the fucking 99th percent. Oh, maybe not 99, but that puts you like the 95th percentile. Who's actually really training hard and really trying to make legit progress, progressive overload, maximizing their intensity, training like, as close to failure or pushing their sets as hard as they can, and knowing that they're not lying about it. What percentage of people are actually doing everything that it takes to make gains? I know somebody who would say it's the 5%. I've served Rich beyond, but I think it's a much smaller percentage. The guys, I mean, this is where I would, well, maybe not, but let's say I had access to all of Google's, data, which they've collected from everybody's Alexa and from everyone's Siri and from everyone's phone and everything else. If I could compile that array of info and I could find out how many people are actually lifting a lot consistently, they have a weekly routine, they're tracking their macros, they're getting enough rest, they're sleeping enough, they've got a reasonable fucking quality of mind and sort of a toughness to not be deterred by any random life events, which are going to happen. There's no getting around it. Shit is going to fuck with you, and that's just the nature of life. You have to be able to be tough enough to actually take that, keep doing what you're doing, because in the long run you want to. What percentage of people are really doing what it takes? And I think if you try to put that number in your head, it's not that many. So that's where I hate when people say like, oh, a 400-pound squat is, you're better than 99, your squat is better than 99.995% of the world's population. And even saying better than is kind of a weird way to go about it. What, 90% of the world doesn't even care about trying to get a 400-pound squat. But what I'm getting at is if you know you can do more gains wise and you know that you want more gains, the only thing stopping you is you. The only thing stopping you from tracking your macros is the fact that you think it's a little bit of a chore and you don't really want to do it yet, which I can totally sympathize with. I understand it. I'm not saying it's easy, but I am saying it's simple. That's my end state there. I love that quote. It's not easy, but it is simple. That's up there with one of my fucking mantras. Plan for tomorrow, chest. Well, just chest. Nothing else to really add into there. But that'll be a fucking nasty lift. Smith machine press guaranteed. Chest press guaranteed. Cable flies guaranteed. And any other bonus movements to be determined. To be freaking determined. So I think we'll just have to find out how that lift goes then. But if you know you should be going to sleep because you have a workout early tomorrow, turn this video off and hit the sack, right? Plug your phone in, put yourself on Do Not Disturb, get your alarm going, and put your bed, or put your phone to bed. So for anybody who I'm talking to there, right, good night, Jamie. Now for everybody else, I don't want to be mean. Right? In no way am I trying to bring the hammer down and like dog on you for not doing your cardio. Because it doesn't affect my life. It has nothing to do with me, whether you do your 30 minutes of cardio a day or not. But the reason I'm so adamant about it, and about everything, lifting-wise, is because I know you're going to enjoy it. This is a situation, well, I mean, maybe not for everybody. Being a fucking total nuthead gym-wise, especially to like the level that I'm taking it and all these fucking real crazy guys are taking to it, it's definitely too far. But, whatever. That's just how it is. But I know that it's going to be a fucking positive. So just think about it. Just think about it. And it's not going to... I'm never going to notice. Don't think you're doing your cardio for my approval. I'm probably never going to know that you're doing your cardio. But you will. But you will. Every time I post a little cardio picture on my Instagram, honestly, maybe that's fucking just keeping me in line, and I'm not actually as fucking tough of a lifter. If you're doing your cardio when no one's watching, if you're doing your cardio not for anyone else's approval, but because you know that you should be doing it, that's different. That's a different ball game, and you're going to be a different breed if you manage to get it going. Plus, you're not going to be so winded during your workouts. Your metabolism is going to improve. You're probably not going to be as bloated if that's something you worry about. Your lifts are going to be better because your fucking blood system, flowing system, your literal cardiovascular ability will be higher. And bulking and dieting, your baseline level of leanness will be a lower percentage of body fat. There's only one negative to cardio, and that's on this hand, and that's the fact that you have to do it. But I think that's a pretty fair fucking trade. So I'll end with that. I'll see you tomorrow.